Chapter 1, The Holy Master of Wuhan. Douluo Continent. The City of Slaughter. A sinful place full of violence and darkness. People who enter this place are either being hunted down, desperate, or deceived by others. They heard that this is the most wonderful place in the world. There are no restrictions, no laws, and you can do whatever you want. Of course, there are also some talented young people from big forces who come to conduct trials. But no matter which one, if you want to leave the City of Slaughter, you need to win 100 consecutive victories in the Hell-killing field to enter the Hell Road and leave the City of Slaughter. And today, after many years, a person who won 99 consecutive victories was born again in the Hell-killing field. Death Spider Emperor, this person seems to be the saint of the Wuhan Hall, right? Such an ugly and powerful Wuhan, as long as you see it once, you will never forget it. However, this woman is so cruel. All those who lost to her were torn to pieces. Even in the City of Slaughter, this method is a bit ugh. Before the man finished speaking, a terrifying murderous aura was aimed at him, scaring everyone around him to leave the stands of the killing field. In the killing field of hell, Bibi Dong, who had just won, did not stay, but left the scene quickly. In the killing field, the later the battle, the stronger the opponent arranged, and the other people on the field will tacitly unite to kill the strongest one first. Therefore, after winning more than 50 games in a row, she almost had to fight 9 against 1 in every battle. With the current 99 consecutive wins, even she was very tired. It is not appropriate to start a dispute after just finishing the battle. After a lot of twists and turns, Bibi Dong finally returned to her residence after confirming that no one was following her. "Sister Dong, you are back." Opening the door, a handsome boy came into view. A rare trace of gentleness appeared on Bibi Dong's stern face. "Yet. How was the game today?" The boy walked up and asked with concern. At the moment of contact, a strong murderous intent flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes subconsciously. The next moment, a strange energy came from the boy's body, suppressing the Bloody Mary's toxins in his body, and the thick murderous intent that materialized like blood mist suddenly dissipated. "Oh, dear, are you going to kill me?" Nanfang pointed to the 3 pairs of crystal clear, but terrifying purple spider legs growing behind Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong suddenly came back to her senses, took back her martial spirit, and pulled her hands out of Nanfang's hands in a panic. Her expression became cold again. "Didn't I tell you to talk to me after I adjust my breath? Wait! What if you accidentally stab me?" Nanfang complained in his heart, but his face was slightly disappointed. "I am worried about you. You don't need to worry about me." Bibi Dong turned around and walked quickly into her room. Bang! The hurried steps and the impatient sound of the door closing all showed that Bibi Dong was very upset at the moment. "Who?" After confirming that Bibi Dong would not come out again, Nanfang breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to his room. Sitting cross-legged, a round and swirling flat-shaped stone statue of a dragon appeared behind Nanfang. This is his martial soul, a villain in an anime, the Fire Devil, the Holy Lord. About 6 years ago, he accidentally came to the world of Douluo continent as a 6-year-old child. Unfortunately, the airdrop landing point was wrong, and his birth point was the City of Slaughter. Don't talk about the bullshit fantasy sewer. Strength is relative, and this world is also realistic. Here, he is just a little brat who can be slaughtered by others. Fortunately, he automatically awakened his martial soul after landing, the Holy Lord. And his martial soul is a bit special. He does not need to obtain soul rings. He can unlock a representative ability of the Holy Lord every 10 levels. The power of the 12 spells. The rat that turns stillness into movement, the cow with infinite strength, the tiger with harmonious yin and yang, the rabbit that teleports at super speed, the dragon that burns and explodes, the snake that appears and disappears, the horse that cures all diseases, the sheep with souls leaving their bodies, the monkey that changes in 100 ways, the chicken that floats in the air, the dog that is immortal, and the pig with dazzling eyes. With his innate 10th level soul power, he can unlock a spell directly at the beginning. Which one to choose? Many people may think that it must be the dog. After all, saving your life is the most important thing. However, in a ghost place like the Killing City, a weak person, but also has the attribute of immortality, what will happen? There is no doubt that he will become the most interesting toy of these fallen ones. Moreover, his spell ability comes from the martial soul, and the use of the martial soul requires the consumption of soul power. He only has level 10 soul power. How long can the dog spell last? So, the dog spell was useless to him at that time. After consideration, he chose the most useful ability at that time, the healing horse. This is the city of killing, full of violence and killing. Where there is fighting, there will be people injured, there is no doctor here, once seriously injured, almost only waiting to die. After confirming the healing effect of the horse spell, he ran directly to the hell killing field. In front of everyone, he gave a healing spell to the winner of the hell killing field. Then, he became a treasure that the fallen people in the killing city were crazy about. I wanted to rely on my healing skills to be a doctor respected by everyone in the killing city, but unfortunately, it didn't go as I wished. After all, treasures belong to the strong. He, a rare healing soul master, was snatched away by those powerful fallen people in the inner city, just like a tool man, thrown away by those idiots after use, and snatched back when they needed it. The turbulent ghost days lasted until 3 years ago before they finally ended. Because of Bibi Dong's arrival, and because of the unlocking of his second spell. After accidentally hearing that a crazy woman with the soul-devouring spider emperor martial spirit came to the killing city, he gave up the entanglement of unlocking the monkey or the dog, and chose the sheep. Soul out of body. He used the dream-telling technique to let Bibi Dong know the existence of him, a precious healing soul master in the city of slaughter. Of course, there was a lot of false information mixed in. Afterwards, Bibi Dong, relying on her tyrannical strength and the ferocious soul-devouring spider emperor martial soul, quietly snatched him out of the dire straits and hid him in her own small room. Although he was occupied, he finally settled down. Because he only needed to treat Bibi Dong, and he didn't have to be snatched away by those stupid fallen ones. For the first time, he felt that being domineering was such a beautiful virtue. It's time to start today's Bibi Dong's Dreamland. Nanfang lay down on the bed, and the outline of a little sheep appeared in his eyes. The next moment, Nanfang's soul separated from his body. Sheep spell, soul out of body. Although it has been complained that it is the most useless spell, here, Nanfang has to borrow the words of a certain master, there is no useless spell. It depends on whether you know how to play. After passing through the wall, Nanfang in the soul state came to Bibi Dong's room. After observing Bibi Dong's state and confirming that she was asleep, Nanfang aimed at her head and hit her head. The scene turned black, and Nanfang came to a battlefield full of blood. Jialing Pass. The battle was coming to an end. Bibi Dong was hit by Tang San's sword to save Qianrongxiu, and she was not far from death. Then, the popular last words began. Bibi Dong. You have this day too. Yu Xiaogang glared at Bibi Dong, who was weak with a ferocious look. When you slaughtered the entire sect of Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, did you ever think that you would have such a day? When you abandoned me, did you ever think that this day would come? Unlike the regret that Yu Xiaogang imagined, Bibi Dong, whose Rakshasa power had dissipated, had no emotion on her face, and did not care about Yu Xiaogang's curse, but just closed her eyes quietly. She couldn't count how many times she had this dream. From the beginning, it was vague and intermittent, but now it is getting clearer and clearer. Even the pain brought by the sword piercing her heart is so real. Facing Yu Xiaogang's curse, she went from heartache and discomfort at the beginning to no ripples now, and even wanted to laugh. Go ahead and laugh, soon you won't be able to curse or laugh. After calculating the time and thinking about Yu Xiaogang's curse lines, Bibi Dong opened her eyes, looked at Qianrongxiu beside her, a complex expression flashed across her face, and then looked at Hulina beside her, and forced herself to sit up. It's all over. Tang San looked at Bibi Dong in front of him coldly. And? Why do you say that? The horse devil's voice sounded from nowhere, low and cold. The next moment, an incredible look appeared on Tang San's cold face, and at the same time, bright red blood gushed out of his mouth. A sharp green dragon claw appeared in his sight, holding a fresh heart in the palm. His heart. Yu Tang San tried his best to circulate the divine power in his body, but because his heart was damaged, he couldn't do anything. The heart is the center of soul power flow and the source of divine power flow. Once the heart is destroyed, even gods will die. Is this the God King? A face that is 90% similar to Nanfang, but more mature, appeared on the side of Tang San, and the evil dragon claw that pierced Tang San's chest was used by him. I thought it was so cruel. That's it. The battle situation took a sharp turn for the worse, and the Tiandu Empire, which originally thought it had a sure win, suddenly fell into a state of panic. Their gods were killed again? How is it possible? Tang San looked unbelievable. How could you escape my divine sense detection and shatter my divine armor? Can't figure it out? Don't worry, think about it slowly in the next life. Nanfang crushed Tang San's heart, and the sea god power and Shura power disappeared. Oh, no, you don't have a next life. After the words fell, a towering pillar of fire erupted from Tang San's heart, rushing straight into the sky, burning his body and his soul. The entire Jialing Pass battlefield also fell with Tang San's death. Deathly silence. No. No. Yu Xiaogang shouted in despair. Xiao San is a god. He won't die. Oh. Nanfang turned his head and looked at Yu Xiaogang, who was frantically showing his presence. The next moment, a nameless fire ignited from Yu Xiaogang's body, and accompanied by a miserable cry, the master and the disciple both died. If you are a rookie, stay away. Is this the place you should come to? Nanfang shook his head and walked towards Bibi Dong, who was about to breathe. Looking at the familiar yet strange man in front of her, Bibi Dong's eyes were extremely complicated. Yu Jianrongxiu seemed to have not reacted to the scene in front of her. Shut up, rookie! Nanfang complained, squatted down, grabbed the Shura demon sword inserted in Bibi Dong's body, and pulled it out. Puff! Blood gushed out like a fountain. Nanfang put his hand on Bibi Dong's chest, and a stream of energy containing infinite life force surged out. Bibi Dong's broken body quickly repaired, and it was restored to its original state in just a few breaths. How do you feel? Nanfang asked with concern. Bibi Dong looked at Nanfang with helplessness and contempt, and then looked at her pinched chest, unable to speak. Although this was a dream, she seemed to have lost her temper. It was always the same position, and the same strength every time. This damn familiar feeling. You. Bibi Dong was about to say something, but the scene in front of her suddenly began to fade away and blur. Opening her eyes, looking at the familiar decorations in front of her, and the dull smell of blood in the air, Bibi Dong got up from the bed, opened the door, and walked into the room opposite. Looking at Nanfang sleeping soundly on the bed, Bibi Dong's eyes were a little complicated. When she was not around, Nanfang did not dare to sleep, saying that he was afraid of being stabbed by some idiot. Only when she came back did the child dare to close his eyes and sleep. With a sigh, Bibi Dong stepped forward, covered Nanfang with the quilt, and turned to leave the room. Why is the progress not moving? Nanfang, who was floating on the side, saw this scene and a helpless look appeared on his face. Since Bibi Dong came to the Killing City 3 years ago, he would let Bibi Dong have a dream almost every week. The dream just now was constructed step by step by him in nearly 3 years. From the beginning of the PPT with only blurred pictures and a few words to the current immersive blockbuster, he has put in a lot of effort. Every character, every scene, and every picture are carefully outlined by him. And all this is to let Bibi Dong take him out of this hellhole. He really can't stay there anymore. Although his special martial soul will not be suppressed by the domain of the Slaughter City, he can practice normally. In fact, due to the special environment here, it contains a lot of energy, which can make him practice twice as fast as normal soul masters, but the air is full of blood and all kinds of messy smells. He can't sleep peacefully. He has to be on guard at any time to prevent some idiots from sneaking in and stabbing him. There is no food, and the dilapidated streets filled with blood mist are everywhere. Fuck. If he stays any longer, he feels that his brain is about to go crazy. If he relies on his own practice, who knows when he can get out. And whether he can leave the Slaughter City depends not on his strength, but on his background. Tang Hao can leave because of Tang Chen, and Bibi Dong can leave because of her inheritance of the Rakshasa god. Will that damn bat allow another slaughter god to be born? And once he reveals that he is not suppressed by the domain in the Slaughter City, who knows if the Azura god behind the Slaughter City will kill him directly. If she missed this opportunity, she would probably have to wait until the Tang family destroyed the Slaughter City in the future to try her luck. Chapter 2, Pushing the Limit. When is your next match? Nanfang asked. Bibi Dong opened her eyes, 7 days later. In the Hell Slaughter Field, the later the match, the stronger the opponents, especially for those who have won consecutive games like her. After 50 games, it is basically 1 against 9. At the beginning, she was indeed a little tired. She needed time to recover after each game and calm down the murderous aura in her body. But with the help of Nanfang, she was able to recover quickly after the game, and the impact of the murderous aura on her was minimized. However, due to the dream she often had, she couldn't calm down to play the game, so that now it has been almost 3 years, and she is still in the slaughter city. In other words, this is our last 7 days. Nanfang fiddled with the Rubik's Cube in his hand. This was made by himself when he was bored, and it was also the only entertainment in this ghost place. Yet, Bibi Dong responded softly without looking at Nanfang. When she was here, this was her territory, and the nearby fallen ones would not come here to seek death, but after she left, this place would soon be occupied by other fallen ones. Nanfang was just a healing soul master. Although Nanfang was very strong in that strange dream, now, he was just a child who had to be worried even when sleeping. What are you doing? Looking at Nanfang, who threw himself into her arms, Bibi Dong was stunned. If you want to stab me, stab me. Anyway, I won't live long after you leave. Nanfang said with his eyes closed. It doesn't make any difference if I'm stabbed to death by you a few days earlier. Bibi Dong had occupied him for so long that he had actually been discovered by the fallen people in the inner city of the slaughter city. However, due to Bibi Dong's powerful force, those guys did not dare to come and rob him. When Bibi Dong left, those idiots would definitely vent their anger on him. Of course, they would probably not kill him, but he would probably have to return to his previous life of being robbed by others as a tool. Bibi Dong looked at Nanfang in her arms with a complicated look. After all, this child had been with her for 3 years and helped her for 3 years. And she watched him grow up. If possible, she would like to take Nanfang out with her, but the rules of the City of Slaughter, even if she is not absolutely sure to walk through the legendary Hell Road, let alone take Nanfang out. 3 years, in this dark ghost place, she has watched Nanfang grow from a small child to this big. When she was injured, when she was sad, it was this child who accompanied her. Now, time passed by minute, and Nanfang, who did not feel the slightest killing intent, raised his head in confusion. You don't stab me. Bibi Dong turned her head away. Do you really want me to stab you? Oh, seeing that Bibi Dong did not resist, Nanfang also gave up and plunged into the canyon. Bibi Dong turned her head, her eyes twitching wildly. You kid, you are getting more and more, right? I'll give you 3 seconds. Bibi Dong said faintly. 3. 2. Nanfang did not move, looking like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Seeing this, Bibi Dong raised her right hand and was about to slap Nanfang away, but found that she couldn't do it no matter what. In the end, she just gently fell on the back of Nanfang's head. Hey! Nanfang raised his head in confusion. What the hell? He was going to play a trick on him, why didn't he beat him? Could it be that she was used to being attacked by him in dreams so many times? Tell me, what do you want? Bibi Dong said. Before leaving, I will try my best to do everything I can. Really? Nanfang slowly lowered his head. Bibi Dong's face was dark. My patience is limited. Oh. Nanfang sat up obediently. He can get things done without using the self-torture trick, and he is not an idiot who would ask for a beating. I want you to use your big green spider form to help me. It's the soul-devouring spider emperor. Bibi Dong was speechless. Oh, I want you to use your green soul-devouring spider emperor to help me suck something. Nanfang said. Bibi Dong's eyes twitched slightly. I'll say it one last time, don't add the adjective green in front. Oh, I remember. Nanfang nodded. Bibi Dong had a stomachache. You'd better really remember it. What to suck? Bibi Dong asked. Just suck those people outside. Nanfang said. Then, you take what you sucked from them and pour it into me. Stop. Bibi Dong raised her hand to interrupt. Are you going to die? The soul-devouring spider emperor does have the attribute of devouring, but she never used it before entering the slaughter city, because once this ability is exposed, she will become an out-and-out degenerate. Moreover, the sequelae of this devouring are very troublesome, and the gains do not outweigh the losses. What's wrong? Nanfang asked in confusion. Bibi Dong took a deep breath and explained, the soul power attributes cultivated by different types of martial souls are different. The soul power quality of soul masters of different levels is also different. The soul power of high-level soul masters entering the body of low-level soul masters without transformation will cause the low-level soul masters to explode and die, not to mention the conflict between soul powers of different attributes. Even for me, the energy devoured by the soul-devouring spider emperor is difficult to absorb, let alone pour that energy into your body. After that day, she wanted to become stronger and take revenge, but she didn't think of relying on the soul-devouring Spider Emperor's ability to devour, not because she was kind, but because this ability was quite useless. The energy swallowed by her into her body, if the attributes are not compatible, will conflict with her own energy. If she is not careful, she will explode and die. The risk is too great, the gain is not worth the loss. Oh, so. Nanfang nodded. Then are you willing to help me? Bibi Dong was stunned. Did you listen to me? I listened, but I have no other choice now. Nanfang shrugged. Before Bibi Dong arrived, he was robbed by those stupid fallen people and had no time to practice. After Bibi Dong arrived, he spent most of his time creating dreams. So, although he got nearly double the practice speed in this ghost place, he was only level 28 now because he didn't have much time to practice. It will take a long time to reach level 30 and unlock the next spell. If he wants to unlock the next spell before Bibi Dong participates in the next game and enters the road to hell, he can only rely on Bibi Dong's devouring ability to speed up. What do you mean? Bibi Dong asked puzzledly. After being together for so long, she also discovered the strangeness that Nanfang was not suppressed by the field of the City of Slaughter and could practice normally. Attribute, but this is not a good thing for him. Once he is discovered by the King of Slaughter, he is finished. If I can reach level 30 before your next game, maybe I can get out with you. Nanfang said. Get out with me? Bibi Dong was stunned. How to get out? Help me reach level 30 first, then I can show you. Nanfang said. No. Bibi Dong refused. The method you said is too dangerous, you will die. She has never tried to infuse the power swallowed by the soul-devouring Spider Emperor into other people, because that is the energy that even she needs to spend a lot of time to slowly digest by relying on her own swallowing attribute. Nanfang himself does not have the swallowing attribute. Once energy of different attributes and different qualities enters his body, he will die. Don't do that. After you leave, I will be almost dead. Nanfang shrugged. So, will you help? Chapter 3, Changes. Under Nanfang's soft and hard persuasion, Bibi Dong had to agree to help him try. If possible, Bibi Dong also hopes to take Nanfang out with her. After all, anyone with a normal mind can't stay in this place, the City of Slaughter. She has only been here for less than 3 years. If it weren't for Nanfang, a normal person, who has always been by her side and helped her suppress the influence of murderous aura, she didn't know what she would become. You have to think clearly. If there is a problem with this method, you will explode. Bibi Dong warned. The cultivation of soul masters is a gradual process. This method of rapid improvement through swallowing will not only leave huge hidden dangers to oneself, but also be very dangerous. Nanfang feels that his own healing ability should be able to withstand the impact of this violent energy, so as to obtain a rapid improvement in a short period of time, but this process. Got it. Nanfang sat on the ground. Let's start. Bibi Dong took a deep breath, released the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, and inserted the dark green spider legs that grew from behind into the body of the fallen she had just caught from outside. The devouring started, and the unconscious fallen immediately let out a soul-shaking cry. Can't you kill him first? Nanfang was a little scared. It was visibly deflated. Once the soul masters in the Slaughter City die, everything they have will be swallowed up by the Slaughter City. Bibi Dong said. I can only plunder part of them when they are alive. If they die, I will not devour their power, but compete with the Slaughter City for energy, which is too difficult. Nanfang covered his ears and turned away. What a creepy chicken. He had never seen a dead person in his previous life. He was scared when a pig was killed next door. How could he withstand such a scene? Are you scared? Bibi Dong raised his eyebrows. Nonsense. Nanfang was speechless. He is a good young man who grew up in peacetime, and he is not one of those brain-dead perverted murderers like Tang. Isn't it normal for him to be afraid of such a scene? When he just landed, he saw the remains of corpses and various exaggerated scenes, which almost made him suffer from neurasthenia. But you will be the same as him next. Bibi Dong said seriously. I have never tried to use the soul-devouring Spider Emperor to infuse energy into other people's bodies, but I can be sure that this method will cause great damage to your body, and... Don't say any more, you do it first. Nanfang interrupted. If you continue talking, I will probably not dare to do it anymore. Bibi Dong hesitated. I will do it slowly first, you can feel it, you can't bear it. Come on. Nanfang gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. I'm coming. Come. I'm really coming. Yes. 3. Ah. Where's 2? Oh, I forgot, 2. Fuck. Ah. I didn't scold you. Half an hour later, Nanfang, with lifeless eyes, was carried back to bed by Bibi Dong. You can actually hold on. Bibi Dong said in disbelief. Just now, Nanfang's body was almost torn apart, very similar to those soul masters she had seen who exploded and died because of absorbing Super Age soul rings. But just when she was about to stop and even draw back the energy, Nanfang's healing power actually restored his body that was on the verge of breaking. Nine-hearted begonia may not have such a terrifying healing power, right? I'm holding on with my life. Nanfang lay weakly on the bed. Originally, the power of the horse spell could even eliminate pain. After all, pain is also a negative effect caused by external forces, but because the energy impact just now was too strong, the power of the horse spell was already barely enough to suppress his explosion, and there was no extra energy to eliminate the pain. It hurts so much. He felt his whole body was transparent. Reborn. I wanted to stop just now, but you told me not to stop. Bibi Dong helped Nanfang wipe away the uncontrollable tears. If I stop, I will suffer again, so it's better to hold on in one breath. Nanfang said. Besides, I dare not do this kind of suffering a second time after suffering it once. When he didn't know how painful it was, he could try it, but once he had a psychological shadow, he dared not try it again. Does it still hurt? Bibi Dong looked at Nanfang with a bit of heartache. Feng. After all, he was the child she watched grow up. 3 years ago, when they first met, Nanfang was just a thin child, being snatched away by the fallen in the city of slaughter. In 3 years, she almost watched Nanfang grow from a small child to the same age as her. It doesn't hurt. Nanfang curled up. After the irrigation, his horse charm did not need to suppress his explosive body. After stabilizing the violent external energy in his body, his pain was eliminated. However, the physical pain can be eliminated, but the psychological shadow cannot be eliminated for a while. Feeling the softness on his face and the milky fragrance floating into his nose, Nanfang subconsciously opened his eyes, but found that his eyes were covered by Bibi Dong's hands. Don't move. Bibi Dong looked a little unnatural. Also, close your eyes. Can you move your hands? Try if you dare. After an unknown amount of time, Nanfang slowly opened his eyes, and Bibi Dong had already left the room. This was probably the most peaceful sleep he had ever had since he came to this world. After 3 years of hard work, it's finally time to reap the rewards. Nanfang sat up from the bed and stretched. Nothing is difficult in the world, as long as you find the right direction, there is no heart that cannot be pried open. The so-called licking dogs who lick until they have nothing are nothing more than a group of self-righteous idiots. If you don't find the right direction, you only know how to use brute force, what's the use? What do you mean I'm doing this for your own good? I've done this, are you still not happy? Listen, what kind of stupid speech is this? You have to find the right direction for everything, and use your brain. If blindly working hard is useful, the richest people in the world should be those exhausted mules. Monkey spell, what kind of changes can it make? A shadow of a little monkey appeared in Nanfang's eyes. Monkey spell, 100 changes. A white energy light instantly covered Nanfang's whole body. After a twist, Nanfang's figure disappeared, replaced by a little black cat less than 30 centimeters long. Meow. Nanfang lowered his head and raised his right hand, which should be a claw now. There is no problem with the change, let's see if there is any problem with the action. Feeling the awkward body, Nanfang jumped up. Meow. Xiao Feng. Bibi Dong rushed over quickly after hearing the noise. Looking at the little black cat that fell to the ground with twisted limbs and came from nowhere, Bibi Dong subconsciously completed the martial spirit possession. There are no cats in the killing city. Meow. A bright light flashed, and Nanfang quickly changed back, holding his waist with a painful face and stood up. Don't do it. It's me. Damn. Cats rely on their tails to control their body balance. He can't. He just changed his body, but it's like he got a new body, he can't use it. Bibi Dong looked at Nanfang, who was transformed from a cat, in a daze. Is this your martial soul? Or a soul skill? It should be a soul skill, right? Nanfang's mind moved, and his body was covered with a layer of white light again. After twisting and changing, a vampire bat, the symbol of the killing city, appeared in front of Bibi Dong. Well, a bat that can't fly. No wonder the Holy Lord basically doesn't use this spell ability. Every time he changes into a form, he has to adapt to the body in this state from scratch. It's useless. But for him now, this ability is the only way for him to escape from the killing city. If he can turn into a kitten and a bat, then he can turn into an ant. Turn into a bug. He doesn't believe that this Hell Road has its own screening ability. Bibi Dong looked at the little bat in front of her with a strange look. The method you said, can't it be? Nanfang's mind moved, and he changed into a human again. Since people can't leave this hell, then I won't be a human anymore. Chapter 4 Road to Hell. The highest point of the City of Slaughter is the residence of the King of Slaughter and also his castle. Has it won 99 games in a row? The King of Slaughter sat calmly on a huge dark red skull chair made of crystal, with his left hand supporting his chin and a cup of red liquid in his right hand, shaking it gently. Do you think that little girl can walk out of the City of Slaughter? Asked the King of Slaughter. Hearing this, the charming woman in black veil who was waiting beside her paused. With her strength, it shouldn't be difficult to win another game, but with her current state, if she wants to walk through the road to hell. Humph! The King of Slaughter snorted coldly. She is already a soul Douluo. The road to hell that Tang Hao could walk out of back then is not difficult for her. Please calm down. The woman in black veil knelt down quickly. She has many enemies in the inner city. As long as I spread the news, those fallen ones will definitely be able to. Shut up. The King of Killing said coldly. Don't do anything to her. Why doesn't he want to kill Bibi Dong? Every time a killing god is produced, it is a huge consumption for the killing city. Because the so-called killing god domain is to consume the energy of the killing city to give special domain. Moreover, every god of killing will threaten his status as the King of Killing. Only god of killing can use soul skills in the City of Killing. This should have been the privilege of the King of Killing alone. But soon, this privilege will be shared by one more person. And he can do nothing about it. That woman has the aura of Rakshasa God, she is the one chosen by Rakshasa God. And Rakshasa God is his master. If he attacks that woman and thus angers his master, even the so-called peerless Douluo body he occupies now will not be able to withstand a single blow. He can only watch the birth of this god of killing. Soon, Bibi Dong's last game began. It was said that someone was about to complete 100 consecutive victories, and the audience seats in the Hell Killing Field were full. Everyone wanted to see the legendary scene of the opening of the Hell Road. Bibi Dong has been in the City of Killing for nearly 3 years. Her strength and ferocity are obvious to all, so no one doubted whether she could successfully win the last game. This is indeed the case. Although it was 1 against 9, Bibi Dong still successfully won the last game. Congratulations on completing the 100th consecutive victory in the Hell Killing Field. The King of Killing descended from the sky and slowly landed in the center of the Hell Killing Field. It was an old-fashioned statement. If Bibi Dong was willing to stay, the King of Killing would give her a status second only to himself. Bibi Dong naturally refused. The legendary Hell Road is finally opening. I don't know how the Hell Road is opened. I have been here for so many years and have never seen it. Many years ago, there was also a person who seemed to have won 99 consecutive victories in the killing field, but I missed the last game. However, there was no news, and that person should not have passed. There were many spectators on the stands of the killing field. Everyone was looking forward to seeing the legendary Hell Road open, but unfortunately, they didn't know what price they had to pay to witness this scene. Then I wish you a pleasant journey. The King of Killing opened his arms, and the entire Hell Killing Field trembled. The entire killing city seemed to be shaking. At the same time, a terrifying pressure erupted from the center of the Hell Killing Field, pinning all the spectators to the ground, unable to move. This is Bibi Dong's expression changed slightly. Similar to the scene after the game at the Hell Killing Field, the loser would be swallowed up by the Hell Killing Field and turned into the energy of the killing city. And now, the level of this energy far exceeded what she had seen before. King of Killing! What are you doing? Many spectators finally realized that something was wrong. The Hell Killing Field was swallowing up their power. What? The Killing King sneered. Opening the Hell Road consumes a lot of energy, so of course it needs to be replenished. After the words fell, the Killing King clenched his fist at the void, and the energy at the core of the killing city suddenly erupted, swallowing up everyone present except Bibi Dong, and turned into the energy to open the hell road. Boom! At the moment of energy gathering, the hell-killing field exploded directly, and Bibi Dong fell down without any defense. Don't even think about coming back. The King of Slaughter looked at Bibi Dong, who fell into the hell road with a gloomy look. As the person chosen by the Rakshasa god, he did not doubt whether Bibi Dong could walk through this hell road that even Tang Hao could pass through. He only hoped that Bibi Dong would completely forget about this place after leaving the killing city and never come back. In this way, he is still the only king of the killing city. But why did she have a strange breath just now? The King of Slaughter was a little confused. When the hell road opens, he will kill all the witnesses, and only those who enter the hell road can be spared. Just now, there was another fresh breath of life on Bibi Dong's body. Although it was very weak, after he killed everyone present, the weak breath became particularly obvious. Is it the work of the Rakshasa god? Or did Bibi Dong raise a pet in the killing city? Shaking his head, the King of Slaughter stopped thinking and began to repair the hell-killing ground. He just needed to prevent people from leaving the killing city. Small animals could not enter the killing city. Even if there were, they were special animals born in the killing city, and they were the same as him. Besides, Bibi Dong was the future Rakshasa god. If he offended her too much, he would be finished in the future. Back then, he also hung out with the Rakshasa god, which led to his current glory. Now, the King of Slaughter froze. After Bibi Dong became a god and ascended, would that little thing come back to compete with him for territory in the future? A new emperor chooses new ministers. Is this the road to hell? Bibi Dong, who fell from a high altitude, quickly reacted and landed steadily. This is a huge underground space with no end. There are a large number of suspended stone roads crisscrossing up and down, left and right, as if they were made up of sections of spines. Below the stone road, about 1,000 meters away, is the rolling magma. Above, the hole where she fell just now has disappeared. Xiao Feng? Are you okay? Bibi Dong asked. The King of Slaughter just now it seems to have discovered me. A flash of light passed by, and Nanfang transformed into a white parrot, standing on Bibi Dong's shoulder. But he didn't expose it. Could it be that he was afraid of the Rakshasa inheritance in Bibi Dong? As long as it's not too obvious, he pretended not to see it. This little bat has a future. Nanfang sighed. No wonder he can become the manager of the killing city, this is all about human relationships. Fuck. Nanfang, who didn't hold on firmly, fell to the ground. Bibi Dong quickly caught him in her hand. Why are you so slow after this change? When he turned into a kitten, he walked crookedly, and after turning into a bird, he couldn't even fly. I'm a human, how do I know how these little animals operate their bodies? Nanfang said speechlessly. My appearance has only changed, I haven't really turned into a bird. That's true, Bibi Dong nodded. Even if it's her own body, it takes a long time of practice to control it. Children will fall when they walk. Make yourself smaller. It's hard for me to hold you. Bibi Dong said. Oh. Nanfang thought about it, and his body was covered with light again, turning into a colorful little snake. Limbs are hard to control, so why not have limbs? Feeling his relatively strong body, Nanfang aimed at the Grand Canyon in front of him, jumped hard, and plunged into it. Feeling the cold and squirming little guy on her chest, Bibi Dong's face turned pale and red. Is she too indulgent to the brat? If you dare to move again, I'll throw you down. Bibi Dong said coldly. The frightened Nanfang froze, slowly poked his head out of the deep ditch, and looked at Bibi Dong pitifully with human eyes. Sister, I was wrong. Chapter 5 Fighting the 10-headed fiery sun snake. Next, Bibi Dong cut through the thorns ahead, facing a group of blood bats in a suddenly collapsed hell road. Although nervous, she was still able to cope with it. Nanfang lay quietly in the Grand Canyon, acting as a slacker. No, not really a slacker. He was always providing recovery for Bibi Dong and helping her suppress the effects of Bloody Mary's toxin, but he couldn't completely eliminate it. After all, only when the patient is always sick can the best doctor-patient relationship be maintained. Bibi Dong only needs to run forward, and he has a lot to consider. Time passed slowly. Bibi Dong found that the ground under his feet, the distance between the hell road and the magma, was getting closer and closer, the temperature around it was rising, and the evil spirit accumulated in her body was getting more and more violent. Fortunately, Nanfang helped her calm down every once in a while, so that she could always maintain the best state, otherwise this hell road would be a bit dangerous. Boom! Suddenly, a giant snake rushed out from the magma below. The red body, the huge snake head, and the multiple blood-red tumors behind the head looked a bit disgusting. Looking at the giant snake in front of her, Bibi Dong didn't want to get entangled. With the 6-winged purple wings of the external soul bone, she could fly directly over, and there was no need to fight with this strange snake of unknown strength. Kill this snake! Just when Bibi Dong was about to jump away, Nanfang's voice sounded. No need, I can choose not to fight it. Bibi Dong said. We can leave the hell road soon, and we don't know what the situation is ahead. As long as we are in a normal state, we shouldn't waste energy fighting such a big guy, right? There is no benefit in winning. This snake is very nourishing. Nanfang said. How do you know? Bibi Dong asked in confusion. Feeling. Nanfang said. You want me to take risks here just based on a little feeling? Bibi Dong was speechless, and she activated her soul power and prepared to run away. Give it a try. Nanfang started to be dishonest again, and his cold and slippery body slid across Bibi Dong's chest. Bibi Dong's face darkened. Don't move. Oh. Nanfang stopped his little movements. Take a deep breath. Bibi Dong carefully observed the giant snake in front of him. I haven't seen this kind of snake, but it can survive in this ghost place, so its strength must be strong. I won't waste too much time on this guy, the risk is too great. Don't worry, I will help you. Nanfang said. Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows. How can you help me? Turn into a bird and scare it. Or rely on your little snake form to seduce it. Nanfang's eyes twitched slightly. Didn't I tell you that I actually have the ability to attack mentally? Bibi Dong was stunned. Mental attack? Are you sure your mental attack is useful for this kind of beast that is at least tens of thousands of years old? Of course. Nanfang said confidently. Watch out, I can make it fight itself. After saying that, Nanfang's soul flew out of his body and rushed towards the 10-headed fiery sun snake. At the moment when the souls collided, Nanfang successfully seized control of the 10-headed fiery sun snake's body, and then shook his thick snake tail and hit the tumor on the top of his head. Puff! The tumor exploded, and under the stimulation of severe pain, the 10-headed fiery sun snake came online again, and at the same time, its huge body began to twist wildly. Bibi Dong looked at the 10-headed fiery sun snake that was really fighting itself with a confused look on her face. How did you do that? Spiritual charm? A level 30 soul master can control a beast that is at least tens of thousands of years old? Xiao Feng. Bibi Dong lowered her head and found Nanfang, who had turned into a little snake and was lying on her chest. I don't know when he had fainted. Xiao Feng. Hold on. Don't shake. Nanfang shouted. Damn. It hurts. My brain is going to explode. The power of the sheep spell can allow him to take over the other person's body for a short time, but during this period, everything that this body feels will flow into his brain. The spirit is based on the body, but it is higher than the body. When taking over the body, the memory of this body will impact his soul. It's like data adaptation connection. Decades, hundreds of years, or even thousands of years of information hit his brain at once in a short moment. If he doesn't concentrate on rejecting the invasion of that information, his original data will be overwritten. To put it bluntly, he may be reversely taken over to a certain extent. So when taking over the body, he can only control the other person's body for 3 seconds at most. After 3 seconds, he must take the initiative to leave, otherwise there is a risk of assimilation. Are you okay? Bibi Dong looked at the dizzy Nanfang with some concern. When a person with weak mental power launches mental attacks on a person with strong mental power, it will have no effect, and may even be counterattacked. A level 30 soul master uses mental attacks on a beast that is tens of thousands of years old. Not to mention whether it is effective, the backlash can make him an idiot. Not bad. Nanfang shook his head. He left just in time, so that the memory of the 10-headed fiery sun snake for tens of thousands of years did not impact his mind. It was when the tumor burst that the piercing pain made him stunned. Puff! Puff! Under Nanfang's absolute control, the 10-headed fiery sun snake could only regain consciousness when the attack was about to arrive, so that it could not avoid Bibi Dong's attack at all, and one tumor after another burst under the sharp spider legs. Even for the 10-headed fiery sun snake, it only felt that it closed its eyes and opened them, and Bibi Dong's attack was right in front of it, and it didn't know what happened at all. It wanted to run, but couldn't run. It wanted to fight, but it was too late to make any move. Bang! After a battle, the 10-headed scorching sun snake still fell to Bibi Dong. The huge figure slowly fell down and was gradually submerged by the magma. At the same time, a blood-colored inner pill was suspended in the air. Bibi Dong jumped up and took the inner pill. Is this the tonic you mentioned? Speaking of which, this snake, like the blood bats before, did not produce soul rings after death, which means that these strange beasts in the Hell Road are not soul beasts. Xiao Feng. Bibi Dong lowered her head without getting a response and found that the little snake lying on her chest had fainted, and even her body had begun to stiffen. Bibi Dong's heart was clenched, and she quickly grabbed Nanfang out and released her soul power. The soul power of a high-level soul master has a very good warming and recovery effect, and even exceeds the healing soul skills of a low-level healing soul master. Although this recovery effect has been greatly weakened under the suppression of the killing city, Bibi Dong has no other choice now. After a long while, the little snake's stiff body regained its previous softness, and Nanfang opened his eyes in a daze. Xiao Feng. Bibi Dong carefully held Nanfang in her palm. I'm fine, just tired, I'll take a nap. Before she finished speaking, Nanfang turned into a dead snake again, lying in Bibi Dong's palm. Bibi Dong breathed a sigh of relief. Excessive use of mental power will turn it into this. However, how did Nanfang control a 10-headed scorching sun snake that had cultivated for at least tens of thousands of years? Shaking her head, Bibi Dong put Nanfang back on her chest, activated the 6-winged purple wings, and accelerated forward. After a short flight, an exit with a light source finally appeared on the road to hell. Bibi Dong did not stop, and controlled the 6-winged purple wings to fly towards the light source. The moment she entered the light source, she suddenly felt her body become weak, the surrounding environment became dark, and a stream of energy poured into her body from all directions. The dark environment suddenly flashed, and something that was probably a space teleportation array was activated, and Bibi Dong disappeared at the end of the Hell Road. Chapter 6 Public Opinion. The exit of the Hell Road is located in a small forest outside the city of Slaughter. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, Nanfang opened his eyes in a daze. Fresh air, the fragrance of flowers and plants, the sound of running water, Nanfang's mind moved, and his body recovered from a small snake to a human. Xiao Feng. Not far away, Bibi Dong turned her head after hearing the movement. Nanfang walked towards the river in a daze. It's water. Fucking running water. Not blood. No corpse odor. No blood stains. No messy smell. Nima. Finally came out. Xiao Feng. Bibi Dong walked over with some worry, squatted aside, and looked at Nanfang who was crying silently. Ah! Nanfang suddenly burst into tears, tears flowing uncontrollably. He is just a stupid college student who just graduated and knows nothing. Fuck it. It's okay to be a short-lived ghost, but he was thrown into such a hellhole. He started out in either the Holy Soul Village or the Martial Soul City, and at the very least, he is still a stupid prince. Fuck it. Give he through the Slaughter City. You've watched too much of the Shawshank Redemption, right? Give him the redemption of the entire Slaughter City. After crying for a long time, Nanfang finally stopped crying. 6 years. 6 years of hell. Who knows how a normal person like him survived in such a hellish place? Don't worry, I'm out. Bibi Dong helped Nanfang wipe away his tears with some heartache. In a hellish place like Slaughter City, as a child, she couldn't imagine how Nanfang had survived before. If he didn't have that healing ability, he would have been eaten as a snack by those fallen people. There is no food in Slaughter City, and soul power is the only source of life. As long as soul masters have soul power, they don't need to eat to a certain extent. Weak people need to pay tribute to strong people with their blood regularly. As for children who have no ability to resist, she has seen many baby skeletons in the corners of the street. So, Nanfang can survive. This is a miracle in itself. How does it taste? Bibi Dong simply prepared a grilled fish for Nanfang. Not good. Nanfang said straightforwardly. No seasoning, no fishy smell, not cooked, a little mushy. Bibi Dong's face fell. You're still picking it up? Bibi Dong, a little unhappy, stretched out her hand to snatch the grilled fish from Nanfang's hand. Nanfang dodged quickly. What the hell are you doing? Isn't it not delicious? If it's not delicious, don't eat it. Don't you understand that when you are hungry, you can eat anything? After resting, Bibi Dong took Nanfang on the road. Since the clothes on his body were all taken from the dead, now that he had left the killing city, Nanfang didn't want to leave any of that damn place on his body. So, after throwing away the clothes, he turned into a large golden shaded cat. It's just right, adapting to the body of a cat, there should be many opportunities to become a kitten or a big cat in the future. Come to think of it, why did you go to the slaughter city? Nanfang followed Bibi Dong, shaking his head. Let alone experience, there are only 4 people who have successfully left the slaughter city in the past 1,000 years, including Tang Hao who left a few years ago. This survival rate, trial? What's going on? My past is embarrassing, you don't want to know. Bibi Dong's face was a little unnatural. Disgraceful. Nanfang became more and more curious. How embarrassing? Bibi Dong stopped, do you really want to know? Of course. Nanfang said. We have been dependent on each other in the slaughter city for 3 years, don't you believe me? Maybe after hearing this story, you will no longer be interested in me. Bibi Dong said. Not interested? Were you a man before? Nanfang asked in confusion. Because of some special reason, you became a woman. Or are you a hermaphrodite? Bibi Dong. What the hell? Or. Stop. Bibi Dong interrupted. I say. Stop guessing. What is going on in this guy's mind? Bibi Dong, who didn't want Nanfang to have wild thoughts, chose to use concise language to describe her short first half of life, her martial soul awakening, joining the Martial Soul Hall, showing her talent in the Martial Soul Academy, being accepted as a disciple by the Pope, meeting Yu Xiaogang, having amorous feelings, and then being pushed by Kyung Sunji. That's the general content. Then, 3 years ago, Bibi Dong's daughter, Qian Rongxiu, awakened the 6-winged angel martial soul, and the disgusting breath made her almost unable to bear to kill the child. Although she stopped in the end, Qian Rongxiu was also shocked. Coincidentally, that scene was seen by Qian Rongxiu's grandfather, Qian Daoliu. Qian Daoliu was worried that Bibi Dong would go crazy again and would harm the pride of his Qian family. He wanted to kill her, but it was inconvenient to do so. After all, Grandpa killed Mom, which was a bit too much of a blow for a child. After Bibi Dong gave birth to Qian Rongxiu, Qian Sunji never took action against her, and was also worried that Qian Rongxiu would have problems after knowing this in the future. So, after discussing with Qian Daoliu and Qian Sunji, they decided to send her to the slaughter city. Whether she lived or died depended on fate. Coincidentally, Tang Hao of Haoshan sect had just successfully walked out of the slaughter city, making Haoshan sect famous. The saint of Wuhan Hall chose to enter the slaughter city at this time, which also showed that the younger generation of Wuhan Hall was not weaker than Haoshan sect. And even if this matter failed, it was normal. After all, over the past 1,000 years, so many geniuses, disciples of the Spirit Hall and major sects have entered the slaughter city for training more than once, but only a few have successfully walked out of the slaughter city. If it succeeds, it will greatly enhance the appeal of the Spirit Hall. If it fails, it is also normal. The Spirit Hall will not suffer any loss, and Bibi Dong can disappear legitimately. No one will know that such a shameful thing happened to this sacred angel family. The Pope raped the saint? The sacred and noble angel family did such a thing? If this matter gets out, what will happen to the Spirit Hall? What will happen to the faith of the angel god? Is it really the first time that the Spirit Hall has done such a thing in its 10,000 years of history? Will it be discovered by everyone only this time? How many shameful things does this self-proclaimed glorious and upright Spirit Hall have? Once this matter is exposed, the blow to the Spirit Hall will be very terrible. If someone else takes advantage of the situation, it is not impossible to seriously damage the vitality of this official organization of soul masters that has stood for 10,000 years. After all, the slogan and faith of the Spirit Hall is the glorious and upright angel god. It puts itself in a position of worrying about the world, enjoys the benefits brought by this glorious and upright image, and obtains a lot of benefits. Then, when this glorious and upright image is broken, the things obtained from it will naturally be lost. So, why don't you just expose this matter? Nanfang asked doubtfully. You want to take revenge on the Qian family, expose this matter, and then manipulate it casually. There are definitely many people who are willing to help you establish the image of a victim and criticize the Spirit Hall. In fact, the Spirit Hall is powerful. It's just right that the 7 major sects and the 2 empires you mentioned can take advantage of this opportunity to unite and attack the Spirit Hall. Facing the criticism of the world, how many soul masters can continue to stay in the Spirit Hall? After getting benefits, the most important thing for human beings is face. As long as the 2 empires and the 7 major sects you mentioned give a little more benefits, it is completely possible to make the people of the Spirit Hall fall apart. The power of public opinion is very terrifying, not to mention this kind of organization that establishes an extreme image for itself. Once Bibi Dong's incident is exposed, the credibility of the Spirit Hall will plummet, and the image it has established before will also be rapidly shattered. Since the disappearance of Tang Chen of Haoshan sect, the balance between the 7 major sects and the Spirit Hall has been tilted. In addition, Qian Douluo, the great worshipper, is different from the previous one. He has the ambition to let the Spirit Hall annex the continent. Everyone has already felt the crisis. Now, there is such an opportunity for everyone to establish a united front and seek benefits, and those people will definitely not miss it. As for the public opinion, this thing is a joke. Most people are brainless, and what others say is what they think. He, who has seen countless online violence plots, is most clear about this. Moreover, people are social animals, and soul masters also have their own families. The Spirit Hall is like a powerful company. Once the company is exposed to a scandal, the employees who work in this company and their families will also suffer from public opinion violence. Don't say that the Spirit Hall will directly sweep across. Once the war starts, it means killing and death. Moreover, when the war starts, who cares whether you are a civilian or a soul master? The soul masters of the Spirit Hall come from the 2 empires and various small countries. Help the Spirit Hall to destroy your own country? Destroy your own home? What's wrong with your brain? At this time, the 2 empires and the 7 major sects do not need to give any higher benefits, just need to be equal, or even less. There are many people willing to change jobs. Public opinion is a minor issue. Bibi Dong's case is mainly to give other soul master organizations besides the Spirit Hall a legitimate reason to unite. Justice and honor, these 4 words are very important. No matter how ridiculous it is, it has to be said. Chapter 7 Insignificant. I don't have this opportunity. Since I got pregnant, I have been imprisoned in the depths of the Pope's palace by King Sunji. I have no chance to contact the outside world at all. Bibi Dong said. Besides, there is no evidence. No one will believe me if I tell it. Isn't your daughter the evidence? Nanfang said. You can endure for so many years. You really don't have time to pretend to be a good mother and let that child help you get revenge. Or, you can't do it. Yet. Bibi Dong nodded with a complicated look. Before Qian Rongxiu awakened the 6-winged angel spirit, she didn't hate that child so much. Sometimes, she would think that the child was innocent, so she just tried to stay away from that child. However, when Qian Rongxiu showed her 6-winged angel spirit in front of her and revealed the sacred aura that made her sick, she no longer had any mercy on the child. Qian Rongxiu was from the angel family and had nothing to do with her. And the method Nanfang mentioned was no longer feasible when she didn't care whether this matter would hurt Qian Rongxiu. Even if she spread this matter, as long as Qian Rongxiu didn't admit it and Qian Sunji didn't admit it, no one would believe her no matter what she said. Her spirit was the Death Spider Emperor. Qian Rongxiu's spirit was the 6-winged angel. 2 completely opposite spirits. She said Qian Rongxiu was her daughter? Will anyone believe it? Without absolute evidence, her few words alone could not shake the image of the Spirit Hall. You are not decisive enough, you are soft-hearted. Nanfang shook his head. You should train your child from the beginning, influence her imperceptibly, guide her, let her kill her father with her own hands in the future, and better yet, destroy the angel family with her own hands. Finally, tell her the truth of everything, let her collapse, and then you take advantage of the opportunity to kill her and completely cut off the bloodline of the holy angel. Or, guide Qian Rongxiu to take the same path as you, let her have the same experience as you, let Qian Sunji and Qian Douluo watch, let them witness it with their own eyes. Stop! Bibi Dong interrupted quickly. What's in this guy's mind? Isn't it vicious enough? I have many other ways to do it. You will definitely find it interesting. Nanfang said. You can. Enough. I don't want to hear it. Bibi Dong's face darkened. I thought my idea of revenge and destroying the angel family was crazy enough. I didn't expect it. As expected of someone who grew up in a ghost place like the Killing City. Compared to you, I am really a kind person. Wuhan City. In the empty Pope's palace, two middle-aged blonde men with similar appearances were standing on the high platform. The Wuhan branch hall in Xingluo reported that she came out. Qian Daoliu looked a little ugly. How are you going to deal with it? If Bibi Dong died in the slaughter city, this scandal could be buried completely, and their hands would not be dirty. Qian Rongxiu's talent is unprecedented in 10,000 years, and it is very likely that she will reproduce the glory of the angel god. Therefore, he cannot attack Bibi Dong, and neither can Qian Sunji. Bibi Dong can die, and even must die, but she can only die in an accident, not in their hands. Otherwise, once the truth in the angel god test is exposed, if the child cannot accept this blow and fails the god test, he will really die with regrets. It's out, so what? Qian Sunji disagreed. Father, are you getting older? Why are you getting less and less courageous? Tang Chen has been missing for so many years, and the Sea God Island is far away. You are the only peerless Douluo on this continent. What are you afraid of? What's there to be afraid of? Qian Daoliu's face darkened. If you, a little bastard, hadn't done such a shameful thing, would I be worried? He had indeed killed countless people in his life, but he had never done such a shameful thing. This bastard has made our ancestors lose face. Shameful thing. Qian Sunji's expression remained unchanged. Father, after seeing Xiaoxiu's talent, you won't have this attitude. Qian Rongxiu inherited his six-winged angel martial soul and Bibi Dong's talent, and successfully obtained the recognition of the angel god, obtained the god-granted 10th level soul power, and possessed an unprecedented innate 20-level top talent. Would the angel god not know Qian Rongxiu's origin? The god-granted 10th level innate soul power from the angel god cannot be fake. Qian Rongxiu's innate 20 level has already proved that their angel god does not care about this so-called scandal. If the angel god is angry about this, then Qian Rongxiu should not be innate 20 level, she should be a useless person without soul power. Yu Qian Daoliu was speechless for a moment. Father, those who achieve great things do not care about trivial matters. Qian Sunji said lightly. It is you who wants to unify the continent, and it is you who put great pressure on these sects. Before you, our Wuhan Hall was not like this now. Before his father, the Spirit Hall never interfered with the continent's movements, nor did it compete with those sects and empires for interests, and always remained neutral. It was his father who had the ambition to unify the continent, so the Spirit Hall began to expand, and the relationship between the Spirit Hall and these sects and empires became tense, which happened only in the past few decades. Father, you have killed so many people in your life, why are you so soft-hearted now? Kyung Sunji said puzzledly. The most outstanding executioner in the Spirit Hall for thousands of years, I still remember that you were so high-spirited. Or are you really afraid of Tang Chen? That guy has been missing for so many years, are you still afraid? Qian Daoliu did not speak, his face became more and more ugly. Are you really worried that the guy will become a god? Kyung Sunji said with a smile. Father, it has been 20,000 years. Since the ascension of the god ancestor, there has been no trace of gods in the Douluo continent for 20,000 years. Is there no genius better than Tang Chen in the past? Yes. But have they become gods? No. You don't have to worry at all. Enough. Qian Daoliu interrupted. Don't do anything before Tang Chen's situation is confirmed. Qian Sunji sighed, Father, even if you have been defeated by Tang Chen, if that guy dares to come to Wuhan City, you don't have to be afraid of him. As a worshipper of the angel god, you can use the power of angels to achieve a stable demigod state in Wuhan City. Although Tang Chen can also rely on the explosive ring to push himself into a false demigod state for a short period of time, it is short-lived and there is no need to be afraid. As long as that period of time passes, Tang Chen will be useless. Qian Daoliu looked at a mentally retarded expression. If the 10,000-year foundation of Wuhan City is destroyed, how can I face the ancestors of the Qian family? Why is he so persistent in fighting that guy on the ground where he has an advantage over Tang Chen? Indeed, if he flies high into the sky, Tang Chen will not be his opponent. But why should he fly into the sky to fight him? Wuhan City is on the ground. He can fly high, but what about Wuhan City? If Tang Chen dares to fight Wuhan City, he is absolutely sure to beat that guy, but what about others? Wuhan City? What about the Angel Temple? If Tang Chen goes crazy, he can't stop him. In the end, he can indeed win, and Tang Chen will indeed die, but there are countless people in Wuhan City who will be buried with that guy. He dare not gamble. He can't gamble. Okay, don't talk about Tang Chen, now this matter is up to you. What are you going to do? Qian Daoliu said. What else can we do? Isn't it a good thing that the Saint of the Spirit Hall has successfully walked out of the Slaughter City? Qian Sunji said. Father, I know you are worried that this incident will ruin the reputation of the Qian family, but as long as this incident does not spread, no one will ever know. Besides, as long as that rubbish is still there, Bibi Dong will always be controllable. But what if she suddenly doesn't care about that rubbish? Qian Daoliu asked. It doesn't matter. Qian Sunji said. So many years have passed. Even if she tells it out, who will believe it? Without evidence, she is courting death. Besides, Xiaoxiu has grown up. In addition to the incident 3 years ago, if Bibi Dong really tells this incident out, she will even take revenge on me regardless of the impact on Xiaoxiu. It just so happens that do you think Xiaoxiu will still care about her as a mother? As long as she dares to do so, we can legitimately deal with her, and the impact on Xiaoxiu will be minimized, right? What if there is an accident? Qian Daoliu is still a little worried. Father, don't talk about accidents anymore. Qian Sunji is already a little impatient. What kind of accident can there be? No matter how talented she is just a sole Douluo now. With you in charge of Wuhan City, what kind of storm can she stir up? And with her talent, her strength, and that waste as a weakness, when Wuhan Hall unifies the continent in the future, we can let her do those things that you think cannot be done or are inconvenient to do. The holy glory of the angel god is still spotless. So don't worry anymore, I will handle this matter well and will not damage the reputation of the angel god. Seeing Kyung Sunji like this, Qian Daoliu knew that he could no longer listen to his words, so he shook his head and disappeared in the Pope's palace. Old people are troublesome, they hesitate about everything. Kyung Sunji sat back on the Pope's throne. What's the point of sticking to that little bit of reputation? Could it be that the Spirit Hall has been able to develop to its current scale because of that set of glorious and upright rhetoric? The face is for others to see, as for the shameful things, just like the old ashes under the table, as long as you can't see it, it doesn't exist. Chapter 8 Spirit City. After wandering all the way, for nearly half a month, Bibi Dong brought Nanfang to the sphere of influence of the Spirit Hall. You will stay in the state of this kitten from now on, and don't change randomly. Bibi Dong looked at the beautiful golden-haired kitten squatting on the ground and warned seriously. The Holy Light Spirit Cat, a rare light-attributed soul beast, lives in the Xingda Great Forest. It is very timid and any slight movement will make this soul beast run away at full speed. Therefore, few people can hunt the soul ring of the Holy Light Spirit Cat. During this period, she took Nanfang for a stroll. When passing through the Xingda Great Forest, she took Nanfang in to stroll around the periphery and happened to meet a Holy Light Spirit Cat. Then, Nanfang didn't know what means he used to turn himself into a Holy Light Spirit Cat. But it just so happened that if she brought back a person for no reason, even if it was just a child, Kyung Sunji would be suspicious, but if she brought back a cat, or a cat with this light attribute, no one would care, and she could also reasonably keep Nanfang with her. Got it? Nanfang nodded. The monkey spell's ability to change requires complete information to change. Simply put, it is just like someone's soul copying skill. At least, he needs to get a drop of blood from the target to truly simulate the change into this soul beast. Otherwise, it is just a superficial appearance, or just an ordinary animal that looks like the target soul beast. After getting the complete information, this change is no longer just the appearance, even the breath of the soul beast can be simulated, and even the special power of the soul beast itself can be simulated. True perfect mimicry. After arriving at Wuhan City, don't run around, don't leave my side, and don't contact other people casually. Bibi Dong picked up Nanfang and continued to move forward. You are a soul beast now. If you act alone, you may be killed at any time. Also, don't talk. She was also confused. When Nanfang first transformed into other animals, he did not have the ability to speak, but as he transformed, he could speak human language again. Although his voice was a little strange, he could indeed speak directly with the body of an animal. In the cognition of human soul masters, only soul beasts of 100,000 years have the ability to speak human language. If they were misunderstood in Wuhan City, it would be very troublesome. Wuhan City. Under Kyung Sunji's propaganda, Bibi Dong, who had not yet returned, once again became the focus of Wuhan Hall. After Tang Hao, the second practitioner who successfully walked out of the Slaughter City in 100 years. The Slaughter City is no secret in the eyes of the major spirit masters. In the past, many people went to the Slaughter City for training, but almost all of them fell into oblivion. Before Tang Hao, there had been no practitioners who successfully walked out of the Slaughter City in Douluo continent for hundreds of years. The Haoshan sect used this to promote it before, which greatly boosted the reputation and morale of the Haoshan sect. Now, Bibi Dong, as the saint of the Spirit Hall, has done the same thing, so the Spirit Hall naturally wants to use this to promote it. You are very popular. Nanfang lay in Bibi Dong's arms, looking at the lively Spirit City with curiosity. Since approaching the Spirit City, almost any spirit master on the roadside can recognize the saint. It's not popularity, it's that guy's arrangement. Bibi Dong said in a voice transmission. Since that incident, he has been pretending to be attentive to his daughter, in order to make her feel that her father is the best man in the world and that I am unkind. Oh, Nanfang roughly understood. Isn't this the plot where the rapist wants the victim to fall in love with him? What a stupid idea. The current situation is the same. The more he shows his concern and attention to me, the more unbearable I will be in the eyes of his daughter. When his daughter is completely disappointed in me, he will find a chance to deal with me. Bibi Dong said. Then why don't you pretend to be nice to your daughter? Nanfang asked in confusion. Bibi Dong looked at Nanfang speechlessly. Didn't I say that before? Before Qian Rongxiu awakened the six-winged angel spirit, she just ignored the child and didn't want her to be involved in this matter, so when Qian Sunji behaved like that, she was also happy to cooperate. Just right, she didn't have to endure the disgust to cater to Qian Sunji. It wasn't until Qian Rongxiu awakened the six-winged angel spirit that she was completely disappointed with the child, and then she was thrown into the Slaughter City to fend for herself. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Nanfang stopped talking, lying quietly in Bibi Dong's arms, looking at the surrounding scenery. Under the guidance of the cardinal in front, Bibi Dong walked through the prosperous welcome ceremony and came to the magnificent Pope's palace. Your Highness, the Pope has been waiting for a long time. The cardinal bowed slightly. Bibi Dong nodded and walked into the gate of the Pope's palace. After walking through the empty corridor, Nanfang saw an empty hall. In the deepest part of the hall, on the high platform, there was a huge throne with the iconic angel statue of the Spirit Hall. You are back. The blond man sitting on the throne spoke calmly. Bibi Dong looked up and no longer suppressed the evil spirit in her body. The violent killing intent of the killing god domain instantly poured out, which frightened the unprepared Nanfang and made the hair on his body stand up. When the killing spirit rushed to Kyungsunji, a soul power full of light and heat suddenly burst out, illuminating the entire hall of the Pope's hall in just an instant, and also suppressed Bibi Dong's killing god domain back. Is this what you got in the city of slaughter? Kyungsunji stood up with a faint smile on his face. Not bad. Thank you, Your Majesty. Bibi Dong bowed her head slightly, and the killing intent dissipated. But it seems that you can't control it completely. Kyungsunji walked down the platform and walked towards Bibi Dong. I'm going to retreat. Bibi Dong said. Kyungsunji walked about 3 meters in front of Bibi Dong, stopped, and a look of hesitation appeared on his face. Schwetter misses you very much, don't you plan to see her? Bibi Dong didn't speak, just lowered her head. Kyungsunji sighed, go. Bibi Dong bowed slightly and turned to leave the Pope's palace. After Bibi Dong's figure disappeared in the Pope's palace, a beautiful blonde girl came out from behind the huge throne on the platform. Dad. Qian Rongxiu came over with some sadness and hugged Kyungsunji's waist. Maybe she has her own difficulties. Kyungsunji sighed and stroked Qian Rongxiu's head. Well, Qian Rongxiu nodded. I know. Kyungsunji frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. If you miss her, go see her. After so many years, maybe she has let it go. Qian Rongxiu was stunned, really? Of course. Kyungsunji smiled. I'll go prepare a gift for my mother. Qian Rongxiu ran out of the Pope's palace excitedly. Kyungsunji stood there, watching Qian Rongxiu go away. Zioxiu, don't blame me, I'm doing this for your own good. Bibi Dong has just obtained the killing god domain, and the murderous aura is difficult to control. Qian Rongxiu approached at this time, even if she wanted to, she might not be able to hold back. The removal of the stain needs to be gradual. As long as Qian Rongxiu is completely disappointed with her mother, the rest will be simple. Chapter 9 Don't Touch My Cat. Saint Maiden Hall. This is where Bibi Dong lived after she broke through the soul saint at the age of 20 and was named Saint Maiden. Bibi Dong was unfamiliar with this place, because she had not lived here for long, and she began a 6-year confinement life deep in the Pope's palace. You will sleep here in the future. Bibi Dong brought a large rocking chair and placed it next to her bed. Nanfang looked at the baby bed in front of him with a strange look. Do you really treat me like a cat? Do you want to turn into a human? Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows. Don't forget, this saint's palace is full of his spies, and my every move cannot escape his surveillance. If you dare to secretly turn into a human, think about what will happen if you are discovered. Nanfang jumped onto the rocking chair with some depression and tried to lie down for a while. Well, it's unexpectedly comfortable. It's not bad to be a cat. Nanfang stretched. So, what are your plans next? The time setting before Tang San was born is messy, and he doesn't know what the plot is now. However, according to the setting, Qian Rongxiu is about 10 years older than Tang San, and she was undercover in the Tiandu imperial family at the age of 9. 3 years ago, Qian Rongxiu's martial spirit awakened, and Bibi Dong went to the slaughter city, so Qian Rongxiu is now 9 years old, which means that this year, Qian Rongxiu will go undercover in the Tiandu Empire, and Tang San will be born in at least a year. Wait for the opportunity. Bibi Dong took Nanfang into her arms and lay on the bed. In the short term, they won't attack me. Why don't you consider the plan I mentioned before? Nanfang said. Train Qian Rongxiu and let her. Stop. Bibi Dong's eyes twitched wildly. What's in your mind? Aren't I helping you? Nanfang said. Help me. Bibi Dong laughed. Why did you help me? When she was in the slaughter city, if Nanfang did not have a special healing ability, she would not have provoked so many fallen people for a child. Besides those dreams, a large part of the reason for her delay in the slaughter city for so long was that those fallen people often went to snatch Nanfang's healing prop from her, which made it impossible for her to concentrate on the competition in the slaughter field. You helped me in the slaughter city and brought me out. Isn't it natural for me to help you? Nanfang said. As for the spirit hall, no matter how glorious and upright they have nothing to do with me. I will help you, no matter whether you are right or wrong. Bibi Dong shook her head with a complicated look, but you have also helped me for 3 years. Now that I have brought you out, we should be even. This matter is very dangerous, you should not get involved. She was not sure about revenge, and even if she succeeded, she would most likely be killed by Qian Daoliu. I will find a chance to arrange a reasonable identity for you. Don't talk about this matter anymore. Bibi Dong said. Oh. Nanfang nodded. Not helping? Is it possible? As long as Kyungsunji is killed, the position of the Pope will fall to Bibi Dong. As the Pope's little lover, wouldn't he be second to none in a minute? Kill Kyungsunji, deceive Qian Rongxiu, and occupy the spirit hall. Everyone has a bright future. The sun is shining, the birds are singing, and the flowers are fragrant. Facing the fresh air, Nanfang, who had just woken up, went out for a walk. The guards of the Saint Maiden Hall also knew that Bibi Dong brought back a cat, so Nanfang had no problems along the way. This is what life is all about. The air in the killing city was filled with the smell of blood and all kinds of strange smells. Even breathing was a torture. Fortunately, the power of the horse spell could purify the air. When he was alone in the small room, he was breathing safe gas. Otherwise, he felt that he would have collapsed in that ghost place. Meow. Nanfang, who was distracted, suddenly felt that his body began to move away from the ground. Who is blind? Don't you know that I am Bibi Dong's cat? Mimi. A soft and sticky voice sounded from his ears. Nanfang, who was about to lose his temper, was less angry. Well, if it was a pretty girl, he could still bear it. Meow. Nanfang turned his head and a delicate little face appeared in front of him. Golden hair, little girl, and this breath similar to Kyungsunji Qian Rongxiu? Looking at the stunned little cat in front of her, Qian Rongxiu was a little confused. Isn't it said that the holy light spirit cat is very timid and very sensitive? Why do I feel that this cat is a little stupid? Xiao Feng. When Bibi Dong woke up in the morning and found that Nanfang had disappeared at the head of the bed, she went out to look for the cat. Xiao. When she turned the corner and saw Qian Rongxiu holding a golden kitten in her arms, Bibi Dong's face suddenly fell. Mom! Don't touch my cat! Bibi Dong stepped forward and snatched Nanfang from Qian Rongxiu's arms. Qian Rongxiu looked at Bibi Dong with some grievance. What are you doing here? Bibi Dong glanced at Qian Rongxiu coldly. Get lost. Qian Rongxiu, who had just taken out the gift box and had not had time to speak, swayed twice and took a half step back, her face pale. Even the gift box in her hand fell to the ground. Why? Qian Rongxiu raised her head with red eyes and asked with a trembling voice. Bibi Dong didn't answer, she hugged Nanfang and turned away. Seeing this, Qian Rongxiu subconsciously completed the spirit possession, jumped up, and blocked Bibi Dong. Why? Why do you do this to me? Before she was 6 years old, her father said that her mother didn't like trash, so she didn't like her, but after she awakened her spirit at the age of 6, she had the top level innate talent of level 20, and the highest quality 6-winged angel spirit. Her mother's attitude towards her became worse. She didn't understand. Why? Looking at the 6-winged angel spirit in front of her, feeling this sacred breath that made her sick, Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes slightly, a thick bloody killing intent slowly overflowed from her body. Qian Rongxiu's expression froze, the flow of soul power stagnated, and she fell to the ground limply, looking at the terrifying Bibi Dong in front of her in fear. Meow. Nanfang stretched out his soft palm and hit Bibi Dong in the face. The horse spell was activated, suppressing the out-of-control murderous aura. Bibi Dong suddenly came back to her senses, gasping for breath, shook her head vigorously, and quickly left the scene with Nanfang in her arms. Qian Rongxiu sat on the ground in a daze, looking at the direction where Bibi Dong left with a dull look. Qian Sunji, who was hiding in the dark, was a little disappointed when he saw this scene. If Bibi Dong had lost control of her murderous intent just now, and he had come forward in time to save Qian Rongxiu, and if he had been injured appropriately, the child's affection for Bibi Dong would have been reduced by half. The effect is still not enough. Zioxiu. King Sunji, who was late, ran up quickly and helped Qian Rongxiu up from the ground. Zioxiu, are you okay? No, I'm fine. Qian Rongxiu shook her head. The fear faded away, and thinking back to Bibi Dong's abnormal reaction just now, Qian Rongxiu was full of doubts. Dad, what's wrong with Mom? Qian Rongxiu asked. She just... King Sunji shook his head, I don't know too much, maybe the sequelae from the Killing City have not been completely resolved. Killing City? Qian Rongxiu looked puzzled. What is that place? Did Mom go there to train in the past few years? King Sunji nodded, it's a very dangerous place. I advised her, but she insisted on going. Zioxiu, you. Qian Rongxiu turned around and ran in another direction. I'll go ask Grandpa. Zioxiu. King Sunji looked at Qian Rongxiu, who was going away with a helpless look on his face. Why is it different from what he planned? Chapter 10. Can't afford to lose. The highest point of Wuhan City, the Angel Temple, is also where the worship hall is located. Qian Rongxiu, who left the Saint Maiden Temple, ran here as soon as possible and found Qian Douluo. Killing God Domain. Qian Rongxiu looked puzzled. Is it more powerful than the Angel Domain? Qian Douluo shook his head, it depends on the person. The Angel Domain is a special domain that comes with the 6-winged angel martial soul, which can almost make the soul master with this martial soul invincible among the same level. The Angel clan can stand on the continent for thousands of years and last for a long time because of their powerful martial soul inheritance. According to past records, the Killing God Domain is a domain unique to the Killing City. The entire Killing City is shrouded in a huge Killing God Domain. However, the Killing God Domain of the Killing City is arranged by God, and even if a peerless Douluo enters that place, he will be suppressed. Tang Chen disappeared for so many years in order to seek the path to becoming a god, and there is no news at all. He guessed that the guy is likely to stay in the Killing City. Can I have the Killing God Domain? Qian Rongxiu asked. Yes, but it's not necessary. Qian Douluo said. Your 6-winged angel martial soul is the highest quality in 10,000 years. The angel domain you will activate in the future will also be the closest to the domain of God. There is no need to mix that kind of thing. The source of the 6-winged angel martial soul is the first generation of angel gods, and the image is also the image of the first generation of angel gods. However, after being passed down, the quality of the 6-winged angel martial soul varies from person to person. People who inherit the 6-winged angel martial soul are all 10th level innate full soul power, without exception. Of course, even if they are both at level 10 innate full soul power, there are still differences in talent. Some people are at level 10 innate because the highest level can only be level 10 according to the rules, while some people are at level 10 innate because they can only reach that level. Most of the titled Douluo in the Elder Hall are at level 10 innate full soul power, but most of them are at level 93 or 94, and many of them have not made any progress for more than 10 years or even decades. What about my mother's killing god domain? Qian Rongxiu asked. Qian Daoliu hesitated for a moment. It takes a long time to control the killing god domain, so don't contact her for the time being. Can I help her? Qian Rongxiu asked. Qian Daoliu shook his head. I can't help, she can only control it herself. Oh, Qian Rongxiu was a little disappointed. Goodbye, Grandpa. Qian Rongxiu left disappointedly without getting the ideal answer. And just after Qian Rongxiu left, Qian Sunji appeared in the worship hall. Father, there are some things you shouldn't tell her so clearly. Kyung Sunji said. Qian Daoliu frowned. Did you arrange it? I'm behind her. Kyung Sunji said. This is the best opportunity. Xiaoxiu still has expectations for Bibi Dong. As long as there is a little more stimulation, this expectation can be completely wiped out. I know what you are worried about. You are just afraid that this matter will become a knot in her heart, or even an obstacle to her becoming a god. As long as you downplay the importance of Bibi Dong in her heart, even if she knows the truth in the future, she won't care too much. Speaking of this, Kyung Sunji was a little helpless, but I didn't expect her to hold back today. You know, the first time she saw me yesterday, the murderous aura burst out directly. Qian Daoliu narrowed his eyes slightly. You little bastard are still quite proud? What are you going to do next? Qian Daoliu took a deep breath. Xiaoxiu now knows the troubles of Bibi Dong's killing god domain. Even if she encounters such a thing again, she will not blame Bibi Dong, on the contrary, she will only feel sorry for her mother. Kyung Sunji took out a gilded document from the soul guide and handed it to Qian Daoliu. Qian Daoliu took it with some doubt and flipped through it, undercover in Tiandu. You want Xiaoxiu to go? This is a plan that the Elders Hall had drawn up many years ago, but they have never found a suitable candidate. After all, there are titled Douluos in Tiandu city. If you want to deceive the eyes of titled Douluos, you can only have the special soul bone of the angel clan. Moreover, this matter is of great importance. Those who go undercover must be absolutely loyal to the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, once exposed, this matter will be a huge blow to the reputation of the Spirit Hall. Father, Xiaoxiu is too naive now, and she can't get any psychological growth by staying with you. You spoil her too much. If she just practices with all her heart, just like Bibi Dong at the beginning, she doesn't know anything. What if something happens to her when she grows up? Kyung Sunji said. Qian Daoliu's face darkened. You are really good at giving examples. Father, without experience, there is no growth. Kyung Sunji said. Bibi Dong is a failed case. I have never taught her anything other than cultivation. As a result, she has no ability to distinguish right from wrong. An unprecedented, 20-year-old soul saint, without any brains, was fooled by a waste abandoned by a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex and was confused. She even wanted to leave the Spirit Hall and follow that waste to wander around the world. You don't want to see something similar happen to Xiaoxiu, do you? Stop. Qian Daoliu almost couldn't help but slap Kyung Sunji away. Can such a horrible thing be said casually? Father, words are not as good as actions. Kyung Sunji said. In the royal family, there are so many intrigues, deceptions, and even internal strife. Let Xiaoxiu see these things, so that she can really grow up. Didn't our ancestor, the angel god, travel around the continent for thousands of years before finally ascending to God? A true strong man not only has powerful strength, but also has a tenacious heart, not a giant baby with only strength but no brain. Qian Daoliu hesitated a little. Seeing this, Kyung Sunji continued, Father, do you know where you are inferior to Tang Chen? Qian Daoliu's face darkened. I have tolerated you enough today, don't push it too far. Kyung Sunji's expression remained unchanged. Father, you will lose to Tang Chen, not because of strength, but because you are too timid. Tang Chen dares to fight and fight, what about you? Tang Chen can fight with everything, what about you? Have you ever really given up everything even once? You always worry too much and want everything. You never hesitate for things you are sure of, just like when you were a judge Douluo and wiped out all the enemies of the Spirit Hall. But you are not sure about Tang Chen, so you can never make up your mind about things related to him. You always think about what if, but how can there be so many what ifs in this world? That's because I can't afford to lose. Qian Daoliu said in a deep voice. I dare not lose either. I can't lose. Give up everything? How can it be that easy? Tang Chen, that heartless bastard, can abandon the Haoshan sect at any time to do his own thing. What about him? Can he abandon the Spirit Hall? Or does he dare to gamble with the Spirit Hall's 10,000-year foundation? Is he timid? Is he cowardly? It is the responsibility of the angel god on his shoulders that makes him dare not face even the slightest risk. Chapter 11 The Injustice Alliance. Yes, you dare not lose, you can't lose, so you have to minimize the risk. Then, am I not also trying to minimize the impact of this incident on Xiaoxiu? Kyung Sunji said. Over the past few years, I have been trying to wear down Xiaoxiu's feelings for Bibi Dong while reasoning with her, but you also saw that as soon as her mother came back, she instantly forgot what I said. Facts have proved that reasoning alone cannot teach people. She must be allowed to see and experience it herself. The Tiandu royal family is the best environment for Xiaoxiu to grow up. Qian Daoliu was still a little hesitant. Wuhan City is also okay. Father. I would rather she kill without blinking an eye in the future, at least she can protect herself, and I don't want her to become what Bibi Dong was before. Qian Sunji said. In Wuhan City, she will subconsciously rely on us. Once this dependence becomes a habit, we can help her and protect her now, but what about when she becomes a god in the future? Who can she rely on? Xiaoxiu is not an ordinary person. She is an unprecedented innate level 20, and is also destined to become a god. For her, the most important thing is not hard practice, but the polishing of her state of mind. What about safety issues? Qian Daoliu sighed. She is only 9 years old. What if you let her go to that kind of ghost place and encounter danger? Don't worry about this. We have 3 Soul Douluo bishops and more than 10 soul saints stationed in the Wuhan temple of Tiandu city. Xiaoxiu's safety is absolutely guaranteed. Kyung Sunji said. Besides, given the cowardly nature of the Tiandu royal family, even if they found out about this, do you think they would do you dare to tear your face with us? It is not difficult for the Spirit Hall to destroy the Tiandu imperial family. The problem is that the situation of the Tiandu Empire is special. Everyone has their own plans. Once the royal family has problems, the kingdoms and principalities below will become independent in a minute. It will be a mess at that time. As for Xingluo, the Dai royal family has a close relationship with the Haoshan sect, and the spirit fusion skills of the Xingluo royal family cannot be disguised. It is too difficult and dangerous to be an undercover. In comparison, the Tiandu Empire is more suitable. Even if Jian Rongxiu is exposed, it is no big deal. Does the Tiandu imperial family dare to declare war on the Spirit Hall? They can't control the nobles and kingdoms under their command, so they declare war? The Tiandu imperial family is really courting their own destruction. Holy Maiden Hall. Your murderous aura is really easy to get out of control. Nanfang complained. When he went to the Pope's palace before, he saw Qian Sunji, and his killing intent suddenly emerged. This time, when he saw Jian Rongxiu's martial spirit possessed him, he also rushed out. Bibi Dong, who had just adjusted her breath, opened her eyes. You know how many people I killed in the city of slaughter. The murderous aura accumulated in my body, and the killing god domain formed was originally restless. As she said this, Bibi Dong's face was a little unnatural. Due to Nanfang's existence, she has not started to suppress her killing aura until now. Every time the killing aura is restless, this kid suppresses it for her in seconds. Next, unless I go crazy, otherwise, don't suppress my killing aura anymore. Bibi Dong said. If she continues to rely on it, she may never be able to control her killing god domain. But I'm afraid. Nanfang said. You don't know how terrifying you were at that time. If I don't help you suppress it, what if you get angry and stab me? Bibi Dong was speechless for a moment. That's a problem. When the murderous aura was out of control, everyone in front of her was Kyung Sunji. How about I find you a place to live? Bibi Dong said. It just so happens that I plan to retreat next and have no time to take care of you. A place to live. Nanfang hesitated. Where to live? Let me make it clear first, I can't stand the hardship. I have suffered enough grievances in the city of slaughter, and I will never suffer any more grievances in this life. A few days later, Wuhan Hall Academy. There is no doubt that this is the most powerful Soul Master Academy in Douluo continent, because Wuhan Hall itself is a huge Soul Master organization. Almost all the people in this organization and their descendants will be placed in Wuhan Hall Academy for training. You don't want me to go to school, do you? Nanfang said strangely. No, I'm here to find someone. Bibi Dong said. When she was in the Slaughter City, she had taught Nanfang a lot. This child has a very good memory. He can almost recite what she said backwards, so he doesn't need to enter the Soul Master Academy. Moreover, the greatest help of the Soul Master Academy for Soul Masters is to hunt soul rings. But Nanfang doesn't need to hunt soul rings. His knowledge reserve is enough. As for fighting, this child is a healing Soul Master and doesn't need to consider those things. Moreover, even if she needs to teach, she will teach herself. Looking for someone. Nanfang stuck his head out and looked around. Male or female? Let me make it clear first, I will never let a man support me. Bibi Dong's eyes twitched slightly, it's a little girl. While speaking, Bibi Dong had already arrived at the teaching area of the Junior Soul Master Academy of the Wuhan Hall Academy, found the person in charge here, and asked about the child she was looking for. After a while, the Dean of Teaching came in with a timid little girl with short pink and golden hair. Your Highness the Saint? Seeing the appearance of the visitor, Hulina was obviously stunned. Nana, long time no see. Bibi Dong rarely showed a kind smile outside. Seeing this, the Dean also consciously left the office and closed the door. Are you going to let her take care of me? Nanfang said. Hulina looked at the golden kitten squatting on the table and speaking human language with a confused face. Hearing? Bibi Dong's eyes twitched. Nana, this cat is a special breed and can speak human language. Don't be nervous. Before the voice fell, a light flashed on Nanfang's body. In a blink of an eye, the kitten disappeared, replaced by a handsome boy of 12 or 13 years old. The air seemed to freeze for a second or two, Hulina's eyes went dark and fell backwards. Bibi Dong quickly reached out and took her into his arms. You are so timid. Nanfang curled his lips. Before going out, he had asked Bibi Dong to prepare a set of clothes for him. Bibi Dong put the fainted Hulina on the sofa, and grabbed Nanfang's collar with a bad face. What are you doing? Nanfang looked innocent. Isn't she one of us? One of us? Bibi Dong's eyes twitched. When did I not write? What one of us? Kilchian Sunji, the anti-feudal, anti-landlord, and anti-hegemonic unjust alliance that occupied the Spirit Hall. Nanfang said seriously. Hey! Bibi Dong looked confused. Where did you get this series of nouns? As soon as I arrived at the Spirit City, I found that there was a strong smell of corruption and embezzlement everywhere. Nanfang's face became serious. Look at the city wall, the statue, and the big golden chair. They are all the people's blood and sweat. Soul Masters don't produce, where do these things come from? Aren't they all looted from ordinary people? Isn't this oppression by feudal landlords? As we walked along, I saw the morals of those ordinary people's villages along the way. Many people were so poor that they couldn't even eat. A group of ordinary people who couldn't even eat enough, could it be that they were willing to contribute their few fruits of labor? Isn't this the fucking hegemony generated by relying on their own military force? As the head of the Spirit Hall, isn't King Sunji the representative of the feudal landlord hegemony class? We want to kill him, isn't it anti-feudal, anti-landlord, anti-hegemony? Of course, considering your background, you are more or less ruthless in opposing the Spirit Hall, so I call it the Injustice Alliance. What happens after the rebellion? Bibi Dong said with a strange look in her eyes. Of course, I will take over this damn feudal landlord hegemony class and enjoy it myself. Nanfang said. After all, if I don't exploit, others will, and they will even exploit themselves. Since exploitation and oppression will not disappear, it is better for us to enjoy it first instead of letting others get the advantage. Isn't that right? Bibi Dong. I knew you were not going to do anything good. Chapter 12 Don't Trust Anyone. Old Teacher. Because Nanfang took the initiative to expose his true identity in front of Hulina, and also created an inexplicable anti-feudal, anti-landlord and anti-hegemony unjust alliance, Bibi Dong had no choice but to follow Nanfang's plan. Your Highness, are you serious? Hulina, who had just been awakened by Nanfang, looked at Bibi Dong in a daze. Want to accept her as a student? Yes. Bibi Dong nodded. The main reason she came here this time was for this matter. It was just right to let Nanfang see if he liked Hulina. If he did, she would let Hulina take care of Nanfang during her retreat. Why, you don't want to? Bibi Dong asked. No. No. Hulina shook her head nervously. I just felt like I was dreaming. First she saw a cat that could speak human language, and then Her Highness the Saint wanted to take her in as a disciple. Could she be dreaming? That's right. It must be a daydream. Thinking of this, Hulina pinched her thigh fiercely. What are you doing? Bibi Dong looked at Hulina, who had pinched her tears, in confusion. Hulina bit her lip and raised her head with tears in her eyes. It hurts. It's not a dream. It's okay to be timid, but your brain is not good. Nanfang walked to Hulina with some disdain and touched her gently. Hey! Hulina was confused. This cat can really talk? No, she doesn't feel any pain anymore. I'll leave the missionary work to you. I'll go out for a walk. Nanfang said, jumping out of the window. Meow. Bibi Dong's eyes twitched wildly. This is the 6th floor. The Pope's Palace. The news that Bibi Dong went to the Spirit Academy to recruit a disciple soon reached Kyungsunji's ears. Top Spiritual Demon Fox Spirit, Innate Level 9. Kyungsunji looked at the information presented by the Spirit Academy. Dad, Mom has accepted a disciple. Qianrongxiu came up curiously. Didn't you say that Mom's killing god domain is still unstable and can't contact people casually? Who knows? Kyungsunji also didn't understand Bibi Dong's operation. Did she figure it out in the 3 years in the city of slaughter? Yes, a twin spirit with full innate spirit power, and he overcame the difficulty of practicing twin spirits at the same time. This top genius should not waste his life for a waste. Let's go and see her. Kyungsunji stood up. Qianrongxiu hesitated, but, Grandpa said, don't go to see Mom until her murderous aura is stable. I'll take you there, it won't be a problem. Kyungsunji said. Besides, don't you want to see what kind of apprentice she has accepted? Holy Maiden Hall. After Bibi Dong successfully accepted a disciple, she brought Hulina back. In the future, you can come here except when you are in class at the Wuhan Academy. Bibi Dong is taking Hulina to visit the Holy Maiden Hall. The Holy Maiden Hall, like the Pope's Hall, is not a palace, but a palace complex, with many large and small palaces with different functions. The Pope's Hall occupies almost 1/10 of the entire Wuhan city. The clergy of Wuhan city all work in the Pope's Hall. The Pope's Hall that everyone usually talks about is actually a place similar to the two empires holding court meetings, which is the meeting hall that Nanfang had visited before. Although the Saint's Palace is not as exaggerated as the Pope's Palace, it is also composed of 4 large courtyards in the east, west, south and north. In terms of specifications, it is similar to the residences of the dukes of the two empires. The west courtyard is for logistics, and the south courtyard is the front of the Saint's Palace, which is used to welcome guests but not for living. Bibi Dong usually lives in the north courtyard, which is also where she will be in seclusion next. Now, Bibi Dong brings Hulai. Bibi Dong visited the east courtyard. I'm not particularly familiar with this place either. Bibi Dong said. Walk around more when you have time. Hulina nodded, okay, teacher. By the way. Bibi Dong paused. Don't trust anyone in this hall. Hulina was stunned, why? I'll tell you the reason later, but now, you just need to remember it. Bibi Dong said. All the people in the Saint Maiden Hall were sent by Qian Sunji to monitor her, without exception. I remember. Hulina nodded and didn't ask any more questions. And Bibi Dong's face fell before she finished speaking. Not far ahead, Qian Sunji was walking towards this side, followed by Qianrongxiu who was looking around. Your Holiness. Hulina bowed awkwardly. Is this your new disciple? Qian Sunji looked at the timid Hulina. Not bad. Thank you, Your Holiness. Bibi Dong's attitude was a little cold, and she tried her best to suppress the murderous aura in her body. Kyungsunji didn't care, and pulled Qianrongxiu out from behind. Zioxiu, you go over and play with this child, I have something to say to the saint. Yet. Qianrongxiu walked out nervously, not daring to look at Bibi Dong. Although Qianrongxiu knew that Bibi Dong showed that look because of the murderous aura out of control, it still left a big shadow on her. Your Holiness, if you have something to say, just say it. Bibi Dong stood in front of Hulina. Some things are inconvenient. Kyung Sunji said. Nana, go over and play. Bibi Dong winked at Hulina, indicating that she should take Jian Rongxiu to the garden where Nanfang was sleeping. Oh, Hulina stood out nervously. Seeing Bibi Dong having such a close relationship with another child, Jian Rongxiu's eyes changed inexplicably. Why? Is it only when he sees her that he loses control of his murderous aura? Watching Jian Rongxiu and Hulina walk away, Jian Sunji retracted his gaze and looked at Bibi Dong. I need your help with something. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes slightly. What is it? Don't you want to see Zioxiu? Jian Sunji took out the undercover plan for Tiandu and handed it to Bibi Dong. Now, there is a chance to make her stay away from you. Bibi Dong flipped through the plan in her hand and couldn't help laughing. Undercover. I didn't expect that you guys don't even act now, and you can do such a thing. To put it nicely, it's an undercover. To put it bluntly, it's to let a little girl under 10 years old run to the Tiandu royal family, deceive people's trust, and then kill the whole family. To achieve great things, you don't have to pay attention to small details. Kyung Sunji's expression remained unchanged. So, what's your choice? What if I refuse? Bibi Dong said. Kyung Sunji put his hands behind his back, turned sideways, and looked at the flowers and plants on the roadside. Remember the abandoned child of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex? I have a lot of news about him, do you want to hear it? Chapter 13 The Death of the Civet. On the other side, Nanfang, who was lying on a rocking chair in the garden and sleeping in the sun, was awakened by a sneaky sound of footsteps. The soul left his body. From a third-person perspective, Nanfang saw two little girls tiptoeing. Nanfang looked puzzled. How did these two get together? Also, what was this sneaky thing trying to do? Just as Nanfang was puzzled, Jian Rongxiu and Hulina pounced at the same time and grabbed Nanfang's body. I said this cat is a little stupid, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Jian Rongxiu said. Hulina looked puzzled, it shouldn't be. Nanfang is so hard to hug. Only her teacher can hug him casually. She has to coax him to hug her, and she may not be able to coax him. Now she has no delicious food in her hand. If she wants to hug him, she can only rely on sneak attacks. No, Jian Rongxiu's expression froze. What's wrong? Hulina asked in confusion. It seems it's not breathing. Jian Rongxiu said nervously. She hugged it before, and her mother got angry. If something really happened. Not breathing. Hulina was stunned, and reached out to touch Nanfang's nose. It really didn't breathe. It's none of my business. Jian Rongxiu quickly dodged. She hugged it before, and her mother had that kind of reaction. If something really happened to this cat, she couldn't imagine what would happen. Hulina was also panicking. This is not just a cat. For a moment, the crime scene became extremely tense. Jian Rongxiu wanted to escape, but she was worried that Hulina would put the blame on her, so she couldn't run. However, her mother's attitude towards her, when she comes later, she will probably not listen to her explanation. You did it. Jian Rongxiu's eyes condensed. It must be you. This fox wanted to rob her mother, so he used this cat to frame her. Me? Hulina was confused. We came here together, how could it be me? Looking at Hulina's face, seeing the cat's confusion and panic, Jian Rongxiu began to doubt her own judgment. Could it be that the cat suddenly became ill? They just happened to run into it. Damn it! How could she be so unlucky? She could see that her mother cared about the cat very much and didn't even let her touch it. If the cat got into trouble, she would be there at the scene. For a moment, Jian Rongxiu's brain began to overload. No. This matter cannot have anything to do with her. You don't want my mother saint to suspect that you have something to do with this matter, right? Jian Rongxiu said seriously. Her father said that when she was outside, she should not let anyone know her identity, and she should not release her martial spirit outside. The frightened Hulina had not recovered yet. If you don't want to, do as I say. Jian Rongxiu grabbed Hulina's shoulders and stared into her eyes. Hulina, who was frightened by Jian Rongxiu's sharp eyes, suddenly came back to her senses and swallowed nervously. I will obey. We have never been here. Jian Rongxiu said. Remember. We have never seen this cat. Hulina was stunned. But. No buts. Jian Rongxiu said in a deep voice. You must do as I say. Facing such a strong Jian Rongxiu, Hulina's legs were a little weak, I know. Remember. This matter must not be known to the saint. Qian Rongxue warned. Otherwise, you will be dead. Awesome. Nanfang, who was floating on the side, couldn't help but exclaimed. She is worthy of being a woman who went undercover in the Tiandu royal family at the age of 9 and almost killed Shuiya into a lonely old man. When his soul was out of his body was in a state similar to hibernation, his breathing was almost stagnant, and his energy consumption was extremely low. If someone didn't know him, they would think he was dead at first glance. Facing his accidental death, in less than a minute, Qian Rongxue had completed the 3-stage transition from panic to calmness and then to determination. This mentality is invincible. She is worthy of being a man who does great things. Let's go. Qian Rongxue pulled Hulina up and quickly left the crime scene. If she continued to stay with the cat, she would really have no way to defend herself when she was discovered. After Qian Rongxue and the others walked away, Nanfang's soul returned to his body again. I hope this lesson can make you understand that cats on the roadside should not be touched casually. Stretching, Nanfang jumped off the chair and walked towards the back kitchen. After a nap, it's time for afternoon tea. On the other side, Kyungsunji and Bibi Dong had finished their discussion. Qian Rongxue, who had taken Hulina for a walk in the Saint Maiden Hall to reduce her suspicion, also came back. Seeing Hulina, who seemed a little strange, Bibi Dong frowned slightly. Nana, did she bully you? No, no. Hulina suddenly came back to her senses. Really? Bibi Dong asked suspiciously. Really not. Hulina said seriously. Come here. Bibi Dong said. Oh. Hulina ran towards Bibi Dong nervously. Bibi Dong squatted down and held Hulina's little face. What happened? Hulina was only 6 years old, she was timid, and she grew up in an orphanage, so she was relatively inferior in character. Facing Qian Rongxue's dominance, even if she was bullied, she would probably not dare to say it. Teacher Hulina's eyes turned red and her lips began to tremble. Don't be nervous, talk slowly. Bibi Dong patted Hulina's head gently. Seeing this, Qian Rongxue hid behind Qian Sunji nervously. Teacher, your cat. Hulina was so nervous that her hands were fighting. Cat. Bibi Dong was slightly stunned, and her tone changed significantly. What's wrong with the cat? Hulina didn't dare to look up, and said in a mosquito-like voice, the cat is dead. Alas, Bibi Dong sighed, looking helpless, and helped Hulina wipe away her tears with some amusement. How do you know the cat is dead? When I saw it, it was no longer breathing. Hulina choked. Teacher, I really don't know why he suddenly died. Meow. Nanfang came to Hulina's feet without knowing when, squatted on the ground, and looked at her in confusion. I heard that I was dead? Ghost. Hulina jumped up in shock, her eyes went dark, and she fainted in Bibi Dong's arms. Nanfang's eyes twitched slightly. No, Hulina was so timid when she was a child? Oh, no, this little fox is only 6 years old now. Just now, Hulina went out with her parents, the children were at home, and the house caught fire for no reason, and she watched the house burn down, but when the parents came back, the burned house was restored for no reason. It's haunted. It's normal to be scared like this when encountering such an emergency situation that can almost be said to be the collapse of the sky. Not everyone is like a child with Down syndrome, who can die at the age of 6. The current era level of Douluo continent is almost the Middle Ages, and the information flow is closed-minded. A 6-year-old kid is indeed quite naive. Unlike those Down syndrome kids who were born in the internet age and are more Down syndrome than Down syndrome kids at the age of 5 or 6. Chapter 14, Love Brains Also Have Differences. You're not dead. Seeing Nanfang suddenly approaching, Qian Rongxue also showed an incredible expression. She had clearly touched it just now, but the cat not only didn't breathe, but also had no heartbeat, and even its body was a little stiff. Nanfang ignored Qian Rongxue, but patted Bibi Dong and pointed in the direction of the kitchen. Those people saw that he was a cat and didn't give him food. Some people even held food in their hands and shook it to seduce him. Damn! Can he bear this grievance? Looking at the direction Nanfang pointed, Bibi Dong quickly understood what he meant. Before, she always took Nanfang with her, but today this guy went alone, and those people in the kitchen must have ignored him. Anything else? Bibi Dong looked at Kyungsunji. Nothing. Kyungsunji looked at Qian Rongxue behind him. What about you? Facing Bibi Dong's cold eyes, Qian Rongxiu lowered her head silently. Kyung Sunji did not delay any longer and took Qian Rongxiu out of the saint's palace. So, he plans to let you instruct Qian Rongxiu to go undercover. In Bibi Dong's private room, Nanfang was finally able to turn back to human form and eat normally. That's about right. Bibi Dong put down the undercover plan in her hand. He needs to maintain the most perfect father image, so he plans to let me do anything that may affect his image. Let a 9-year-old child go undercover in the royal family and then kill the whole family. If Kyung Sunji proposed this kind of insidious thing, it would definitely damage his glorious and upright image as a saint, so this matter could only be proposed by her. Besides, Qian Douluo was worried about her. If Qian Rongxiu stayed in Wuhan City, it would be embarrassing if he went to see her secretly and something happened. By comparison, Tiandu City was safer than here. What are you going to do? Nanfang asked. What else can you do? Just do it. Bibi Dong said. It just so happens that I don't want to see that child either. But she is your amulet, right? Nanfang said. If she leaves Wuhan City, you will be in danger. The reason why Qian Sunji and Qian Douluo didn't take action against Bibi Dong until now is nothing more than to minimize Bibi Dong's influence on Qian Rongxiu and Wuhan Hall. Qian Douluo had taken the angel god test, and he knew what might happen in it, so he didn't dare to bet whether this matter would become an obstacle in Qian Rongxiu's heart. If Bibi Dong is killed now, Qian Rongxiu will not let it go. Even in the angel god test, all the truths are laid out in front of Qian Rongxiu. Her father raped her mother and gave birth to her, and then her grandfather teamed up with her father to kill her mother. With such an exciting plot, who knows if Qian Rongxiu's brain will collapse and fail the angel god test. So, Bibi Dong cannot die in their hands. Anyway, in Wuhan City, this father and son can almost cover the sky with one hand. They have enough time to slowly solve this matter. As for Qian Rongxiu's cultivation, there is no need to rush. Anyway, she is destined to become a god, and there has been no trace of gods in Douluo continent for 20,000 years. How can people who become gods rarely appear in a short period of time? In other words, in the cognition of Qian Douluo and Qian Sunji, this is a sure win. The so-called undercover in Tiandu is just to let Qian Rongxiu experience the intrigues of mortals. Success is the best, and failure is no big deal. Just take it as accumulating life experience. Anyway, as long as the glory of the angel god reappears in the world, mortals will surrender. This is the fact. If it weren't for the appearance of Tang San, the mortals would not have the slightest chance of winning the army of the spirit hall led by the gods, whether in terms of strength or morale. Even if there was no Tang San, the Tiandu palace coup would not have happened. Ning Fengzi, an old fox, is the most shrewd. If there is no chance of winning, he will never fight stubbornly. The huge interest network of the 7 treasures glazed sects spreads across the continent, plus the powerful force of the spirit hall. Are you afraid? Bibi Dong asked. What are you afraid of? Nanfang asked in confusion. If Qian Rongxiu leaves, I will be in danger, and I am your backer. If I fall, your good days will be over. Bibi Dong said. Nanfang looked strange. How can you have such a naive idea? Bibi Dong's eyes twitched slightly. What do you mean? The world is not short of backers. Nanfang continued to eat. If you fall, I can find another one to rely on. Bibi Dong was stunned. Have you found a way out? Not yet. Nanfang said. However, looking at your current situation, I feel that I have to start considering the feasibility of this matter. Bibi Dong's eyes twitched slightly. You are really realistic. It's not okay to be unrealistic. Nanfang shrugged. Did I tell you that if you die, I will definitely kill everyone in the world to avenge you? Or will I die with you? I dare to say this kind of nonsense, do you dare to believe it? I am embarrassed to say it myself. So, take it easy, I really can't stand the turmoil, it's tiring to be with a rich man, just say how much effort I have spent in the past 3 years to be with UCK finally succeeded. Now that I finally succeeded and it's time to enjoy it, you suddenly collapsed. You are done for, but what about me? In this world, except you, I really have nothing. Bibi Dong was stunned, her expression a little unnatural. Except me. You used to fight alone, but now, I will help you, you don't have to be like before. Nanfang said. So, listen to me, okay. As long as Qian Rongxiu maintains enough dependence on Bibi Dong, the father and son will not take action against Bibi Dong. After all, she is worthless and the risk is great. Keeping Bibi Dong in Wuhan City will not cause any trouble at all. As long as Bibi Dong is still valuable, she is still safe. What do you want to do? Bibi Dong asked. You said it, before Qian Rongxiu was 6 years old, you thought she was innocent and didn't want to involve her, and it's the same now. Nanfang grabbed Bibi Dong's hands, activated the horse spell, and forced him to stay awake continuously to prevent the murderous aura from accidentally getting out of control and stabbing him. Bibi Dong avoided his gaze with a complicated look. She couldn't ignore the disgusting breath. As long as she came into contact with it, she would uncontrollably think of that night. Think of the days and nights when she was imprisoned. Bibi Dong. Nanfang frowned. Can you be more decisive? If you hesitate any longer, you will be the one to die. Fuck. He spent so much effort to fool Bibi Dong. If this future female pope falls, how will he survive in the future? With Qian Rongxiu? What are you doing? There is a difference in love brains. Bibi Dong loves Yu Xiaogang. She still misses him almost until her death. She even kills the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex just to let Yu Xiaogang be with the person he likes without any obstacles. Qian Rongxiu loves Tang San. Although she lets him go, this girl is so when it's time to strike, they are not vague at all, and they don't recognize anyone after they pull up their pants. To get involved with such a person? When will he sell her out? Bibi Dong is a love-brained person from the inside out. As long as the strategy is successful, she can really give everything for you, even if she goes crazy, but for Qian Rongxiu, it doesn't matter if the strategy is successful. As long as there is enough benefit, she will kill anyone. In comparison, Qian Rongxiu's cost-effectiveness is too low. And this bird girl is not easy to fool. Before the method of dream was because Bibi Dong was in the high-pressure environment of the slaughter city, and her spirit was originally unstable, her emotions were broken, her life was broken, and she was thrown into the slaughter city like garbage. In that state, she was almost isolated and helpless. It took him nearly 3 years to take this woman down. Qian Rongxiu? Damn. She had a dream tonight, and she was afraid that she would have to run to Qian Douluo that night. And his dream was fabricated by him, and the authorities were confused. If Qian Douluo found out, would he still attack? Attack for nothing. Once he found out the problem, Qian Douluo would probably drive his spirit body and chop him with a flashing sword in a minute. Chapter 15 Plan to steal the country. The next day, Bibi Dong followed the plan she had discussed with Qian Sunji yesterday and came to the Pope's palace to present the Tiandu undercover plan. While Bibi Dong was reporting, Qian Rongxiu was also hiding in the dark under Qian Sunji's arrangement, peeking at Bibi Dong. As long as one person is sent undercover to the Tiandu royal family, and he becomes the representative of the Tiandu royal family, the Spirit Hall will openly approach the Tiandu Empire and support this representative. The originally fragmented Tiandu Empire will naturally move closer to this representative. Bibi Dong said. Tiandu and Xingluo have been fighting for many years, and Tiandu has always been on the invaded side. When the Spirit Hall controls the Tiandu Empire, it can completely launch an attack on Xingluo in the name of self-defense, and the Spirit Masters of the Spirit Hall can also join the war legitimately. In this way, the continent will belong to the Spirit Hall. Qian Sunji hesitated. It is a waste of money and manpower to start a war. How can the Spirit Hall do such a thing? Bibi Dong suppressed her nausea. Your Holiness, the two empires are corrupt and have been at war for years. The people are suffering. The unification of the Spirit Hall is the general trend. Waste of time and money? What a joke. She is a saint, she doesn't know? If it weren't for the Spirit Hall's obstruction, with the power of Xingluo, the Tiandu Empire would have been destroyed long ago. This continent would have been unified long ago. It's just that Xingluo values martial arts and governs the country with military force. If Xingluo is allowed to dominate, the elders of the Spirit Hall will probably all go to Xingluo to serve as worshippers and be granted titles. In the Elder Hall, except for those worshippers who obey Qian Douluo's orders, which other elders don't have their own thoughts. They have their own big family to pull. If the Spirit Hall didn't have to die if they didn't join, they would have gone to the two empires to become the emperor. At least half of the elders in the Elder Hall joined the Spirit Hall out of fear. A few decades ago, Qian Douluo almost wiped out all the idol-titled Douluo on the continent. Except for those who had a clear sect affiliation, the rest of the titled Douluo were almost extinct. The elders of the Spirit Hall were still soul saints and soul Douluo at that time. Wouldn't they panic when they saw that scene? After breaking through the titled Douluo, they would go to the spirit city according to convention and accept the personal presidency of the great worshipper's coronation ceremony, so the titled Douluo is called His Majesty. After the coronation, the spirit hall will also invite the titled Douluo to join as usual. Excuse me, is it to join? Or die? Except for the titled Douluo with a sect behind him, which titled Douluo has not been threatened by the spirit hall. Forget it. Kyungsunji shook his head. It's a serious matter. Tiandu City has titled Douluo, and Shuya is also a soul Douluo. Ordinary disguises can't hide from their eyes. Once this matter is exposed, the impact will be bad. Please consider it carefully to save the people of the world. Bibi Dong lowered her head to avoid feeling sick and showing an expression of being exposed. The people of the world? No matter how weak the soul master is, even if it is only a soul master of a dozen levels, he is extremely noble in the world of ordinary people. It is not an exaggeration to say that soul masters and ordinary people are two different creatures. For thousands of years, the spirit hall has only managed spirit masters. How many countries have been born and how many dynasties have changed during this period? Has the spirit hall managed it? Even the two empires today were established by spirit masters who did not join the spirit hall in the past. Soul masters are not necessarily nobles, but nobles are definitely spirit masters. It's just that nobles are obsessed with the good life of ruling ordinary people. Even if they don't practice, they still have fine clothes and food. As Nanfang said, spirit masters don't produce. What do they eat? What do they wear? The two empires exploited ordinary people, so they gained a lot of wealth. What about the spirit hall? Of course, they robbed the two empires. The wool comes from the sheep. Whether it is ruled by nobles or the spirit hall, there will be no change in Douluo continent. It's nothing more than a group of robbers being beaten away by another more powerful group of robbers. Cows and horses are still cows and horses. What about the people of the world? It sounds better than singing. The nature of the spirit hall determines that this organization cannot be for the people of the world. It is a spirit master organization, and it only represents the interests of the spirit master class. No organization can get rid of its class limitations, because that is their lifeblood. Damn! Bibi Dong shook her head. What a devilish knowledge! Where did Nanfang learn these things from? Dad, can I see that plan? Bibi Dong left. Kyungsunji did not agree directly, but just said to consider it, and Bibi Dong followed Kyungsunji's request and showed great enthusiasm for this matter. Now, as Kyungsunji expected, Qian Rongxiu became interested in the matter that her mother cared about. Zioxiu, this matter is very dangerous, don't get involved. Kyungsunji casually pressed the plan to steal the country under the memorial on the table. Qian Rongxiu silently memorized the location of the plan. If she completes this plan, her mother will be very happy, right? A few days later, Qian Rongxiu took the opportunity to touch the plan and read it, and quietly ran to the Saint Maiden Hall to find Bibi Dong. Do as I say later, remember. Nanfang said. Bibi Dong was a little reluctant, but still nodded. Kyungsunji asked her to ridicule, attack, and look down on Qian Rongxiu after she brought up this matter. If necessary, release murderous aura to put pressure on Qian Rongxiu. In this way, with Qian Rongxiu's personality, she would definitely strongly ask Kyungsunji to agree to let her complete this plan. One red face, one white face. She would bear the infamy to ensure that Kyungsunji's image as a kind father would not be affected in the slightest. But Nanfang asked her to have a tsundere attitude. She had to show her distrust and disdain for Qian Rongxiu as Kyungsunji asked, and also to express her expectations and worries for this child. Not only did he deal with Kyungsunji, but he also didn't want to completely destroy his impression of Qian Rongxiu. Mom. After hesitating outside the door for a long time, Qian Rongxiu finally mustered up the courage to gently push open Bibi Dong's door and stick her head out. Bibi Dong opened her eyes and glanced at Qian Rongxiu coldly. What are you doing here again? Get lost. Seeing Bibi Dong like this, Qian Rongxiu seemed to have gotten used to it, and didn't care, and took out the plan she had touched. Mom, do you want to complete this plan? Qian Rongxiu asked. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes slightly. What do you mean? If Qian Rongxiu took a deep breath. If I complete this plan, will you be happy? Bibi Dong sneered. You? Nanfang, who was lying on the side, had a cat face and patted Bibi Dong. Fuck you. Don't just mock and attract hatred. You have to pull. Bibi Dong took a deep breath. Do you know what's going on in Tiandu City? Do you know how sinister the intrigues in the royal family are? You go? Do you think you have the ability? Qian Rongxiu was stunned. Is this, caring about her? Worried that she will be in danger? I do. Qian Rongxiu said seriously. You have nothing. Bibi Dong glanced at Qian Rongxiu coldly. Stay with your grandfather honestly and don't go out and embarrass yourself. I can do it. Qian Rongxiu became more determined. Can you? Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes slightly, and murderous aura slowly overflowed. Feeling this terrifying murderous intent, Qian Rongxiu fell into a state of stiffness. The murderous intent was fleeting. Bibi Dong at some point, he had come to Qian Rongxiu and bent down. You can't stand this little killing intent, what can you do? Qian Rongxiu bit her lip, unable to refute. She was really scared. It was too scary. This is not a joke. If it fails, it will be a big blow to the reputation of the spirit hall, not to mention your identity. Bibi Dong sneered, turned around, and turned her back to Qian Rongxiu. With your ability, let alone being an undercover, I'm afraid you can't survive without the spirit city. Okay, go back to your grandfather, don't go out and embarrass yourself. Qian Rongxiu's eyes were red. Cry, 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 you only know how to cry. Bibi Dong looked impatient. What else can you do besides crying? I won't cry. Qian Rongxiu raised her head and forced back her tears. Get lost. Bibi Dong waved her hand, threw Qian Rongxiu out, and closed the door. Qian Rongxiu, who fell to the ground, gritted her teeth, stood up, wiped her tears. I will prove myself. Get lost. Chapter 16 Kyungsun died. For your performance just now, I can only say. Average, quite average. Nanfang leaned on Bibi Dong's bed and began to summarize his work. Get lost. Bibi Dong rolled her eyes at Nanfang. Me? Nanfang was confused. You actually asked me to get lost. Get lost. Bibi Dong really didn't want to bother with this bastard now. He could just talk, but what about her? Is it because she couldn't think of these things? She couldn't do it. Okay, I'll get lost. Nanfang turned back into a kitten with an unhappy look and jumped to the ground. Remember? You told me to get out. Stop. Bibi Dong looked upset. Stand for nothing. Nanfang walked out the door with his head held high without looking back. Come when I call, go when I dismiss. Who do you think I am? I won't serve you anymore. If you don't want me here, I'll find another place. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't bully the young Bibi Dong picked Nanfang up from the ground with a speechless face and pressed him against her chest. The world was quiet. A few days later, the Saint Maiden Hall received news from the Pope Hall. Qian Rongxiu was ready to leave Wuhan City and hoped to see Bibi Dong before leaving. Bibi Dong naturally couldn't go and directly refused the matter on the grounds of seclusion. After enjoying for a while, Nanfang also devoted himself to cultivation again. Now that he was safe, he naturally had to quickly remove the dog talisman. Bibi Dong needed to stabilize her murderous aura, so she gave the inner core of the 10-headed fiery sun snake she had obtained in the Hell Road to Nanfang. So, the two of them both entered a state of closed-door cultivation. Time passed quickly, and a year passed quickly. During this period, Bibi Dong pushed herself to level 90 by adding the 4th and 5th soul rings of 70,000 and 80,000 years to the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. Later, she successfully hunted down the 100,000-year-old Death Spider Emperor in the Death Canyon and was promoted to titled Douluo. When Bibi Dong and Nanfang returned from the Death Canyon, Qian Sunji had already led a large number of soul masters from Wuhan City to leave Wuhan City. Even Bibi Dong, the saint, could not find out the specific reason. According to the time, this time Qian Sunji went out to hunt down the 100,000-year-old Blue-Silver Emperor who had exposed his whereabouts, and then he would be beaten half to death by the desperate Tang Hao. Good days are coming. Nanfang, who turned into a kitten every day, lay in Bibi Dong's arms, looking at the dim sky. What good days? Bibi Dong asked in confusion. Our good days. Nanfang said. What nonsense are you talking about? Bibi Dong hugged Nanfang and walked towards the direction of the Saint Maiden Hall. She had just been promoted to title Douluo, and she couldn't even beat Qian Sunji, not to mention that there was another Qian Daoliu in this Wuhan city. What good days are there? A few days later, several embarrassed figures rushed into Wuhan City from the air and smashed towards the Elder Hall from mid-air. The huge movement was sensed by all the soul masters above the soul saint level in the entire Wuhan City, and the titled Douluo elders scattered in various parts of Wuhan City also rushed to the Elder Hall. Although they didn't think that anyone would be crazy enough to rush into Wuhan City alone and smash towards the Elder Hall, they still had to have the right attitude. Nearly 20 titled Douluo elders of Wuhan Hall, including the worshipper, quickly rushed to the Elder Hall, and then a scene that surprised them appeared. I saw the seriously injured Yu Guan and Gui Mei lying next to the equally half-dead Qian Sunji. What happened? When Qian Daolu was in seclusion, the second worshipper Jin Crocodile Douluo, who was in charge of handling the affairs of the Elder Hall, came to the scene. After seeing Qian Sunji's miserable appearance, Jin Crocodile was also stunned. Why are you still standing there? Save people! Not far away, Bibi Dong, who was in the Saint Maiden Hall, also sensed the movement of the abnormal flying into Wuhan City just now, but she didn't care. However, after a while, a terrifying soul power that almost affected the entire Wuhan City broke out from the Elder Hall. Qian Daolu Bibi Dong's expression froze. For decades, there was a movement. This old thing is really terrifying. But, to make this old thing angry, Bibi Dong stopped practicing and radiated her spiritual power. Although under the suppression of the sacred attribute soul power of the six-winged angel, Bibi Dong could not accurately detect the situation in the Elder Hall, but... Buzz! A bloody killing intent suddenly erupted from Bibi Dong, but this was not out of control, nor was it anger, but an accident and surprise. The killing god domain slowly withdrew, and a hideous smile appeared on Bibi Dong's face. Kyung Sunji! You have come to this day too. Almost without stopping, Bibi Dong quickly stood up, concealed her breath, and moved towards the direction of the Pope's palace. Really anxious? Bibi Dong left for a long time, and Nanfang in the kitten state came late. He still wanted to see the excitement, but Bibi Dong obviously didn't plan to take him. Forget it, I won't bother you. Nanfang turned his head and walked towards the room where Hulina was. Hungry, he still had to let Hulina take him to get delicious food. After all, in the final analysis, he was a cat and a soul beast in his current state. He could not move around without someone accompanying him, otherwise, no one would say anything if someone did it to him. However, these days were about to end. Once Kyung Sunji died, he could move around in Wuhan City openly. A beautiful tomorrow was coming. Where is the teacher? In the Saint Maiden Hall, Hulina was lying in a rocking chair with Nanfang in her arms to bask in the sun. It had been several days since Bibi Dong disappeared, and the truth about the crash into the Elder Hall from the sky that day gradually came out. Pope Kyung Sunji, Ju Douluo Yu Guan, and Ghost Douluo Gui Mei were attacked by the rebellious forces of the Haoshan sect and were seriously injured. Pope Kyung Sunji took the lead and was ambushed by Tang Hao of the Haoshan sect in order to save the two elders, Ju and Gui. After rushing back to Wuhan City, he was seriously injured and died. Who knows? Nanfang stretched. That night when Bibi Dong sneaked into the Pope's palace to attack Kyung Sunji, he was worried and followed her with his soul. Everything went well. Bibi Dong successfully killed Kyung Sunji and devoured his body and soul. Then, the Rakshasa power that had been lurking in Bibi Dong came out. The Rakshasa secret realm was opened. Qian Daoliu sensed the Rakshasa power in Bibi Dong and gave up revenge for his son. Bibi Dong also entered the Rakshasa secret realm after devouring Kyung Sunji. It should not come out now. However, the original book states that Bibi Dong officially started the Rakshasa God test after reaching level 99, so now she should just go in to see the situation. After all, the God test has the risk of failure. Bibi Dong is cautious and will not rashly start the God test without full preparation. Brother Feng, why do you like to turn into this kitten? Hulina asked in confusion. Like? Nanfang looked like a little cat. How can you tell that I like this? He wanted to live openly and honestly. But if Qian Sunji, that bastard, found out that there was another man next to Bibi Dong, who knows if that bastard would do something to him? Then I saw that you never resisted when the teacher held you. Hulina said with a strange look. Why were you so reluctant when I held you? First, I'm not interested in little brats, and secondly... Nanfang glanced at Hulina's tablet. It hurts. Chapter 17 Stab me to death. After a few days, just when Nanfang was about to leave his body to check the situation in the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong finally appeared. Unlike before, Bibi Dong's aura became suppressed and somewhat weird. Are you okay? Nanfang took 2 steps back in a timid manner. Are you scared? Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows. A little bit. Nanfang nodded. He was not sure if his power was useful to God, after all, his thing was just a martial spirit. Moreover, the so-called 12 spells were essentially 12 magic spells, which could also be understood as 12 kinds of Kung Fu. The reason why the 12 spells derived from the Holy Lord were so awesome was because the Holy Lord himself was awesome. Taro practiced Tai Chi, and you also practiced Tai Chi. Can you fight with Taro? Are you afraid too? Bibi Dong rushed to Nanfang in an instant. You were quite good at playing in the 3 years in the City of Slaughter. Nanfang was stunned. What? Are you sure you want to play dumb? Bibi Dong smiled and stretched out her hand to push down Nanfang, who was almost as tall as herself. At the same time, the 3 pairs of large spider legs of the Death Spider King grew out from behind Bibi Dong. Nanfang's face changed drastically. Sister, I was wrong. Wrong. Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows and gently stroked Nanfang's cheek. What's wrong? You tell me where I'm wrong, and I'm right. Nanfang said with a sincere face. Damn it. Dream games are really unsafe. The person involved is confused, but the bystander is clear. Before, Bibi Dong's mind was not very clear, and he was also gradual, so he was not suspected. But now, after entering the Rakshasa's secret realm, Bibi Dong obviously found something unusual about the previous dream. Why? Bibi Dong's voice was slightly cold. What do you take me for? She had actually found something unusual about that dream a long time ago, or rather, that dream had too many loopholes. She had her own consciousness and could control what she did, but her autonomy was not strong, while the others were almost like the illusions prepared in advance. No matter what her attitude was or what she said, the images were the same. Only Nanfang. This guy could interact with her. It was just that she had never been sure before, and the murderous aura had been affecting her thoughts, causing her to be unable to make an accurate judgment, but after entering the Rakshasa's secret realm, the vicious Rakshasa power contained in that special secret realm rushed into her brain. During this time, she had been fighting against that Rakshasa power, the ultimate evil power, which almost magnified all her impulses infinitely. Under that impulse, she was almost swallowed up until she recalled that dream. This shameless bastard! Nanfang secretly activated the horse spell, hoping to save it. But unfortunately, Bibi Dong's attitude did not change at all. That is to say, her mind is clear now. Damn! It's over. Cracked. Don't waste your energy, I'm very clear now. Bibi Dong said. Answer my question, why did you lie to me? Nanfang looked at the spider legs flashing with cold light in a panic. Do you want to hear the truth or lies? Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes slightly. What do you think? I can't stay in the killing city anymore, I want to find someone to take me out. Nanfang said. If you didn't go to the killing city at that time, I would probably find a chance to hang myself before I collapsed. Living in fear is far more terrible than death, not to mention that there is almost no future in that ghost place. He can't reveal the secret that he is not suppressed by the killing city domain, otherwise, the king of killing will not let him go, and the Shura god will not tolerate him. Don't talk about the bullshit of forbearance and development. In those days when he was robbed by those fallen people all day long, he had no time to practice. In addition, he had to see all kinds of weird scenes from time to time. Under the huge psychological pressure, he was really going crazy. He didn't know if a weirdo would suddenly come and kill him. For 3 years, he was almost scared on the edge of life and death every day. So, he almost regarded Bibi Dong as a life-saving straw. If he didn't leave the killing city, he would really go crazy. Then why do you still hang out with me after leaving the killing city? Bibi Dong asked. It's so hard to escape from that damn place, shouldn't you run away quickly? Don't tell me you haven't thought about the day when that dream will be discovered. I thought about it. Nanfang said. He was just a level 30 soul master. Even when he was doing this dream, he was just a level 20 great soul master. It was just a dream, not something particularly awesome. It was normal to be discovered. You can fool people for a while, but you can't fool people for a lifetime. Then why didn't you run? Bibi Dong asked. Do you think I'll spare your life after I find out? As she spoke, the spider legs behind Bibi Dong slowly pressed against Nanfang's forehead. I'm sorry, if that was all, I might really let you go, but you touched something you shouldn't have touched. Nanfang raised his head, Yu Xiaogang. Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed slightly, you shouldn't. Shouldn't what? Nanfang interrupted. Isn't that what he is? Shut up. Bibi Dong said coldly. Did I say anything wrong? Nanfang asked. Inferiority, sensitivity, cowardice, hypocrisy, self-righteous. Shut up. Isn't he the one who caused you to be like this? He doesn't know who you are? He doesn't know what kind of person he is? He doesn't know what he will cause. I said shut up. He knows. But he doesn't care. He regards you as a stepping stone to climb up. After failing, he ran away and immediately found the next stepping stone. What about you? Do you really think I won't kill you? Bibi Dong said coldly. Yes. What's wrong? Nanfang said. Do you think I'm afraid of death? Do you think I'll be like that coward, who will be scared to death by just a few words? Tell you. No way. Even if I die here today, don't expect me to say a word of cowardice. What am I? Bibi Dong asked. What am I in your eyes? Idiot. Nanfang had almost no hesitation. Bibi Dong's face darkened, I didn't ask you that. This bastard had scolded her like this in her dreams. Then what are you asking? Nanfang asked in confusion. I'm asking you, what am I to you? Bibi Dong asked. What about me? What am I to you? Nanfang asked. Healing item? Or murderous or a stabilizer? Don't tell me you didn't notice anything unusual before, you knew it a long time ago, but you didn't say it, so why are you saying it now? You want to kick me away and go find your old lover? Nanfang asked suspiciously. Bibi Dong's face darkened, and she slapped Nanfang unconscious. I'm going to find my old lover, and you still have the life to stand in front of me? What's wrong with your brain? Chapter 18 The Pope's Little Lover. Nanfang, who was knocked unconscious by Bibi Dong, took a nap. After waking up, Hulina came to tell him that the latest decision of the Elder Hall was that the saint would inherit the position of Pope, and at the same time, the Spirit Hall declared war on the Haoshan sect. Woohoo! Good days have begun. Nanfang was finally able to walk in the Saint Hall as a human. Bibi Dong would not kill him, and Nanfang had already determined this. Feelings can be erased and cultivated. During the 3 years in the Slaughter City, he had been with Bibi Dong, caring for her and taking care of her. In addition, after 3 years of dream games, Bibi Dong's feelings for Yu Xiaogang were almost destroyed by him. Before, she lost her temper with him, which was a normal reaction after her lies were officially exposed. But to say that Bibi Dong didn't notice it at all before, it must be a joke. I can only say that she knew it, but she didn't want to admit it. Just like Bibi Dong's feelings for Yu Xiaogang, she knew that she loved the wrong person, but she didn't want to admit it, and even made a mistake. Strong people have such a common problem. Even if they are wrong, they will continue to make mistakes. It's good not to turn back until you hit the wall, at least there is room for recovery, but Bibi Dong would rather die than turn back. Even now, Bibi Dong still has expectations for Yu Xiaogang, but this is not because she loves him, but because she is unwilling to deny her past. To put it bluntly, Bibi Dong was unwilling to admit that she was blind. She was so stubborn. It was one thing to be wrong, but it was another to admit it or not. Just like the college students who lied for 4 years in college and then joined the army of unemployed people complaining about the difficulty of finding a job. What's wrong with me not knowing anything? Is this my fault? The school didn't teach it. How could others know it? It's none of my business whether others know it or not. What are you doing here again? Looking at Nanfang peeking at the door, Bibi Dong, who was dressing up and preparing to attend the coronation ceremony in the afternoon, felt a little unhappy. I can't come. Nanfang walked in as if no one was around. The maids who were dressing up for Bibi Dong left consciously. Although they didn't know where the man in front of them came from, they knew the new pope based on his attitude. The relationship between the pope and a strange man was not something they could spy on. Your makeup is so ugly. Nanfang complained. Bibi Dong's face darkened, if you are good, you can draw. I can't do it. Nanfang spread his hands and lay down on a chair beside him. If you don't know how to do it, just shut up. Bibi Dong's face fell and she started to make hair accessories. I think you look better without makeup. You are naturally beautiful. Why do you need to draw such unnecessary things? Nanfang was puzzled. People in Douluo continent are basically not too ugly due to the nourishment of soul power. Especially female soul masters, whose skin is better than each other, and there is no opportunity for the development of the beauty industry. This is the rule. Bibi Dong felt much better after being praised, but she still didn't give Nanfang a good look. Different occasions require different makeup, and these are all strictly regulated. So you paint yourself like this, for fear of being remembered by others. Nanfang said. Bibi Dong's eyes twitched. If you keep talking nonsense, I will let you sleep for 2 more days. Okay, no nonsense. Nanfang shrugged. Then may I ask, beautiful Pope, how do you plan to arrange me? Arrange you? Bibi Dong glanced at Nanfang. How do you want me to arrange you? At least give me an honorary elder position. Nanfang said. Or honorary Pope is fine, I'm not picky. Bibi Dong glanced at Nanfang speechlessly. Are you crazy or are you still asleep? The proposal of honorary elders needs to be voted through by the Elders' Hall. It's not that she can let anyone be the honorary elder. The Spirit Hall is the authoritative organization in the Spirit Master world and can't mess around. She just took the throne, and few elders in the Elders' Hall paid attention to her. Before seeing her ability, those elders would not easily stand in line. In fact, many elders are now thinking about taking advantage of her not really taking power to win more benefits for their families. Qian Daoliu only sent her to the position of Pope. As for how far she can do it, the old man will not care. What do you mean? You won't give me anything, will you? Nanfang was confused. I'm your lover. I can't even be an elder. Bibi Dong's eyes twitched. What the hell, lover? I don't have that much power now, it's okay to support you, but if you want to be an honorary elder, you have to make some achievements yourself. Achievements that those titled Douluo elders in the Elder Hall can't refute, otherwise Bibi Dong stood up and turned to look at her back. Just be your gigolo. Achievements. Nanfang paused. What kind? Theoretical master. Bibi Dong's face darkened. My patience is limited. Asshole. You just like to rub salt into wounds, right? Then what else can I do? Nanfang looked innocent. Sister, I'm only a level 40 soul master now. After a year of seclusion and complete absorption of the inner core of the 10-headed fiery sun snake, he went directly from level 30 to level 40, successfully unlocking the dog charm he had been dreaming of, but it was still too early to become a level 90 titled Douluo. The Spirit Hall is going to attack the Haoshan sect next to avenge the Pope. If you have the guts, go to the front line and see if you can get some credit. Bibi Dong said casually. Front line. Nanfang was thoughtful. If I kill 2 Haoshan sect elders, can I get an honorary elder? Bibi Dong's eyes twitched. The elders of the Haoshan sect are all soul masters, and they are the kind that can fight with titled Douluos. Not to mention you, even if a titled Douluo takes action, he dare not say that he will kill for sure. Titled Douluo will definitely win against Soul Master, but in battle, winning and killing are 2 completely different concepts. If they can't beat them, won't they run away? Not to mention that the Clear Sky Hammer spirit fights for life, the destructive power is like a joke. A reckless Clear Sky Hammer spirit Douluo is fully capable of dragging a low-level titled Douluo to death. The incident with Tang Hao happened when she was still in the Slaughter City. At that time, the titled Douluo who went to hunt down Tang Hao had a leg broken, and the old leader of the Clear Sky sect was so angry that Jian Sunji wanted to start a war with the Clear Sky sect, at least to cripple the Clear Sky sect. But the titled Douluos in the Elder Hall saw the old titled Douluo whose leg was broken, and they all said that the time was not right. To put it bluntly, no one wants to fight hard. What if you really meet someone who doesn't care about his life? Although the Clear Sky sect is no longer the world's #1 sect in recent years, this spirit is still strong. No one wants to fight the Clear Sky Hammer head-on. Chapter 19 Coronation Ceremony. In the afternoon. The Pope's coronation ceremony. The weather today is not good, and the previous Pope just died, so the atmosphere in Wuhan City cannot be described as festive. Besides, it only took 1 week for Bibi Dong, the Pope, to release the news and hold the coronation ceremony today, which was a bit rushed. Of the 7 major sects that should have been present, only 2 came, except for the Haoshan sect, which would not appear. They are the Kai Bao Liulai sect, which will never miss any important occasions and will never take the initiative to make enemies with anyone, and its sect strength ranks second among the top 3 sects. And the Xiangjia sect, which turned to the Wuhan Hall as soon as the Haoshan sect got into trouble. Uncle Gu, the atmosphere in Wuhan City is a bit wrong. Ning Fengzi, who was sitting in the guest seats, was observing the situation on the field. It would be fine if only 2 of the 7 major sects came, and there was no movement from the Wuhan Hall. Especially, there were only 2 people sitting in the seats of the Elder Hall, and they were the old titled Douluo of the Wuhan Hall who became famous some time ago, Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo. None of the other titled Douluo arrived, and the Spirit Hall's great priest who was supposed to crown the Pope did not show up. Something is wrong. Very wrong. Don't worry, Fengzi, even if this is a trap, I can take you away. Gu Rong said. He dare not say that he will win in a fight, but when it comes to running away, he is second to none on this continent. I'm not worried about this, but Ning Fengzi looked at the vacant Pope's position. Now that the Haoshan sect is in trouble, the relationship between the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex and us is not very good, and the Elephant Armor sect has turned to the Spirit Hall. The balance between the 7 major sects and the Spirit Hall is going to be problematic. The 7 Treasures Glazed sect is the oldest of the 7 major sects, and is also the oldest soul master force on the continent besides the Spirit Hall. It is most concerned about the balance between these soul master forces. They are the ones who least want violent conflicts between soul master organizations. Stability can lead to long-term development, and harmony can bring wealth. This time, it was clearly the Spirit Hall's insistence on snatching the 100,000-year soul beast from Tang Hao that caused the conflict, but now, just because the Pope is dead, it's as if the Haoshan sect has made a huge mistake and is extremely evil. A 100,000-year transformed soul beast is rare in 1,000 years. It's an unwritten rule in the soul master world that whoever gets it first gets it. Tang Hao has been guarding it for so many years, but the Spirit Hall is still pursuing it. They really don't have any shame. And they still say that Tang Hao took the initiative to attack. Is there something wrong with Tang Hao's brain? One person attacked 3 titled Douluo? They don't even know how to find a reasonable reason. And now Kyung Sunji is dead, and their boss has been killed. Even if they know that the Spirit Hall is not right, no one can say anything. After all, the dead are the greatest. Okay, Fengzi, don't think too much. Even if the Spirit Hall wants to take advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble, not to mention that we won't just watch, even their own people can't really do it. Gu Rong said. The Spirit Hall's soul masters come from the entire soul master world, and the interests are intertwined. The titled Douluo elders of the Elder Hall alone have varying degrees of interest involvement with the 7 major sects and the 2 empires. If the Pope hadn't been killed this time, this war wouldn't have started. Ning Fengzi sighed, I just don't know how far this time will go. It's impossible to wipe out the clan. If the Spirit Hall really wants to wipe out the Haoshan sect, the 2 empires will the country and the other 7 major sects could not just sit there and watch. After all, if they killed the Haoshan sect, who knows if they will be the next one. Besides, the elders and the leader of the Haoshan sect are not vegetarians. If they want to destroy the Haoshan sect, they must pay the price of at least 3 titled Douluo. Who will die? He doesn't think that the titled Douluo elders of the Spirit Hall have lived enough. The new Pope is here. Gu Rong said. Ning Fengzi looked up in the direction where the Pope appeared, I just hope that this new Pope is easy to get along with. On the high platform, Bibi Dong, wearing a purple gold long skirt and a 9-curve purple gold crown, finally appeared. Standing on the stage, the golden crocodile in charge of the coronation ceremony finally opened his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, the golden crocodile's eyes were attracted by a golden kitten in Bibi Dong's arms. What do you mean? The golden crocodile frowned and asked in a voice transmission. How can you bring such a thing to the stage in such a solemn occasion? Bibi Dong said casually, is there any rule that the Pope is not allowed to bring a kitten to the stage during the coronation? Golden crocodile was speechless for a moment, but he didn't want to quarrel with Bibi Dong in this situation, so he had to pretend that he didn't see it and began to direct the standard procedures before the Pope's coronation. Fireworks, music, welcoming guests. Finally, at the last step, Golden Crocodile stepped forward and solemnly handed the scepter symbolizing the Pope's authority to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong took the scepter casually, and under the somewhat confused gaze of Golden Crocodile, she hugged the cat and turned to look at the tens of thousands of soul masters in the audience. Without nonsense, Bibi Dong stabbed the scepter inlaid with countless gems on the ground, and soul power surged. Yellow yellow purple purple black 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 black. When the 8th black soul ring appeared, there was an uproar in the audience. How old is she? Nanfang said stiffly. If he remembered correctly, Bibi Dong was only about 30 years old, right? Even Tang Chen of Haoshan sect, who was once the insurmountable peak of the Soul Master world, was only a soul saint at the age of 30. No, it's not over yet. Gu Rong's expression became more and more serious. Under the attention of the crowd, Bibi Dong burst out with a soul power pressure that belonged to a titled Douluo. At the same time, a blood-colored soul ring slowly appeared from the 8th black soul ring. 9 rings. Titled Douluo. The whole audience was shocked. Except for the golden crocodile who knew about it, the soul masters at the coronation ceremony were attracted by the 9 soul rings floating on Bibi Dong, especially the blood-colored soul ring that symbolized 100,000 years. All the original objections to Bibi Dong, a young man, becoming the Pope disappeared at this moment. The Spirit Hall is an authoritative institution in the Soul Master world, and for Soul Masters, the most important thing is strength. To put it bluntly, the Spirit Hall was not in the right this time, but it could still bite back at Haoshan sect openly because they had a big fist. 9 spirit rings are more real than any declaration. She is only 30 years old. Most of the spirit masters present naturally know Bibi Dong, the saint, and it is precisely because of this that they are shocked. A 30-year-old titled Douluo. And she has the 100,000-year spirit ring that spirit masters dream of. It seems that the news we got before is true. Nanfang sighed. Bibi Dong, the saint of the spirit hall, has twin spirits. But isn't it impossible to cultivate twin spirits? It's not like there haven't been spirit masters with twin spirits in the spirit hall, but those spirit masters have blown themselves up without exception. Even in the spirit master world, there is almost a unified understanding that the owner of a twin spirit is almost equivalent to a useless spirit. No, it's better to have a useless spirit. People with useless spirits can at least practice normally, but twin spirits practice, and up to now, the highest realm of twin martial soul cultivation is Soul Emperor. It is said that the person was also the fastest cultivator of his generation. He attached soul rings to 2 martial souls at the same time, which almost doubled his cultivation speed. However, after cultivating to Soul Emperor, or in other words, reaching level 60 and attaching soul rings, the genius with twin martial souls exploded. The subsequent twin martial soul owners also suffered a similar fate. But now, Bibi Dong has such a terrifying cultivation speed, which proves that the rumors about her twin martial souls are true, and she attached soul rings to her 2 martial souls at the same time. In other words, Bibi Dong solved the difficulty of twin martial soul cultivation. On the high platform, looking at the reactions from the audience, Bibi Dong was quite satisfied. At first, she did not intend to directly expose the fact that she had become a titled Douluo, especially to expose her 100,000-year soul ring, because although she was now the Pope, she was almost isolated and helpless in the Spirit Hall. Although rashly exposing her strength can increase her prestige and have a good bonus effect on her control of the power of the Pope's palace in the short term, after all, the most important thing for a soul master is strength, and the 9 soul rings are more direct and effective than any words. But this will also make her many enemies invisibly. The old guys in the Elders' Hall are all thinking about putting their own people in key positions in the Pope's palace as much as possible before she really takes power. If she is not strong enough, those people will not take her seriously, and may even relax their vigilance, and she will have more time and opportunities to complete the recovery of power. But once she directly shows her strength, those people will be highly vigilant against her, and even unite to trip her up. Now in the Pope's palace, she has no one she can trust and use. Being too conspicuous will bring many trouble. Once a conflict breaks out, she doesn't know the attitude of the old man Qiande Oliu. If he stands up to protect the Elder Hall, she can only tolerate it. In this way, the prestige of the Pope will suffer a major blow, and she will have to spend more time and energy to make up for the losses. Therefore, hiding is far more cost-effective and safer than demonstrating. But Nanfang wants her to show her strength directly, saying that it is so simple and crude, and whoever disobeys can be killed directly. After enduring for so many years, the turtle has endured it to the end. If you have the guts, do it. At worst, let everyone see the joke of the Spirit Hall. The elders and the Pope are fighting. If the chief worshipper protects the elders again, the prestige of the Pope, the highest leader of the Spirit Hall, will be damaged and even become a joke. It is the Spirit Hall that is embarrassed. They just need to feel good. When she thought about it, it was indeed the truth. Douluo attaches the most importance to the development of the spirit hall. If the old man doesn't care about the reputation of the spirit hall, what else can she care about? Bang! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Bibi Dong suddenly smashed the Pope's scepter in her right hand to the ground, and it was firmly inserted into the ground. With both hands, she held the golden kitten in her arms, raised it above her head, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly. Long live the spirit hall! With the blessing of her deep soul power, Bibi Dong's voice resounded in every corner of the coronation site, and even echoed continuously. Golden Crocodile looked at this scene with a dull face. Bibi Dong! You want to go to heaven? Why did you lift the cat up? A cat is still on the Pope's head, do you know what this is called? Before the Golden Crocodile made a move to stop this ridiculous scene, tens of thousands of soul masters in the audience responded to Bibi Dong's shouts and shouted in unison. Long live the spirit hall! Long live His Holiness the Pope! Looking at Bibi Dong surrounded by 9 soul rings, all the soul masters of the spirit hall were full of enthusiasm. The shouts came one after another, and even the huge spirit city was shaken. Nanfang and his party who came to watch the ceremony looked extremely embarrassed. It's not right to shout, and it's not right not to shout. How unsociable! The Golden Crocodile's face was even uglier. You can shout, but put that damn cat down. Don't put it on your head. The shouts lasted for nearly a minute. Bibi Dong stomped her feet lightly, and a vast soul power wave spread out. The enthusiastic scene instantly quieted down. The Golden Crocodile breathed a sigh of relief, but just when he thought it was over, the holy light spirit cat held high in Bibi Dong's hand suddenly burst into a dazzling golden light, attracting the attention of everyone present. Bibi Dong took a deep breath. Long live the angel god! The Golden Crocodile was stunned. Bibi Dong! What the hell do you mean? Before the Golden Crocodile could stop him, tens of thousands of soul masters responded to Bibi Dong's call again. Long live the angel god! Long live His Holiness the Pope! Long live the Spirit Hall! Chapter 20 The Surrender of the Two Generals Hung and Ha. After the coronation ceremony, ignoring the Golden Crocodile's cannibalistic eyes, Bibi Dong took Nanfang directly back to the meeting hall of the Pope's palace. Next, it should be said that from now on, she will work here. After the elders passed the resolution that she would succeed the Pope a week ago, the decoration of the Pope's hall began. Each Pope can change the furnishings of his office area to a certain extent. At Bibi Dong's request, all the gorgeous golden decorations in the Pope's hall were thrown out and changed to purple and gold. In addition, the decoration style of this hall is also very different from before. It is not as ostentatious as when Kyungsunji was in office. Now the decoration with dark purple as the main tone is somewhat depressing, but Bibi Dong likes this style. Are you sure this unconventional method is useful? Bibi Dong was a little worried. She suspected that Nanfang was doing this purely for fun. What she said was that the posture of holding the kitten at that time coincided with the posture of the angel statue, and in such a solemn occasion, the more casual she behaved, the more uncertain those who secretly watched her would be. To put it bluntly, it was pretentious. Whether it can be controlled or not, it must be suppressed in momentum first. If she follows the will of the Elder Hall in everything, then she, the Pope, will appear weak and vulnerable in everyone's eyes, and the subsequent work of taking back power will be troublesome. It is necessary to be patient, but she doesn't need to be patient now. Since Douluo dared to send her to this position, it proved that he would not interfere too much. As long as the Spirit Hall is developing in a good direction, Douluo will not interfere. As for the Elder Hall that she was worried about, since those people joined the Spirit Hall because they were afraid of Douluo's strength, as long as she is stronger than those people, no one dares to stand up to stop her. Even if there is really an iron-headed kid who dares to stand up, just kill him. With your current strength, the only ones who can suppress you are those priests above level 96. Those people don't care about things, and they all listen to Douluo. As long as the old man doesn't speak, the priests will not interfere with your actions. Nanfang said. What if Douluo intervenes? Bibi Dong said worriedly. The only thing she is worried about is that Douluo will trip her up. She had planned to hide for a while. Slowly develop, that's why. If you want to intervene, just fight him hard. Nanfang said. The Pope and the chief priest quarreled, which caused the people in the Spirit Hall to be unstable. You are not the one who suffered. Anyway, the Spirit Hall belongs to them, so we just have fun. Besides, this is the first time I play this kind of real-time strategy game in person. Bibi Dong's eyes twitched slightly. I knew you were up to no good. What are you doing? Bibi Dong stared at the dishonest Nanfang in her arms. What bad thoughts can a kitten have? Nanfang raised his head with an innocent look. If you mess around again, I will throw you out. Bibi Dong pinched Nanfang's neck and lifted him up. Yes, yes, yes. Nanfang honestly fell on the table and looked through the strategic deployment after the war between the Spirit Hall and the Haoshan sect. Every Soul Master force has a large number of industrial chains, involving all aspects of human society, including food, clothing, housing, and transportation, all of which are controlled by the Soul Master class. The war between the Spirit Hall and the Haoshan sect is not just about charging forward with the spirit. The affiliated sects of the Haoshan sect and the two empires and their industries all need to be dealt with. After the declaration of war, the Spirit Hall immediately launched an attack on these parts. Although it was nominally a war between the Spirit Hall and the Haoshan sect, in fact, the conflict had affected nearly half of the continent, and no sect could stay out of it. The sects and countries that had interests with the Haoshan sect were all affected to varying degrees, especially those families that were affiliated forces of the Haoshan sect, including the 4 sects with single attributes, with nearly 20 families of all sizes. To put it in a more vivid way, this conflict also triggered a small financial crisis. The Haoshan sect's industry collapsed, affecting not only the Soul Master forces, but also a large number of workers. And these unemployed workers will become refugees in the two empires, or even become slaves. Who made them unlucky? They worked in the industry related to Haoshan sect before. As for where these unlucky people will go, the Spirit Hall will not care. After all, the Spirit Hall is a Spirit Master organization. The life and death of ordinary people has nothing to do with them. The Spirit Hall only cares about Spirit Masters and only represents the interests of the Spirit Master class. Bibi Dong, who was dealing with the memorial, suddenly raised her head and looked at the door of the Pope's palace. Come in. Hearing the voice, Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo, who had been hesitating outside the door for a long time, walked in one after another. Oh. Bibi Dong was a little surprised. What do you want, 2 elders? Only Ju and Ghost went to support her at today's coronation ceremony. To be honest, she was a little surprised. After all, the current situation is unclear and the elders will not stand on the side at will. And what Ju and Ghost did today can actually be understood as standing on her side. But she didn't understand why these 2 people were so anxious. You know, before the coronation ceremony, except for Qian Daoliu and Jin Yu, no one knew that she had been promoted to titled Douluo, and the same was true for Juigui and Gui. Besides, these 2 people used to hang out with Kyungsunji. Now that Kyungsunji has just died, they changed their camps. Isn't it inappropriate? You know, although Qian Daoliu pushed her to the position of Pope, during the meeting of the Elder Hall, anyone with eyes could see that the atmosphere between them was not right. It's too risky to stand in a line at this time, right? See His Holiness the Pope. Under the leadership of Yuegwen, Gai Mei followed closely and half knelt on the ground. Bibi Dong was stunned. What do the 2 elders mean? The Pope is the highest leader of the Spirit Hall, but the status of the elders in the Spirit Hall is not low. Even the Platinum Bishop, who is below the elders, does not need to kneel in front of the Pope, let alone the elders. Please accept us too, Your Holiness the Pope. Yuegwen said in a deep voice. Accept? Bibi Dong looked puzzled. What do you mean? Yuegwen was a little speechless. Your Highness, you don't know that there is no place for the 2 of us in the Elder Hall now. Hearing this, Bibi Dong's brain started to work quickly. Yuegwen and Gai Mei were just seriously injured in the action of the Spirit Hall before, how could they say that there was no place to stay? Is it because? Bibi Dong, who quickly thought of the reason, laughed a little. I thought the great priest had a broad mind, but I didn't expect it to be just like this. Kyungsunji took Yuegwen and Gai Mei out to besiege Tang Hao and the 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast, but the 100,000-year-old soul beast was not caught, and the soul saints who participated in the hunt were killed and injured in countless numbers, and 3 veteran titled Douluo were killed and 2 were seriously injured. The most important thing is that Kyungsunji is dead. Yuegwen and Gai Mei, who also besieged Tang Hao, are still alive and well. If it weren't for the fact that these 2 people were almost dead when they came back, the old man Qian Daoliu would have beaten them to death on the spot after seeing Qian Sunji's miserable appearance. That day, the terrifying soul power pressure and cold murderous intent that erupted from the Elder Hall, she still remembers it now. The murderous intent of the former Judgment Elder. Chapter 21. Ability is more important than anything else. How can you be sure that you can save your life by coming to me? Bibi Dong said with a smile. I am not the opponent of the great priest. If he insists on punishing you, I can't stop him. Besides, I have just come to power. If you come to me and attract the hostility of the great priest, how can I be the pope? Yu Guan'er, the faces of the people were very ugly. They also knew that now was not the best time to take sides, but now there was no other choice, otherwise they would not have come here with such a humble attitude. Before, they risked their lives to bring Kyungsunji back to Wuhan City, and aimed at the Elder Hall to smash it, just to let everyone in the Elder Hall see their miserable appearance. It was not that they did not work hard. It was that they themselves were already broken. But even so, after the great priest saw Kyungsunji's miserable appearance, he still burst out with that terrifying murderous intent towards them. If there were not so many titled Douluo present at the time, the great priest would never let them go. They have served in Wuhan Hall for more than 50 years, and they had joined Wuhan Hall when Douluo was still the Judgment Elder. They knew the temper of that old guy best. Good face. Douluo didn't care whether they tried their best or not, he only cared about the result. What if they tried their best? Kyungsunji was seriously injured. The 3 titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall and a group of soul saints were beaten to a pulp by Tang Hao. This is the most important fact. The Spirit Hall's reputation was trampled to the ground by their battle. As the face of the Spirit Hall, the Pope was beaten into such a horrible state. That's fine, the most terrible thing is that Kyungsunji was not saved. If Kyungsunji didn't die, he and Gaimei would have been meritorious in guarding, plus that miserable appearance, their status in the Elder Hall would only be higher. The problem is that Kyungsunji is dead. No one cares no matter how hard they fight. What does it matter if they fight to the death? Kyungsunji is dead, it doesn't matter whether they fight or not. Now he and Gaimei are feared by everyone in the Elder Hall, and everyone stays away from them for fear of being affected. If they don't choose to run to the Pope's Hall, which is in the limelight and in everyone's attention area, so that everyone can see them, when the limelight is over, no one will know when they die in the corner of the Elder Hall. Not to mention that they are still in a serious state of injury, even if they are intact, it is not difficult for the chief priest to make them disappear secretly. And being targeted by the chief priest, they can't even run away. Now their only way to survive is Bibi Dong. Do you want to stay? Bibi Dong looked at Nanfang, who was lying on the table reading a book. Nanfang raised his head. Stay, to title Douluo, why not stay? But what if Douluo takes action? Bibi Dong said. If she doesn't stay, the life and death of these 2 people has nothing to do with her. If she stays, if Douluo kills these 2 people, the Elder Hall will definitely unite against her as the Pope. Just go ahead, isn't that just right? Nanfang stretched. 2 titled Douluo elders fought for his son, even if they didn't have any merit, they had worked hard. In the end, he wanted to bury these 2 people with his son because his son died. That's too interesting. Who dares to fight him? If they do a good job, it's justified. If there is a problem, they will die. The rewards and punishments are unclear, and it all depends on his mood. It's a ghost that this Wuhan Hall can be good. Douluo will not take action, after all, these 2 people did not die in the original book. However, if Bibi Dong refused Yu Guan and Gui Mei's surrender, it would not be certain. The original Bibi Dong was isolated and helpless at this time. She would accept the surrender of the 2 veteran titled Douluo even if there were risks. But now, with him around and being messed up by him, Bibi Dong's ambition is not too strong. She is the kind of person who thinks that if she can do well, it's best, but if she can't do well, it doesn't matter. Naturally, she doesn't care so much about whether these people stand on her side or not. At worst, they can just have a fight. Anyway, she is not the one who is embarrassed. If the great priest bullies the little Pope, everyone will laugh at the Spirit Hall. Your Holiness. Yu Guan and Gui Mei nervously explored the meeting hall. There was no one else, only Bibi Dong and the 2 of them. And the cat on the table. The cat that just spoke? Can cats speak human language? Please stand up, 2 elders. Bibi Dong said. You 2 have joined the Spirit Hall for a long time, more than 50 years to date, and you have made great contributions. The great priest will not blame you too much for this matter. Yu Guan and the others froze. Not so much? That would be too much. It is precisely because they have joined the spirit hall for more than 50 years that they know what kind of person the great priest is. Qian Daoliu does not care about the attitude of the people below, nor does he care whether they try their best. He only cares about ability. As long as they can complete the tasks he has assigned, they are meritorious officials. But if you can't complete it, no matter how hard you work, even if you fight to death, even if you die in the mission, the great priest will not bother to look at it. The spirit hall doesn't need trash. This is the truth they understood on the first day they joined the spirit hall. Why the spirit hall is more attractive to soul masters than the 2 empires and the 7 major sects is because of the simple and rough promotion method here. As long as you have power, no matter who you are, the spirit hall is willing to accept you. Even for those soul masters with bad records, the spirit hall has special black gloves. Even Gaimei was in charge of this area before. In the spirit hall, ability is above all else. Attitude is irrelevant. Effort? Loyalty? It's useless. Waste equals things are trash. Your Holiness, as long as you are willing to save us this time, we are willing to swear allegiance to you. Yuegwen and Gaimei said in a deep voice. They really didn't dare to bet on whether the high priest would be soft-hearted. Kyungsunji is dead, that's Qian Daoliu's son. The old man over 100 years old has lost his son. Qian Daoliu didn't beat them to death in the Elder Hall before, which was enough to restrain himself. Swear allegiance to you to death. Bibi Dong showed a subtle expression. Okay, you two can stay. As for the high priest, I hope I still have some face. There was something wrong with the way Qian Daoliu looked at her. Although he concealed it well, she was too familiar with the suppressed anger, hatred, and murderous intent. That was her before. In other words, Qian Daoliu probably knew that she killed Kyungsunji, but he was afraid of the inheritance of the Rakshasa god in her body and didn't dare to take risks. In addition, this matter was shameful, so the old man didn't even want to expose it. Caution is Qian Daoliu's advantage, but being too cautious makes him look a bit cowardly. However, she didn't dare to provoke the old man again. Even rabbits will bite when they are angry, not to mention that Qian Daoliu is not a rabbit. If she really gets mad at the old man, she will not have a good time. Thank you, Your Majesty the Pope. Yu Guan and Gui Mei breathed a sigh of relief. After being frightened for so long, finally, they can relax a little. You know, since they woke up from the serious injury, they dared not close their eyes. They were afraid that the old man Qian Daoliu would kill them quietly. But your injuries seem to be still very serious now. Bibi Dong said. Yu Guan and Gui Mei brought Qian Sunji back, but in the Elder Hall, the healing soul masters of Wuhan City were arranged by Qian Daoliu to save Qian Sunji, and Yu Guan and Gui Mei were completely left aside. If the titled Douluo present had not worked together for so many years and helped the 2 men to stabilize their injuries, the 2 old brothers would have died in the Elder Hall due to their serious injuries on the day they rushed back to Wuhan City. It has been almost half a month since they recovered, and their injuries are still very serious, so they didn't even think about running away, and ran directly to the Pope's hall to seek refuge with her. Xiao Feng. Bibi Dong knocked on the kitten's head on the table. Yes, yes, you only know how to order people around. Nanfang jumped up, turned back into a human form in the air, and landed on the ground. Yu Guan and the others were confused. What kind of martial soul is this? Don't forget my great kindness today. Nanfang looked at Yu Guan and Gui Mei seriously. When I have something to do in the future, you two have to stand up. As he said, Nanfang put his arm around Yu Guan and the others' shoulders. The horse spell was activated, and a terrifying healing force flowed into the bodies of the 2. In just a few breaths, their broken bodies were completely repaired, and even the hidden injuries accumulated over the years disappeared without a trace. A miracle doctor! Yu Guan and Gui Mei were shocked. If Qian Sunji had this person present at the time, he would not have been seriously injured and could not have died, right? Hey, you two must not tell this to anyone. Nanfang reminded. The healing cost of his horse spell was very confusing, and he still hadn't figured out the specific situation. However, in front of him, there was no concept of too serious injury or important parts. The healing cost of having a hole in the hand is the same as having a hole in the heart. Internal and external injuries are the same in front of him. For healing spirit masters, the surface damage of the body is not difficult to repair, but the meridians in the body and some important internal organs are more difficult to repair. After all, healing spirit masters need to control their own spirit power to repair those damaged parts. The more delicate the parts are, the harder it is to repair. But for him, injuries are injuries. There is no such thing as serious or not, only how many there are. Only the quantity is considered, not the quality. The more injured parts are, the more the healing costs. Yuegwen and Gaimei were indeed seriously injured, but they were mainly internal injuries. The healing of these internal injuries was not as much as the healing of those fallen ones who were covered in blood and whose bones could be seen by knife wounds in the killing city. Chapter 22, 3 against 1 and still killed. After the Pope's coronation ceremony, the war between Wuhan Hall and Haoshan sect officially began. Unlike what everyone had worried about before, the Spirit Hall did not rely on its own large number of soul masters to directly attack the headquarters of the Haoshan sect, but chose to start with the various affiliated sects of the Haoshan sect. The first to bear the brunt were naturally the 4 sects with single attributes, namely, force, destruction, agility, and defense. After all, the Haoshan sect is not weak. Although it has not been as strong as the world's #1 sect in recent years, the Haoshan hammer is still powerful. Even if it can win in a head-on confrontation, it is not worth it. Bibi Dong has just come to power. If she wants to win the hearts of the people, she must naturally maximize the benefits of this war while trying to control the losses as much as possible. Therefore, the war against the Haoshan sect was divided into 2 parts. The main force led by the 2 titled Douluo Chuigui was responsible for launching a frontal attack on the headquarters of the Haoshan sect to attract the attention of the Haoshan sect. Then, several Soul Douluo bishops led the spirit masters of the Spirit Hall to launch a surprise attack on the affiliated sects of the Haoshan sect, delaying these sects and preventing them from supporting the Haoshan sect. Of course, the most important thing is to rob all the properties of Haoshan sect outside. Soul masters also need to eat, and they need money for food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Moreover, the consumption of soul masters is far more than that of ordinary people. The soul master class is both a high-income group and a high-consumption group. This is even more true for the section to develop and grow. Money is needed everywhere. As for robbery, that's funny. Soul masters in Douluo continent may not be rich, but rich people must be soul masters. The industries that make money are in the hands of large soul master forces such as Wuhan Hall, the 8 major families, and the 7 major sects. Soul masters who have the ability to rob these people don't need to worry about money at all. In the territory of Xingluo Empire, a small city belonging to the territory of Haoshan sect should now be called Ruins. Not long ago, this was still a moderately wealthy and developed city, but less than half a month after the war began, it was almost reduced to ruins, and the people living here died or fled. After all, when fighting, no one will care whether you are a soul master or an ordinary person. On the designated battlefield, all personnel except your own side are assumed to be enemies. At the beginning, the soul masters with long-range attack capabilities will launch a soul skill bombardment, just like the 2 empires launching a volley of arrows when the war begins. There will be basically no casualties in this stage. It is mainly to injure people and increase the logistical burden of the other side. It belongs to the consumption stage. Of course, it is not ruled out that some unlucky people will hit themselves to death when they run into the muzzle of the gun. After the consumption, it will be a hearty melee. How is the fight in front? Nanfang followed Zhu Gui and the others to the front line to get credit, as Bibi Dong said. With Bibi Dong, the Pope, as a backing, and the grace of healing the seriously injured, Nanfang and Yu Guan have a good relationship. It's okay. The number of casualties on our side is roughly 1-to-1 with Haoshan sect. Yu Guan said. This is actually a very good record. After all, the soul masters of Wuhan Hall have uneven strengths, and those who were sent to charge at the beginning are basically cannon fodder. Of course, the Haoshan sect is similar, but for the Spirit Hall, this loss is insignificant, but for the Haoshan sect, this number of casualties is a bit painful. Since none of the affiliated sects that were supposed to come to support have come, the momentum of the Haoshan sect has obviously declined. In today's battle, the Haoshan sect has already had a clear mood to avoid fighting. Gui Mei said. Their elders are silent. Nanfang asked in confusion. This place is only a few kilometers away from the front battlefield. If it is a Soul Douluo who takes action, he can definitely hear the movement here, but he has been here for several days and there is no particularly big movement. No. Gui Mei said. The main force of the Haoshan sect has been retreating since the beginning. They have no intention of confronting us head-on. They should want to hide back to the sect's headquarters. After all, that ghost place is easy to defend and difficult to attack. If you are less than a soul saint, you will die if you break in. So cowardly. Nanfang was puzzled. Isn't it said that the people of Haoshan sect have very bad tempers? Shouldn't they fight a big battle first and then retreat when they have no other choice? Yu Guan's eyes twitched slightly. You have to consider their opponents. Currently, Haoshan sect has only one titled Douluo, sect master Tang Xiao, and according to the time, Tang Xiao's current cultivation has reached level 93 at most. Although the rest of the Haoshan sect elders are all high-level soul Douluos above level 85, they still have no chance of winning against titled Douluos. Although the Spirit Hall nominally said that only 2 titled Douluos came, who knows how many there were in secret. Before they took the initiative to attack, Haoshan sect would never dare to take the initiative to release high-level combat power. That's right. Nanfang nodded. However, after fighting for so long, why hasn't Tang Hao made any move? Tang Hao? Yu Guan couldn't help laughing. That guy can't even protect himself now. Nanfang looks strange. It seems that you are the ones who were killed in a 3-on-1 fight. Yu Guan looked embarrassed. Tang Hao was cheating. The special magnetic field of the 100,000-year soul beast sacrifice had a strong suppression on us. We couldn't exert our full strength at that time. You don't know how much the 100,000-year soul ring adds to the soul master, and once his 100,000-year soul skill killing barrier is opened, combined with the magnetic field of the 100,000-year soul beast sacrifice, plus the killing god domain, the old ghost and I can't even exert 70% of our strength, and we can't even use the martial soul fusion skill. They didn't expect that the transformed soul beast would be willing to sacrifice, and they didn't expect that the special magnetic field after the 100,000-year soul beast sacrifice would have such a big interference. Tang Hao had been chased by them for so long and was already at the end of his strength. As a result, the Blue-Silver Emperor's sacrifice directly restored Tang Hao to full state, and even the special magnetic field continued to provide energy for Tang Hao. It was really a ghost at that time. The more they fought, the more tired they became. Tang Hao became crazier and crazier. And the secret method of the Haoshan sect's ring explosion is really unreasonable. Yu Guan looked palpitating. After Tang Hao accepted the sacrifice, he was at level 91, close to level 92. After he desperately used the ring explosion and blew up his first 4 soul rings, he directly pushed himself to more than level 93. When the 5th soul ring exploded, he soared to level 95 on the spot. Nanfang looked strange. So awesome. We had the same expression at that time. Yu Guan said excitedly. The Soul Master World said that the secret of the Haoshan sect, the ultimate secret of the Great Zamuru Hammer, the ring explosion, is a rather unreasonable move, but few people have actually seen it, because the Haoshan sect only has the strongest talent in each class, but only those who are destined to be the clan leader are qualified to learn the ring explosion, and they may not be able to learn it. They didn't know how much the ring explosion would improve, but that day, they really saw it. It's really fucking unreasonable. But the backlash of that domineering move is also extremely terrifying. Guy Mei said. After beating us all down, Tang Hao's condition was also very bad. If there was another title Douluo at that time, no, even if there was only one soul Douluo, Tang Hao would have died. And he died in his own hands. After the ring explosion, Tang Hao's soul power was very unstable. It was obvious that he was not proficient in controlling that terrifying move. It was fluctuating, especially after the battle. He could clearly feel that Tang Hao was about to be unable to suppress the riot of soul power in his body. If it weren't for that damn magnetic field assistance, Tang Hao would definitely blow himself to death when the ring explosion. Chapter 23 Call Tang Xiao. In other words, Tang Hao is impossible to appear. Nanfang said. Absolutely impossible. Yu Guan and Guy Mei affirmed. Tang Hao was so injured that he probably didn't even dare to use his martial spirit easily. If that guy dared to show up, they wouldn't even need to do anything, because his serious injury would backfire and kill him. Who is commanding the battle at the front line of Haoshan sect now? Nanfang asked. The Great Elder and the 6th Elder of Haoshan sect. Gui Mei said. I tried a few moves with those 2 guys a few days ago. One was level 88 and the other was level 87. I would definitely win if they fought alone, but if they joined forces, I couldn't do anything to them for a while. If they fought hard, I would probably die with them. The reason why Haoshan sect has been able to stand firm in the world of soul masters for thousands of years and has the title of the world's #1 sect is mainly because the martial spirit of Haoshan Hammer itself is extremely domineering. The overall strength of Haoshan sect has been the absolute number one among the 7 major sects for thousands of years. And Haoshan Hammer Soul Masters have one thing in common: the combat power in a normal state is completely different from the life-threatening state. When they desperately activated the Clear Sky Hammer to exchange their lives for their own, all defenses within the same realm were useless. The last time the Spirit Hall attacked, the titled Douluo elders were injured, and the old leader of the Clear Sky sect died of illness. The main reason why the Elder Hall did not pass the resolution to attack the Clear Sky sect was this. The 7 elders of the Clear Sky sect are all top soul Douluos, plus a leader Tang Xiao. Facing this lineup, unless the worshippers take action, the loss of the titled Douluos will be very large. The worshippers are all located deep in the Elder Hall and have not taken action for decades. Without the order of the great worshipper, even the Pope cannot call them. Everyone in the Elder Hall still cherishes their lives. If the crazy people of the Clear Sky sect are really forced into a corner, they will definitely lose a few titled Douluos. Everyone does not want to die, so naturally they are unwilling to take action. This time, it was the same. The son of the chief priest died, but no one took action. It was even less likely that the elders in the Elder Hall would join in the fun. The new Pope Bibi Dong could not command the elders. I can't understand why the chief priest refused to take action. Gui Mei said. Although the former pope was the one who caused the trouble, it was his son who died. He was a coward. Nanfang said. Yu Guan and the others were confused. Coward. Qian Daolio was a coward? Are you kidding? He is a level 99 peerless Douluo, and Haoshan sect also has one, and he can't beat that guy. Nanfang said. Can't beat him? Yu Guan was stunned. You are not talking about Tang Chen, right? Didn't that guy disappear a long time ago? Tang Chen has been missing for decades, is he still alive? Qian Daoliu is also considered dead in the Soul Master world, but is he dead? Nanfang said. When not in Wuhan City, Qian Daoliu is definitely not Tang Chen's opponent, because Tang Chen never used the ring explosion in the battle with Qian Daoliu. After all, the ring explosion is a desperate trump card, and it is naturally impossible to use it in sparring. While in Wuhan City, although Qian Daoliu can borrow the power of angels to reach the demigod, Tang Chen can do the same. Although the time is short, if Tang Chen goes crazy, Wuhan City will definitely be finished, and Qian Daoliu can't stop it. Tang Chen can't kill Qian Daoliu, but he can kill everyone except Qian Daoliu. However, he feels that Qian Daoliu is most worried that Tang Chen may successfully inherit the throne, so he dare not take action against Haoshan sect. After all, among the 3 peerless Douluo today, Tang Chen is the strongest without the geographical advantage, and he can force himself to the demigod alone, which is an ability that Qian Daoliu and Poseidon do not have. Whether it is talent or strength, Tang Chen is the strongest among the 3. Qian Daoliu, as Tang Chen's best friend, naturally knows the guy's strength. That's why he is most worried that Tang Chen has really found the way to become a god. If Qian Daoliu attacks Haoshanzong and Tang Chen returns as a god, guess what will happen? There is no such thing as full of martial virtues. It's nothing more than being considerate. The so-called respect and reason are only possible when the strength is equal. Just like this matter now, from the beginning, the Spirit Hall wanted to snatch the transformed soul beast in Tang Hao's hands, but he was killed when he attacked. Everything Tang Hao did was legitimate self-defense, and there was nothing wrong with it, but now he is made to be so unforgivable. Why? Because Haoshanzong is weaker than the Spirit Hall. If Tang Chen was still there, even if Tang Hao took the Blue-Silver Emperor to the Pope's Hall to dance, look, does Kyungsunji dare to fart? There are so many right and wrong, as long as the fist is big enough, whatever you say is right. As for what is not accepted, wouldn't it be enough to kill all those who are not accepted? Passing through the ruined city, Nanfang came to the front-line battle zone. It was almost evening, and it was time for a truce. Except for the vigilant lookouts, both sides had withdrawn from the battlefield. Are you sure you want to play like this? Yu Guan was a little nervous. If something happens to you, we can't explain to His Holiness the Pope. Don't worry, the person who can kill me hasn't been born yet. Nanfang said. Except for God, he is really not sure how strong the life-saving ability of his dog talisman brought by his martial soul is. The only thing that can be confirmed at present is that when he suffers fatal damage, the dog talisman will consume his own soul power to form a protective film on the surface of his body, and the effect should be similar to the invincible golden body. But there is a problem with this thing, it is a passive skill. Only attacks that can cause fatal damage to him can trigger this immortal passive. In other words, if the opponent cannot kill him instantly, the damage will not be immune to the dog talisman, but will be injured first and then healed by the horse talisman. After all, the energy consumption of the dog talisman and the horse talisman is completely 2 levels. If it is not fatal enough, his martial soul will naturally choose to use the one with lower energy consumption first. How about forget it? Yu Guan was still a little worried. They just surrendered to Bibi Dong. If Nanfang got into trouble here, it is hard to say whether the great priest will kill them, but Bibi Dong will never let them go. Don't worry, I haven't lived enough, and I won't joke with my life. Nanfang said. Besides, you know how powerful my healing ability is. Even if I only have 1 breath left, I can heal myself. Okay. Yu Guan hesitated again and again, but still agreed. Anyway, he and Gui Mei were right next to him. With Gui Mei's speed, it was enough to rescue Nanfang from the hands of the 2 Haoshan sect elders. Haoshanzong's cowards. Your grandpa Feng is here. Nanfang swaggered to the center of the battlefield and started to attack with his mouth. With the blessing of soul power, his mocking voice was extremely penetrating. But unfortunately, the Haoshanzong side did not react at all. Seeing this, Nanfang could only increase his strength. Haoshanzong's little bastards, surrender. The spirit hall does not treat prisoners well, but it can give you a good death. Surrender now, and I can personally fund a tombstone for you, standing on the top of the Haoshanzong mountain. But if we wait until we get in, hey! You will suffer a lot. All men will have their spirits abolished, their little dicks cut off, and thrown into the palace as eunuchs. Women, I want the good-looking ones. The ugly ones will be sold to you. Hey! Did you hear that? Haoshanzong's little bastards. Your grandpa Feng is here to give you a chance today. Let me tell you, Tang Hao's little dick has been cut off, and your Haoshan sect leader's brother is already the top eunuch beside Shui Yat. Quickly surrender, or I'll cut you all off and send you to be his sisters. Stinky boy! You're looking for death. Almost instantly, a figure holding the Haoshan hammer rushed out from the distance of the battlefield. At the same time, the Haoshan hammer in his hand grew rapidly, and almost in the blink of an eye it turned into an oversized hammer, smashing down from the top of Nanfang's head. Seeing this, Gui Mei was about to make a move, but Nanfang made a showy one-pointing gesture, pointing his right index finger at the Haoshan real body that fell from the sky, and stood quietly in place. Boom! The terrifying power fluctuations raised a cloud of dust, and the originally silent battlefield instantly became tense. Just when everyone thought Nanfang had been smashed into a pulp by Haoshan's true body, a mocking voice full of disdain sounded faintly in the center of the battlefield. That's it. Under the huge Haoshan hammer, Nanfang's petite body did not move at all, and even the movement of the index finger of her right hand against the Haoshan hammer looked so weird. The expression of the 6th elder of Haoshan sect tightened, and he quickly withdrew his soul power and retreated at a high speed. I thought you Haoshan sect was so powerful, but that's it. Nanfang patted the dust on his body and pulled his hair back with his right hand. You are not worthy of fighting with me, call Tang Xiao. Chapter 24 The Peeping of Golden Crocodile and Guangling. As Nanfang's words fell, the atmosphere of the entire battlefield became extremely weird. Not to mention the people of Haoshan sect, even the people of Wuhan Hall did not expect that such a top powerhouse would appear on their side. Without even opening his spirit, he easily took the blow from the elder of the Haoshan sect who had opened his spirit body. For a moment, the morale of the spirit hall was inexplicably high, while the Haoshan sect had already felt a hint of despair. If such a strong man started a killing spree, how many people would be left alive on their side? The 6th elder of the Haoshan sect who took action was even more shocked. He knew best what happened to the hammer he smashed down. This person definitely did not use any spirit skills, and it was definitely not a spirit bone skill. In other words, this person really easily blocked the blow of his Haoshan body with just one finger. Those who knew the inside story Yuegwen and Gaimei were also completely stunned. They had clearly felt that Nanfang only had level 40 soul power. Solid and solid, nothing more. How did he block Haoshan's true body? No kidding, the attack just now, let alone the soul sect, even they dare not play like this. Either dodge it, or activate the martial soul true body to block it. Don't you understand what I said? Nanfang waved his hand, took out a big armchair from the soul guide, and lay down on it casually. I'll say it again, you are not qualified to fight me, let Tang Xiao come out. Intact? No, 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 the only explanation for his intactness is that the hammer just now could kill him in 1 second. The kind that empties the blood bar with one blow. To put it in a more vivid way, full blood triggers the famous sword. Exciting. One hammer killed 10% of his soul power. The Haoshan hammer is really so terrifying. If he takes 9 more fatal attacks like the one just now, he will be dead on the spot. May I ask which worshipper you are? The sixth elder's attitude became much more respectful. The only possibility that he could block his attack in this way is a titled Douluo. And it must be a peak Douluo above level 95. It is said that it is the highest guard force of the spirit hall hidden in the dark of the Elder's Hall. Honorer? Nanfang leaned on the recliner and glanced coldly at the big hammer opposite him. Do I need to say it for the 3rd time? The 6th elder was angry, but he didn't dare to show it. He bowed and retreated. If he could easily take his Haoshan true body, it would be easy for the other party to kill him. With this strength, he wouldn't even have a chance to fight. So far, the battlefield was silent. Nanfang just lay in the center of the battlefield strangely, closing his eyes to rest, but no one dared to take action quietly. Second brother, this kid, have you figured out what's going on? In the dark, the second worshipper, Golden Crocodile Douluo, who was ordered by Qian Daoliu to supervise the battle and was also planning to kill 2 Haoshan sect elders, and the 5th worshipper, Guangling Douluo, who came to watch the fun, also saw the strange scene just now. Guangling really didn't understand. Without opening the martial soul and activating the soul bone skills, he could actually block the Haoshan true body activated by the soul Douluo without any damage? To be honest, he didn't dare to play like this. In the entire Wuhan Hall, the only one who might dare to play like this is probably the one next to him. Golden Crocodile Douluo, the Golden Crocodile King martial soul, that defense is like a joke, even the great worshipper has to be serious to break the defense of the Golden Crocodile. Others, even if the rest of their worshippers attack together, can only break the defense after the Golden Crocodile's soul power is exhausted. When his soul power is sufficient, then don't dream. At the moment of being attacked, his soul power fluctuated slightly, but Jinyu looked puzzled. Even if it was me, I couldn't resist Hao Tian's true body without opening my martial soul. The physical strength of a soul master depends on his level and martial soul. The physical strength of a beast martial soul master is generally stronger than that of a soul master with other types of martial souls, but they are more strong in physical fitness. It is impossible for a soul master to resist someone's martial soul true body without opening his martial soul. What a soul master cultivates is the martial soul, which is the foundation of a soul master. Without the martial soul, relying only on soul power, it is okay to attack, but when it comes to defense, even he dare not do that. In the state of martial soul possession, he is confident that the hammer just now can't hurt him, but if he doesn't open his martial soul, relying on his physical body, that's a joke. Could this kid be a humanoid soul beast? Guangling asked suspiciously. That's not the case. Before in Wuhan City, Bibi Dong appointed this kid as a staff officer. When he followed Yu Guan and the others to the front line, I saw his martial soul. Jinyu said. That thing is a bit strange. I don't know if it's a beast spirit or some auxiliary spirit. Guangling looked puzzled. What does it look like? It looks like a statue of a coiled dragon. Jinyu said. Statue. Guangling was stunned. Can a spirit possess a body? I don't know. I didn't ask much at the time and just let him release his spirit. Jinyu said. Originally, I thought he was just a cannon fodder used by Bibi Dong to bluff. I didn't expect he had such a skill. Cannon fodder. Guangling looked strange. What do you mean? He's only level 40. Jinyu said. Ah. Guangling was confused. A level 40 spirit master blocked Hao Tian's true body without any injury? What's going on? Guangling, who was a little suspicious, didn't care whether he would expose his existence or not, and directly sent out his mental power to explore Nanfang. Hey? Why can't I sense it? Guangling asked puzzledly. High-level soul masters can use mental power scanning to detect low-level soul masters, and thus roughly determine the soul power level. Of course, this method is not accurate. After all, mental power will be disturbed. To accurately determine the opponent's soul power level, direct contact is still required. But now, after his mental power rushed to the boy, it disappeared out of thin air, and nothing could be seen. It should be because of his strange martial soul. Jinyu said. It was the same when I was in the martial soul city before. The mental power could not be seen. Only direct contact could sense his actual soul power fluctuations. The method he used just now is probably based on his special martial soul. Maybe his martial soul has special abilities in this regard. There are all kinds of martial souls on Douluo continent. In addition to the common swords, spears, halberds, and various beast spirits, occasionally some strange spirits will appear, perhaps with some special abilities. Is that so? Guangling nodded. Strange spirit abilities, this can be explained, after all, he has seen many strange spirits before. For example, the ancient banyan of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, is known as the most mysterious and difficult one among the titled Douluo because of the uniqueness of his own spirit. I don't know how long it took, just when Nanfang was about to fall asleep on the chair, the side of the Haoshan sect finally made a move. The 6 elders who left earlier came out with an old man and a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s. Of course, the age of a soul master cannot be judged by appearance, because after a soul master reaches a certain level, he can maintain his appearance, stop aging, and even become younger to a certain extent by consuming soul power for a long time. Generally speaking, only titled Douluo have the ability to rejuvenate their appearance, but people who have cultivated to that level don't care so much about whether they are young or not. On the contrary, many people prefer to maintain the image of middle-aged or even old age. Because this is the most intuitive performance of qualifications. It is also possible that some old naughty boys like to keep themselves in the state of their youth. Haoshan sect Master Tang Xiao, meet the senior. Tang Xiao walked in front of the 2 elders and stood about 30 meters away from Nanfang. Nanfang opened his eyes. Are you Tang Xiao? Yes. Tang Xiao was neither humble nor arrogant. Do you know what I'm here for? Nanfang asked with his chin on his head. Please tell me clearly, senior. Tang Xiao said in a deep voice. As the eldest brother, how could he not know what kind of character Tang Hao has? It was obvious that the Spirit Hall coveted the 100,000-year-old transformed spirit beast. They failed to take action many years ago, and now they are even more aggressive. The 3 titled Douluo surrounded and killed him. Qian Sunji was not as skilled as them, which was his own fault. He did not expect that these people would bite back. They are really shameless. Chapter 25 Does right or wrong matter? I heard you have a sister. Nanfang said. She's pretty. Tang Xiao's expression froze. What do you mean, senior? Tang Yuehua is not a spirit master, and has never participated in the affairs of the Haoshan sect. The affairs of the spirit master world have nothing to do with her. Moreover, the girl left the Haoshan sect and went to Tiandu city after she became an adult. This incident happened suddenly, and he was worried that there would be an accident on the road, so he did not let Tang Yuehua return to the Haoshan sect. After all, the girl is not even a spirit master. There is an unwritten rule in the spirit master world that the fight between spirit masters will not affect ordinary people who are not spirit masters. Could it be that the spirit hall has become so shameless? It's nothing. I complimented your sister on her beauty. Isn't that okay? Nanfang said. Senior, Yuehua is not a spirit master. Tang Xiao reminded. And I believe you know the right and wrong of this matter very well. It's obvious that he failed to rob, but now he is blaming others. Does he really think everyone is an idiot? Is Tang Hao crazy? He went to attack the 3 titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall alone? I know. Nanfang sat up. I know that this matter was caused by Qian Sunji. He was not as skilled as others. I even know how he died. Then why did you? But what about that? Nanfang smiled. Master Tang, you have to understand this matter clearly. The Spirit Hall did not attack the Haoshan sect to avenge the Pope. It was simply that the Spirit Hall was planning to attack you. After Bibi Dong succeeded the Pope, she naturally received the information from Qian Sunji. When he was bored and stayed by Bibi Dong's side, he would look through these confidential information as sect gossip, one of which was the action plan for the Haoshan sect. The titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall robbed the 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast beside Tang Hao. In addition to being greedy for the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, he was also looking for trouble. The old leader of the Haoshan sect, to put it bluntly, was quite cowardly. And there was a reason for this cowardice. In the past, Tang Chen of the Haoshan sect was extremely powerful. He was even called the 2 mountains of the Soul Master world together with Qian Daoliu, the great worshipper of the Spirit Hall. They were insurmountable peaks. Behind this glory, there were also huge risks. Qian Daolio was strong, but he was not only strong himself. The elders and worshippers of the Spirit Hall were also powerful. Moreover, Qian Daolio was most concerned about the development of the Spirit Hall. But Tang Chen was different. Tang Chen's strength was his own strength, and had little to do with other people in the Haoshan sect. After Tang Chen, there was a huge gap in the strength of the Haoshan sect. When Tang Chen is here, Haoshan sect is invincible. When Tang Chen is gone, Haoshan sect will fall apart in a minute. In addition, Tang Chen left so suddenly that even Haoshan sect itself has not reacted, not to mention outsiders. Tang Chen has an unruly personality, and according to insiders, his emotional intelligence is ridiculously low. Although he is powerful, Tang Chen has been in the Soul Master world for many years and has no friends at all. In fact, they are all enemies. Only Qian Daolio can be called a close friend. According to the relevant information he found in the Wuhan Hall, when Tang Chen was in the Soul Master world, he fought wherever he went. The key is that the guy is also fierce. He has never lost to opponents of the same level. This kind of flamboyant personality has caused Tang Chen to make too many enemies in the Soul Master world. He one blow of the hammer knocked the person down, or crippled the person, and the person left. Unlike Qian Daolio, once he decided to fight, there was no such thing as a fight, it was all about competing, and it was all about life and death. Qian Daolio never left any harm behind. The only person who could leave alive after fighting with him was Chen Xian's father, Chen Jianjun. And this was not because Qian Daolio was soft-hearted, but because Chen Jianjun would not live for a few days at that time, and in addition, the seven-killing sword was passed down from one person to another, and Qian Daolio knew the moral character of the swordsman. If you are not as good as others, you are not as good as others, and it is the same even if you die, there will be no resentment at all. But Tang Chen was different. If he could withstand the blow of the hammer and did not lose, he would hit him again. If he could not withstand the blow and lost, no matter whether he was dead or crippled, Tang Chen would just pat his butt and leave. Those who survived became potential enemies of the Haoshan sect. After Tang Chen disappeared, those people's families, or themselves, had harassed the Haoshan sect for decades. It was precisely because he took over the position of the leader of the Haoshan sect under such internal and external troubles that the old leader was very cautious in handling these matters, and could even be said to be timid. Tang Hao was attacked by the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Tang Hao fought back in self-defense. Is there a problem? No problem. Absolutely no problem. But the old leader just felt that Tang Hao was wrong. He shouldn't hurt the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall because it would bring trouble to the sect. When he saw these materials in the Spirit Hall, he almost laughed to death. When his son was being hunted down, he didn't think about whether his son was okay, but worried about whether the other party would retaliate in return. He even got angry to death because of excessive worry. What a talent! You were planning to do it. Tang Xiao's face became extremely ugly. He really didn't even act. To be honest, personally, I think Tang Hao did nothing wrong. Nanfang said. Whether the 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast he brought with him is his beloved, it is also his treasure. Others may be tempted by its beauty or its wealth. As long as they take action, they must be prepared to be killed in return. Even if Kyungsunji died, he deserved it. But, Sect Master Tang, do you think right or wrong is important? Tang Xiao frowned. Not important. Of course not important. Nanfang said. Tang Hao is indeed right. But if the Spirit Hall says Tang Hao is wrong, then he is wrong. Even now most people on the mainland think so. Even many of your own people in the Haoshan sect think so, right? From the attitude of those elders when Tang San returned to the Haoshan sect, it can be seen that they are full of anger towards Tang Hao, because Tang Hao caused heavy losses to the Haoshan sect and also closed the mountain for 20 years. As for why Tang Hao killed the Pope, they didn't care. In other words, in their eyes, even if Kyungsunji wanted to kill Tang Hao for no reason, he should bear it and shouldn't resist, because once he resisted, it would bring disaster to Haoshan sect. They didn't care whether Tang Hao was right or wrong, they only cared that Tang Hao brought huge losses to Haoshan sect. What do you plan to do today, senior? Tang Xiao's face was very ugly. Of course he knew that the other party was telling the truth. Recently, the Haoshan sect was full of curses against Tang Hao, saying that if he dared to fight, why didn't he stand up and take responsibility when the Spirit Hall came to the door? No one thought about how much Tang Hao paid for fighting against the three-titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall alone, and even whether Tang Hao was still alive now. No one cared, they only knew that the Spirit Hall army was coming. Is right or wrong important? It really doesn't matter. It is obvious that anyone with eyes can see that the Spirit Hall has become more and more domineering in recent years, and its attitude towards the two empires and the 7 major sects has become more and more superior. Tang Hao's incident is just an excuse. Even if there is no Tang Hao, the Spirit Hall will still find an opportunity to go to war with the Haoshan sect. Because the Haoshan sect is the strongest of the 7 major sects and the #1 sect in the world. By defeating the Haoshan sect, the reputation of the Spirit Hall, its influence on the Soul Master world, and its dominance can all be taken to a higher level. But no one is willing to admit this, regardless of whether they have seen the truth or not. They are all complaining, why Tang Hao is gone. If Tang Hao appears, he will definitely be able to calm the anger of the Spirit Hall, and the Haoshan sect will not have to face the war. But what is the fact? He knows very well that even if Tang Hao appears today, or even if Tang Hao dies here, the Spirit Hall will still continue to attack the Haoshan sect. The Pope is dead, and it is related to the Haoshan sect. What a good excuse for war. It is so justified that even his enemy cannot refute it. With such a reason, how could the Spirit Hall give up? Before the Haoshan sect was seriously injured, the Spirit Hall would not withdraw. This war could not be resolved peacefully from the beginning. Chapter 26 Why it came to this. I'll give you a chance. Nanfang sat up. What chance? Tang Xiao asked in confusion. It's been so long, and now you are telling him to give you a chance? Haoshan sect surrenders and submits to the Spirit Hall, and the previous things are written off. Nanfang said. Let's work together to become bigger and stronger and create more glory. The air froze for a while. Not to mention Tang Xiao and the 2 elders behind him, even Jinyu and Guangling who were hiding in the dark were stunned. Do you know what you are talking about? Senior, are you kidding? Tang Xiao was annoyed. Haoshanzong surrendered to Wuhan Hall? Is this possible? Not to mention that Wuhan Hall and Haoshanzong had just had such a conflict. Even if there was no conflict, Haoshanzong would never say anything about surrendering to Wuhan Hall. This is not giving him a chance, it's clearly teasing him. What are you kidding? I'm serious. Nanfang said. Listen to me and I'll explain the interests involved in it in detail. First of all, Wuhan Hall is the most powerful Soul Master organization on the continent, isn't that right? Then, Haoshanzong is the #1 sect in the world, isn't that right? Just like this war, if it was another sect, there would be no need for the Spirit Hall to make such a big scene, they could just rush to the door and it would be over. But facing the Haoshan sect, the Spirit Hall first divided its troops and then threatened. Why? Because you are strong. Tang Xiao's eyes twitched. Should I thank you for paying so much attention to the Haoshan sect? Think about it, if the Spirit Hall and the Haoshan sect united, other sects and other Soul Master organizations would surrender at the sight of the enemy. Nanfang said seriously. Then may I ask, Senior, who will the Haoshan sect and the Spirit Hall listen to when they join forces? Tang Xiao asked. Of course they will listen to me. Nanfang said. Could they listen to you? Tang Xiao's face darkened. In other words, Senior means that the Haoshan sect should submit to the Spirit Hall. If you understand it this way, there is no big problem. Nanfang said. Bibi Dong is the Pope, and he is the Pope's lover. The general policy of the Spirit Hall is to follow the Pope, and Bibi Dong will listen to him in most cases. In other words, the Spirit Hall listens to him. Then Tang Xiao can only persuade the senior to give up this idea. Tang Xiao didn't want to talk nonsense anymore. The Haoshan sect can die, but it is impossible to kneel down to anyone. Oh. Nanfang leaned back. Forget it. Tang Xiao was stunned, but before he could say anything else, an inexplicable threat suddenly came from behind him. Boom. Tang Xiao, who was unprepared, was directly blown away by the 6th elder who surrendered to the enemy. Well done, Lao Lu. The elder said inexplicably. The 6th elder, whose brain was online again, was confused. What happened? When did he take out his Haoshan hammer? Brother, what are you talking about? The 6th elder asked in confusion. You two, it's time to stop acting. Kill Tang Xiao, and you two will be loyal ministers of our Spirit Hall. Nanfang, leaning on the chair, said seriously. Fortunately, He had practiced on BB Dong many times before, otherwise he really couldn't be so smooth just now. The sheep talisman was originally only for the soul to leave the body, and at most it could occupy an empty shell without a soul, but it couldn't enter a body that already had a person. Only the Holy Lord can rely on his powerful immortal soul to forcibly rush into a body that already has a soul. But it seems that because his spirit is the Holy Lord, he can also do a certain degree of possession. However, when breaking into a new body, he knows nothing and is not familiar with anything, and things like spirits require a lot of practice to fully control. Even after many attempts on Yu Guan before, he is familiar with it. The release of Ziki Wuhan, but he couldn't use someone else's body to release soul skills. Because the body and soul are not compatible, the degree of fit is too low, being able to activate the martial soul is already the limit. As for soul skills, he doesn't have so much time to get familiar with a new body. Once the stay time exceeds 3 seconds, his brain will be invaded. The fusion of two memories, who knows what he will become. After the sixth elder suddenly attacked Tang Xiao, the atmosphere at the scene became extremely weird. Except Nanfang, everyone was in a state of confusion, including the sixth elder who took action. He felt that he was shaken, and the clear sky hammer came out, and Tang Xiao also flew out. Two elders, why is this? Tang Xiao got up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although the blow was not heavy, he was unprepared, and the hammer did not hurt his body, which was sad. The sixth elder was about to explain that he did not mean that, but his second personality came online again. Brother, don't talk nonsense with him, go. Kill him, and the Haoshan sect will not have to continue to increase casualties. The great elder was confused. Old 6. Follow up. Before he finished speaking, the great elder released the Haoshan hammer, jumped up, and smashed towards Tang Xiao. Seeing this, Tang Xiao took a deep breath, released the Haoshan hammer, and prepared to subdue the two elders first, and then deal with this matter later. Great elder, I'm sorry. After the words fell, a purple soul ring lit up under Tang Xiao. At the same time, the elder who was in the air also came back to his senses again. Seeing the scene in front of him, he did not dare to delay. The purple soul ring on his body flashed, and the two clear sky hammers collided with each other. Tang Xiao! Die! The sixth elder shouted and attacked from the side with the clear sky hammer. Tang Xiao's eyes condensed, and the black soul ring under his body flashed, knocking the elder who was stuck in the air away. Then, the clear sky hammer turned and smashed towards the sixth elder. What's going on? Yu Guan and Gui Mei looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion. How did they really fight? Could it be that the great elder and the sixth elder of Haoshan sect were really instigated by Nanfang? Master Tang, surrender! Nanfang, who had been inhabiting and changing bodies for many times in a row, was almost exhausted. Damn! One person played 3 roles. This kind of possession consumes too much mental energy. The more the new body resists what he is about to do, the more tired he is. Especially when entering the same body repeatedly, the consumption will be greater each time, and the time he can stay will be shorter each time. Because if the interval is too short, the new body and his soul will also adapt, and the rejection he will receive will become stronger and stronger. I can't do it anymore. If it happens twice more, he will faint here. Two elders, why is it so? Tang Xiao said in a deep voice. If you betray the sect, even if you join the spirit hall, how can you gain a foothold in the spirit master world in the future? The spirit hall has evil ambitions. Even if I die, this battle is inevitable. We the first elder and the sixth elder were still in a state of confusion at this time. They haven't asked Tang Xiao why he attacked them yet. Master Tang, don't you understand? Haoshan sect's resentment towards Tang Hao is too heavy, and it has even affected you. Nanfang sighed. If not, how could I let the two elders turn to the light so easily? You the sixth elder was confused. When did I turn to the light? Sixth elder, it's time to get to this point, there's no value in pretending to be nice. Nanfang said. It was agreed before that Tang Xiao's head is the two elders' token of surrender. Today, if Tang Xiao cannot stay here, you two will have no place to stand in either the spirit hall or the Haoshan sect. Don't hesitate. You have no way out. Chapter 27. You will not die well. Do you two elders really want to do this? Tang Xiao's face was extremely ugly. The first elder and the sixth elder were quite powerful. If the two joined forces, he really couldn't get away for a while. The titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall was still hiding in the dark. If they fought to the death here and the other side took advantage of the opportunity to enter, Haoshan sect would really be in trouble. Sect Master, this matter. Brother, stop talking nonsense. In order to protect his brothers, Tang Xiao used our juniors as cannon fodder. The son of the seventh elder died in the battle yesterday. The sixth elder interrupted the first elder's defense. Tang Xiao. Come on. The elder was confused. What the hell is going on? Has the sixth elder really joined forces with the Spirit Hall? If that's the case, then Tang Xiao is offended. After hearing the sixth elder's decisive words and thinking about what happened just now, Tang Xiao knew that this battle was inevitable. In order to prevent the Spirit Hall's titled Douluo from taking advantage of the situation, he could only strike first. Haoshan's true body. A black soul ring flashed suddenly, and the Haoshan hammer in Tang Xiao's hand instantly turned into a giant hammer hundreds of meters long and hung in the air. An extremely terrifying force was brewing in Tang Xiao's hands, and the entire battlefield was shrouded by this huge pressure. Yu Guan and Gui Mei, who were hiding in the dark, looked a little heavy. Fortunately, they didn't take action directly. Tang Xiao had been promoted to titled Douluo for many years, and his strength was still above Tang Hao. If they took action first, I'm afraid they would repeat the previous tragedy. However, looking at Nanfang who was still sitting on the battlefield without moving, Yu Guan and the others looked at each other with admiration. She is worthy of being the little lover of the Pope. She can remain calm even when facing the martial soul body opened by the title Douluo. On the battlefield, looking at the towering hammer only a few hundred meters away from him, Nanfang's mood collapsed. Damn! Ghost! Save me! He has too much mental power and now he doesn't even have the strength to stand up. Let alone running, he doesn't even have the strength to shout for help. Fuck! If Tang Xiao gets excited and hits him with a few hammers, he will be torn apart. Damn! His famous sword has only 9 uses. If the aftermath of the battle between the title Douluo and the soul Douluo hits him, it must be a fatal injury. Ghost! Are you blind? Come and save me. That kid is quite interesting. Guangling said with a smile. If ordinary people encounter such a situation, even if they are just watching, they will definitely run faster than rabbits, but he is not panicked at all. The pressure of Tang Xiao's clear sky hammer is enough to defeat Soul Saints in terms of momentum alone. Even Soul Douluo will definitely run for his life subconsciously when seeing such a scene. Facing such a thing, he actually had no reaction. Although this person's cultivation is not high, his state of mind is far beyond that of ordinary people. I don't know where Bibi Dong found it from. Jin Yu looked thoughtful. Why, second brother, do you still want to dig him over? Guangling said. It's not impossible. Jin Yu said. What Bibi Dong can give him, we can give him too. What we can give, Bibi Dong may not be able to give. Qian Sunji died in Bibi Dong's hands. Qian Daoliu had already told him about this. After all, when he was old after losing his son, he felt depressed and had to find someone to talk to. In the Spirit Hall, he was considered Qian Daoliu's elder, so he became the person to confide in. Although Qian Daoliu sent Bibi Dong to the position of Pope, it did not mean that he really supported this matter. He just could not find a suitable candidate for the time being. Other worshippers were all devoted to cultivation and knew nothing about political affairs. Moreover, he was too old, more than 100 years old and almost 200 years old, so Qian Daoliu was embarrassed to let him return to the arena. As for the other titled Douluo elders in the Elder Hall, those who could be trusted did not have this ability, and those who had this ability did not dare to use it. After a long time, only Bibi Dong was the most suitable. Anyway, they were just watching from the side. If Bibi Dong did not have this ability, the Elder Hall could hold a meeting at any time to take away her position as Pope. However, out of their personal thoughts, they did not want Bibi Dong to sit firmly in this position. After all, it was they who proposed to push Bibi Dong to the top. If this woman was really capable, unless she made a big mistake, even they would not have taken Bibi Dong's position as Pope for no reason. Unclear rewards and punishments can easily lead to instability in the Spirit Hall, not to mention the Pope. If even the Pope can be dismissed for no reason, what will the people below think? After working so hard for a long time, someone took it away with just one word. Once this panic occurs, who would be willing to work in the Spirit Hall? Qian Daoliu has a complicated attitude towards Bibi Dong. He hopes that she can do a good job, but he doesn't want her to do a good job. Now, he could see that Bibi Dong valued this kid who came out of nowhere very much. Even the two titled Douluo, Ju Gui, were respectful to him. He really didn't want to give such a capable person to Bibi Dong. Tang Xiao. I didn't expect you to exclude dissidents at this time. A title Douluo is still a title Douluo after all. Although Tang Xiao was fighting 1 against 2, the Great Elder and the Sixth Elder were actually in a state of confusion and did not really fight with all their strength. Tang Xiao was worried about the sneak attack hidden in the dark by the Spirit Hall, and he wanted to fight quickly and rush back to the sect to stabilize the overall situation. By the way, he did not hold back. In less than 10 rounds, the Great Elder and the Sixth Elder were defeated, especially the Sixth Elder who was hit by a heavy hammer and was seriously injured on the spot. It's time to pretend, Sixth Elder. Tang Xiao's attitude was very cold. He never thought that these elders would be so foolish that they actually wanted to join the Spirit Hall to avoid fighting. Ha! The Sixth Elder sneered. At this point, he also realized that Tang Xiao would not let them go. After all, if the sect master killed the elders, and there was no evidence, when they returned to the sect, all the elders would unite to oppose, and Tang Xiao's position as the sect master would not be preserved. Tang Xiao, I thought you were a steady person, but I didn't expect you to be so heavy-handed to the elders of the sect just because of a few provocative words from the Spirit Hall. The old elder was about to explode. He and the Sixth Elder were obviously not serious just now, and they were holding back, but they didn't expect Tang Xiao to kill them right away. They were at a disadvantage from the start, and were suppressed in momentum and moves. Even if they came back to their senses and wanted to exert their strength, it was too late. Seeing the reaction of the two elders, and thinking about the power he felt during the battle just now, Tang Xiao suddenly felt a little unconfident. Could it be that he misunderstood? The two elders just wanted to pretend to be infighting to lure out the titled Douluo Elder of the Spirit Hall? Damn it! It must be like this. Even if the Sixth Elder had a grudge against Tang Hao, the Great Elder was highly respected and would never be mixed up with the Spirit Hall. But why didn't he tell him about this plan in advance? Thinking of this, Tang Xiao put away the clear sky hammer, walked quickly towards the Great Elder, and asked in a voice transmission, Great Elder, why didn't you tell me about the plan first? Plan? The Great Elder spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot. What the hell is my plan? Brother! Be careful! The Sixth Elder shouted. This Tang Xiao must want to protect Tang Hao to the death, so he wants to kill us here. When he returns to the sect, he can use this reason to suspect other elders and protect Tang Hao with good reason. Tang Xiao was stunned. Before he could say anything, he felt a palpitation. He saw that the elder he was supporting had summoned the clear sky hammer in his hand and was about to hit him. Damn it! Tang Xiao was furious. He quickly dodged and pulled away. The clear sky hammer attacked again, and a black soul ring lit up. This time, Tang Xiao did not hold back and smashed the elder's head with a hammer. The elder came back to his senses again, and before he could react, Tang Xiao's hammer had already fallen. Bang! Brother! Looking at the elder who was killed by Tang Xiao's hammer, the Sixth Elder collapsed. The clear sky hammer attacked, concentrating all his strength, and the clear sky true body was activated, smashing towards Tang Xiao with all his strength. Seeing this, the last bit of doubt in Tang Xiao's heart disappeared. However, the Sixth Elder counterattacked before his death, and even he didn't dare to take it head-on. Considering the titled Douluo ambushed by the Spirit Hall, Tang Xiao pretended to open the Haoshan true body to fight with the Sixth Elder, but he quickly withdrew his strength at the moment of fighting, and then fled far away from the battlefield. Bang! The Sixth Elder's full-strength attack missed, and fell to the ground, directly smashing a huge hole in the center of the battlefield. Tang Xiao! You will not die well. Finally, with a curse, the Sixth Elder spit out fresh blood. Blood fell heavily to the ground. No more sound. At this time, the sun just completely set. The world was silent. Chapter 28 Honorary Elder. How did you do it? The Spirit Hall won a great victory in the war against the Haoshan sect, and Nanfang also returned to the Spirit City as the #1 hero. However, after listening to Yu Guan's report, Bibi Dong felt that her brain was not enough. Nanfang instigated the Haoshan sect elders to rebel? Then Tang Xiao killed 2 of his own elders with his own hands? What kind of dream plot is this? How could the people of the Haoshan sect betray their own sect? It's not like the Spirit Hall has not tried to plant its own people in the Haoshan sect over the years, but it has never succeeded. It has also tried to instigate the disciples of the Haoshan sect to rebel, but it has not succeeded either. The disciples of the Haoshan sect are proud of their Haoshan sect identity, how could they betray? You should know that in the eyes of the disciples of Haoshan sect, the Spirit Hall and the 7 major sects are all a mob, and only their Haoshan sect is the real peak of the Soul Master world. Of course, in terms of the overall quality of Soul Masters, Haoshan sect is indeed the first. After all, their martial souls are so awesome, this is an indisputable fact. The martial soul is the foundation of Soul Masters. The Spirit Hall can be passed down for so long, also relying on their 6-winged angel martial soul. However, this martial soul has a characteristic, which is a single lineage. Many martial souls have this limitation, such as the 7 killing swords and the 9-heart begonia. It's not that they don't want to branch out, but their martial souls have this limitation. Only one will be awakened in each generation, and there will never be a second one. I don't want to mention this. Nanfang lay on the sofa. Damn. Everyone is watching the show, and no one came to save him. When Tang Xiao left, he only had one time left of his famous sword. The aftermath of the fight between the titled Douluo and the soul Douluo who opened the martial soul true body can shock him, the soul sect, to death. If Tang Xiao gets excited and hits him twice more, he will really break apart. Then I'll give you some good news. The Elder Hall has approved your nomination as an honorary elder. Bibi Dong said. Hey. Nanfang sat up. Approved? Is it hard to understand? Bibi Dong said. Yeah. Nanfang nodded. If you insist, he only killed 2 soul Douluos. After that, the Spirit Hall's attack was almost unstoppable. In just 2 days, they beat the Haoshan sect to the point that they announced to close the mountain and avoid the world, and also expelled Tang Hao from the Haoshan sect. Then, the 4 single attribute sects who had thought that they would rescue the Haoshan sect after the fight with the Spirit Hall were stunned on the spot. Seeing the Spirit Hall's aggressive approach, they could only announce that they had also left the Haoshan sect. Just for this little thing, he shouldn't be given the status of an honorary elder, right? People are saying outside that he is so awesome and that he is a titled Douluo recruited privately by Bibi Dong. But Golden Crocodile knew that he was only a level 40 little soul sect master. 2 reasons. Bibi Dong sat down. First, this time you alienated the relationship between the elders and the master of Haoshan sect, which greatly reduced the attack consumption of Wuhan Hall on Haoshan sect. Moreover, because Tang Xiao killed 2 elders of his own family, Haoshan sect is now in internal friction. If you have a cultivation base of more than level 70, your status as an honorary elder is already secure. There are only 2 ways to become an honorary elder of Wuhan Hall. Either you have a huge influence on the Soul Master world, but you cannot become a titled Douluo. Or, you have made great contributions to Wuhan Hall, but you also cannot become a titled Douluo. The former is represented by Ning Fengzi of Kaibao Liulai sect. The latter has not appeared for a long time. After all, war is the fastest way to make contributions. In recent years, in addition to this action against the Haoshan sect, the Spirit Hall has only attacked the Sea God Island a few years ago, but unfortunately, the Spirit Hall's seagoing team was almost wiped out, and the titled Douluo who led the team died at sea. So simple. Nanfang raised his eyebrows. I thought this honorary elder was more than a Nyomajun. Bibi Dong's eyes twitched slightly. Do you know how incredible what you did is? The possibility of inciting the people of the Haoshan sect to rebel is even smaller than the possibility of destroying the Haoshan sect. No matter how Nanfang did it, he did something that no one else could do. What about the second reason? Nanfang asked. The second worshipper Jinyu agreed to this matter. Bibi Dong said. When Qian Daolio was unable to show up, the affairs of the Elder Hall were almost all presided over by Jinyu, so he has expressed his position, and naturally others will not object. To put it bluntly, Nanfang deserves at least half of the credit for such a great victory this time. To be honest, if the titled Douluo of the Elder Hall were to go, at least one of the 2 soul Douluo elders would have died. In other words, Nanfang reduced the loss of a titled Douluo, so he could naturally take up this position. Anyway, the status of elders is second only to the Pope. In terms of actual power, they can only vote during the general meeting. In normal times, the elders have no power to interfere in the affairs of the Spirit Hall. And the honorary elders are even worse. To put it bluntly, they are just nominal positions with nothing. It's just a pie in the sky. No one objects to it if it's given without paying anything. Golden Crocodile? Nanfang looked puzzled. What's wrong with his brain? He is Bibi Dong's lover. It would be fine if he didn't object, but he took the lead in supporting it. How should I know? Bibi Dong shrugged. Maybe he wants to win you over? After all, a young talent like you is the future of the Spirit Hall. As the most loyal old dog of the Qian family, he naturally wants to train a puppy for Qian Rongxiu. Tisk Nanfang shook his head. I am a firm anti-feudal, anti-landlord, and anti-hegemony fighter. He made a wrong calculation. Tiandu City, Yuexuan. After learning that the Haoshan sect and the Spirit Hall had gone to war, Tang Yuehua was worried every day, and after the news of the Haoshan sect's defeat came, she fell ill directly. However, she fell ill, but others did not. Master Xian, Shuiye sent someone to invite you to the palace for a chat. General Manager Ode said outside the door. No. Tang Yuehua's somewhat weak voice came. But Ode was a little speechless. Haoshan sect also sent news. About half a minute later, Tang Yuehua opened the door and stood in front of Ode with a pale face. What's wrong? Tang Yuehua said worriedly. Ode handed the letter from Haoshan sect to Tang Yuehua. The visitor didn't say much, just asked me to give this letter to you. Tang Yuehua took the letter, turned and walked into the room, opened it and read it. A few minutes later, Tang Yuehua sat on the bed and cried silently. Ode stood at the door, not knowing whether to go in. He didn't know what was written in the letter, but it must not be good news. After all, Haoshan sect was defeated this time. More than a dozen affiliated sects, big and small, all chose to leave Haoshan sect without exception, and many even chose to join Wuhan Hall directly. The front battlefield of Haoshan sect was even more. It was tragic. Because of Tang Hao's incident, the first elder and the sixth elder were instigated by the Spirit Hall to rebel and fight with the sect master Tang Xiao. As a result, they were killed by Tang Xiao outside the mountain gate of Haoshan sect. Afterwards, the Spirit Hall marched in a big way and completely eradicated all the forces of Haoshan sect except the sect headquarters. Now, Haoshan sect, except for the more than 1,000 people who survived, only has one mountain. The former world's #1 sect has now become a complete past. Aid, get ready, I'm going to Tiandu Palace. Tang Yuehua said. Aid was stunned. Master Xian, your current body. No problem. Tang Yuehua wiped away her tears and put the letter in her hand under the bedside. Since Shuiye wants to talk, go and talk to him. Chapter 29 The Evil Forces in Tiandu City. Is this Tiandu City? Damn it, corruption. Too corrupt. At the gate of Tiandu City, accompanied by Yu Guan, Nanfang came to fight against the feudal corruption. With Bibi Dong steadily advancing in the Wuhan Hall, he couldn't sit idle either. The anti-feudal cause of Douluo continent is a long and arduous task. Take it easy. Yu Guan's eyes twitched slightly. He finally saw Nanfang's ability to stir up trouble. At the coronation ceremony of the honorary elders, he was so arrogant. He called him Brother Jin Crocodile and Sister Ling Yuan. If it weren't for Bibi Dong's face, and the fact that the second worshipper Jin Crocodile didn't say anything, the other titled Douluo elders would have given him a couple of slaps on the spot. Originally, Nanfang planned to come alone. After all, there were 3 soul Douluos in the Tiandu City Martial Soul Temple, and Saras was an 88th level soul Douluo. In this place, unless he met a lunatic like Tang Hao, Nanfang would not encounter any danger. But Bibi Dong was worried. Gui Mei was responsible for receiving the post-war soul masters and dealing with some shady things recently, so she asked him to follow Nanfang to Tiandu City. She said that he was to protect him. Otherwise, she was afraid that Nanfang would provoke 10 people who wanted to beat him to death in 3 minutes. Take it easy. Nanfang frowned. Why? I am the honorary elder of the Spirit Hall. I just fought for the Spirit Hall. I just shed blood for the Spirit Hall. Who dares to touch me? And you are a titled Douluo. Damn. With you here, who the hell has water in their brains or doesn't want to live? Dare to touch me? Yu Guan's eyes twitched wildly. Bibi Dong is right. This kid is really restless. Catch the thief first, let's go. Set off for Tiandu Palace. Nanfang greeted and strode forward. Tiandu Imperial Palace. Unlike most people, Shuiye was quite happy after receiving the news of the defeat of the Haoshan sect. After all, the Haoshan sect and the Xingluo Empire have a close relationship. The Spirit Hall has hit the Haoshan sect and has also hit Xingluo to a certain extent. For the Tiandu Empire, this is naturally a good thing. Moreover, before, the Haoshan sect relied on its power as the world's #1 sect and repeatedly did not give him, the emperor, face. Take Tang Yuehua for example. He repeatedly proposed to marry the Haoshan sect and bring Tang Yuehua into the palace and make her a concubine, but the Haoshan sect repeatedly rejected it and even threatened him. Now, he wants to see if the Haoshan sect is still tough. The sect's forces have been excluded by the Spirit Hall, and now they are forced to close the mountains and avoid the world. He doesn't believe that the Haoshan sect will still want to make enemies with the Tiandu imperial family. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. In the Deep Palace, Shuiye was about to meet Tang Yuehua, who was invited to the palace by him, when the eunuch chief's anxious voice rang out. What are you shouting for? Shuiye frowned slightly. What happened? Your Majesty, someone from the Spirit Hall is here. The eunuch chief said. The Spirit Hall? Shuiye was stunned. Why are they here? If you don't want to see me, just say that I'm busy with government affairs, sick, and resting. Your Majesty. The eunuch chief hurriedly ran to Shuiye and blocked his way. What do you mean? They have to see me. Shuiye said unhappily. Your Majesty, this time it's not Bishop Platinum who is here, it's the elder. The eunuch chief said nervously. Shuiye was stunned. Elder? Which elder? The new honorary elder of the Spirit Hall and His Majesty Douluo are here, and I'm afraid they are almost at the palace now. The eunuch chief said. Douluo. Shuiye's face tightened. What is he doing here? Yu Guan had appeared in Tiando City many times in the past. It is said that the honorary elder has never been to Tiando City. This time he came and wanted to see His Majesty first and say hello. The eunuch chief looked a little unnatural. This greeting is probably a bit expensive. Lead the way. Shuiye frowned. If the bishop came, he would not see him, but he must not see this elder. Don't run around. Yu Guan grabbed Nanfang who was about to turn around and head towards Shuiye's harem. What's wrong? Nanfang asked in confusion. Is there a place in this world that I can't go to? Yu Guan's eyes twitched slightly. That's Shuiye's harem. Oh, so. Nanfang looked puzzled. I have slept in Bibi Dong's bedroom. Is Shuiye's harem more dangerous than the Pope's bedroom? Yu Guan's eyes twitched wildly. This is different. He didn't expect Bibi Dong to get together with this guy, and it's not just a pretense, it's real. Nanfang really slept in Bibi Dong's room most of the time with a thick face. Now everyone in the Pope's palace knows that there is an improper relationship between this honorary elder and the new Pope. There are even rumors in the Elders' Hall that Bibi Dong relied on this method to win over Nanfang. Is Shuiye more powerful than the Pope? Nanfang asked in confusion. Of course not. Yu Guan looked stomachache. How should he explain? Or, does this need to be explained? You are a foreign man, breaking into someone else's harem? What the hell is this called? That's it. Nanfang turned his head and continued to walk towards the harem. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to do anything, I just want to see the world, you know, I'm just a country boy, isn't it normal for a country boy who has never seen the world to be curious? What bad thoughts can a country boy like me have? Yu Guan sighed and had to follow. Bibi Dong only asked him to follow Nanfang, not to stop him, never mind. After walking through a section of flowers and plants, Nanfang came to Shuiye's back garden. As for the guards he met along the way, well, this is the palace, there are no guards, only eunuchs. Of course, it is also possible that Shuiye didn't expect them to come to the harem at all. When he walked around the corner and saw a pavilion, Yu Guan's face changed a little. Why, your old lover. Nanfang followed Yu Guan's gaze and saw a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 20s sitting in the pavilion. Yu Guan was speechless. That's Tang Hao's sister, Tang Yuehua. Tang Yuehua. Nanfang was stunned. Why is she in Shuiye's harem? Is there something shameful between them? Yu Guan shook his head. I don't know. When I came to Tiando City before, I went to Yuxian to listen to music. The music there is pretty good. Music? Nanfang looked strange. You are an elder of the Spirit Hall, and you went to the territory of Haoshan sect to listen to music? You are also a wonderful person. I see that her face is not very good. Is there something hidden? Nanfang said. Haoshan sect was crippled. It would be strange if she had a good face. Yu Guan said. Tang Yuehua is not a soul master. The affairs of the soul master world have nothing to do with her, but the strength of Haoshan sect will also affect Tang Yuehua's foothold in Tiando City. Yuexuan was able to be built and developed to its current scale because of the support of Haoshan sect. Now Haoshan sect is closed to the world, Tang Yuehua's Yuexuan is afraid that there will be problems. What are you doing? Yuexuan looked at Nanfang who was walking towards Tang Yuehua with a confused face. If my sister doesn't come to me, I will go to my sister. Nanfang didn't even turn his head. Hey! Yuexuan's eyes twitched. You can't be. I smell the stench of evil forces. Nanfang was full of righteousness. As an unjust messenger against feudalism, landlords, and hegemony, I, Nanfang, must fight against this evil force to the end. Save the working people who are in dire straits. Yuexuan. You kid is clearly attracted by beauty. Chapter 30 Becoming a Bunny. Inside the pavilion, Tang Yuehua, who was invited, was full of sorrow. The Haoshan sect has suffered heavy losses and is forced to close its mountains and hide from the world. The sect master Tang Xiao is now in a difficult situation in the Haoshan sect because he personally executed 2 elders. No information about the Great Elder has been found in the Haoshan sect. Some of the evidence that the 6th elder defected to the Spirit Hall was only Tang Xiao's one-sided statement, so the other elders unanimously believed that Tang Xiao wanted to protect Tang Hao by weakening the power of the elders. Many people even suspected that Tang Xiao had joined forces with the Spirit Hall to exchange Tang Hao's safety at the cost of the 2 elders. For the stability of the Haoshan sect, Tang Xiao had to obey the opinions of the elders and expel Tang Hao from the sect. Now, due to the threat of the Spirit Hall, the previous connection between the Xingluo Empire and the Haoshan sect has also been cut off. Although the relationship between the two will be restored after the storm has passed, under the watchful eyes of the Spirit Hall, Xingluo is afraid that it will gradually alienate the Haoshan sect. Therefore, in order to prevent the Haoshan sect from being completely disconnected from the outside world during the time when it was closed, several elders discussed that she would be responsible for the connection between the Haoshan sect and the Tiandu royal family on the Tiandu Empire side. As for how to maintain it. Meow. A beautiful golden kitten suddenly jumped onto the table, startling Tang Yuehua who was thinking with her head down. The kitten's eyes fell on the cake in front of Tang Yuehua. Tang Yuehua was stunned. You want it? Nanfang nodded. After the horse and dog were unlocked, he no longer needed to eat. Even if he didn't practice in the future, and maintained his current state of the 40th level of the Little Soul Broken sect, his lifespan would be almost infinite. However, the desire for food has nothing to do with hunger or not. Tang Yuehua looked around and found that no one followed. After hesitating for a while, he picked up the cake on the table and fed it. Nanfang was not polite, and jumped into Tang Yuehua's arms. What bad intentions could a kitten have? It just likes soft places. Why is this cat so familiar? Tang Yuehua didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she didn't drive the cat away. During the feeding process, even her worried mood just now improved a lot. Young Tang Yuehua, you. Ah. Hearing the sound coming from the kitten, Tang Yuehua was startled and threw the cat out directly. Nanfang stabilized his body in the air and landed easily. Are you talking? Tang Yuehua was confused. Cats can talk? Is there any rule that cats can't talk? Nanfang asked in confusion. It's a fucking metaphysical world, and there is still such a fuss? Are you a soul master? Tang Yuehua asked suspiciously. Although she had never heard of this kind of soul master, there were all kinds of martial spirits in Douluo continent, and no one knew whether an inexplicable thing would suddenly appear. Yes, and no. A light flashed across Nanfang's body, and he returned to his original form and walked back. Soul masters refer to people who cultivate soul power and absorb soul rings. He didn't absorb soul rings, nor did he have soul skills. He only had soul power, so he was naturally not a real soul master. Who are you? Tang Yuehua looked alert. This is Shui Yi's back garden. There are no other men except Shui yet. Even the prince is not allowed to set foot here. Just a passing unjust messenger. Nanfang sat on the stone pier. You look like you need help. I don't need it. Tang Yuehua's attitude was a little cold. Nanfang frowned. Are you questioning my judgment? Bold. Nanfang grabbed Tang Yuehua's hand, a flash of light passed, and Tang Yuehua disappeared, turning into a little white rabbit, staring blankly at the table. The monkey spell can turn others into small animals, but this trick consumes very little for dead objects, and can be played almost casually. But for living things, the stronger the opponent's strength, the greater the consumption on his side. And the monkey spell also needs to be maintained after it is activated. He asked Bibi Dong and Hulina to accompany him to test it before. The experimental results show that for those whose soul power level is lower than his, the consumption is not too high. For example, a little soul master like Hulina can maintain it for a whole day. But for those whose soul power level is higher than his, such as Bibi Dong, a titled Douluo at level 94, his soul power can be drained in a few seconds. Moreover, after the change, Bibi Dong's strength has not changed at all. She can still use all her strength. Except for the incoordination of her body, there is basically no impact. So, this is an entertainment ability. It is okay to use it as an auxiliary, but if you want to use this thing to deal with anyone, that is pure dreaming. All moves need energy to maintain, and talismans are essentially just different magic. The 12 talismans of the Holy Lord are based on himself, so he can play them at will. His talismans are based on his soul power, so naturally he can't play them. Even the monkey talisman has this limitation. For example, the power of power-type talismans, pigs, dragons, and cows can be imagined by yourself. The power of the talisman is based on his own power. As for the rat spell, forget it. He wouldn't dare to play with it even if there were no restrictions. It's useless to create something weaker than him. Why should something stronger than him listen to him? If he really creates something awesome, he will be the first one to be destroyed. How dare you question me? Nanfang picked up the confused little bunny Tang Yuehua. Remember, if I say you need help, you need help. Tang Yuehua, who was being held, suddenly came back to her senses and began to struggle hard. Unfortunately, her 2 rabbit legs were not coordinated at all, and she couldn't even kick people. Nanfang picked up Tang Yuehua and put her in front of him. Little rabbit, if you move again, I won't be polite. While speaking, Nanfang patted the little rabbit's butt. Tang Yuehua froze like a rabbit. That's right. Nanfang held Tang Yuehua and turned to Yu Guan who was guarding the corner of the garden. Tang Yuehua was not even a soul master. Now this little rabbit, even if she was unwilling to do so subjectively, she had to wait until his soul power was exhausted before she could change back. And his current soul power of level 40 was enough for him to play for 3 days. Where is Tang Yuehua? Yu Guan asked in confusion. He didn't peek just now. Here. Nanfang shook the little white rabbit in his arms. Yu Guan's eyes twitched wildly. Didn't His Holiness the Pope tell you not to mess around with this soul skill outside? Nanfang can not only transform himself, but also turn others into strange little animals. However, people with soul power levels far exceeding his can quickly change back to their original state as long as they have a strong will to resist and consume soul power to offset it. Although this ability sounds useless and can even be said to be an entertainment ability, in battle, it is an almost invincible auxiliary ability. Even if the time is short, as long as the coordination is good, even if it is only 1 second, it is enough to kill the opponent. Did I mess around? Nanfang was full of righteousness. I'm doing this to save the lost girl. Look, Tang Yuehua is a young lady waiting to be married. She ran to Shui Yi's harem alone. Why? Could it be fucking love? Shui Yi, that traitor, he has a lover named Niu Mo? Who can be interested in him? It's obvious that the old emperor saw that the Haoshan sect was in decline, and wanted to take advantage of the situation and force good girls into prostitution. As an unjust messenger, I must completely eliminate this evil trend. Chapter 31 I have no intention of doing so. At the same time, on the other side of the Tiandu Palace, in the palace where guests were entertained. Shui Yi had been waiting here for a long time, but he had not seen Zhu Douluo and the legendary honorary elder arrive. Moreover, he had a bad premonition. Something is going to happen today. Shui Yi looked at the eunuch chief again. Where are they? The eunuch chief looked a little unnatural. Your Majesty, they went to your harem. Shui Yi was stunned, then angrily slapped a chair and stood up. How unreasonable. Too much bullying. Your Majesty, calm down and be patient. The eunuch chief soothed. The spirit hall is in the limelight recently, and the war with the Haoshan sect has not yet ended. If we clash with them at this time. Why didn't you say it just now? Shui Yi said angrily. The eunuch chief lowered his head. Your Majesty, they are heading towards your back garden. Master Tang Yuehua is there. If you go there and bump into them, how should you explain it? Shui Yi was stunned. The chief eunuch continued, Your Majesty, now if the reputation of the Haoshan sect is touched a little, it will almost become the target of revenge and attack by the Spirit Hall. He also didn't understand why the old emperor was so lustful that he had to find Tang Yuehua at this time. If the Spirit Hall took this as collusion between the Tiandu royal family and the Haoshan sect, intending to attack the Spirit Hall from behind, it would be bad. If the Haoshan sect is in trouble, the 8 major families and the other 7 major sects are watching in secret, and the Spirit Hall will not do too much. But if the Tiandu royal family is in trouble, except for the 7 treasures glazed sect, others will not even bother to look at it. No matter how hungry this old emperor is, he should have endured this limelight. Shuiye suddenly came back to his senses, it's bad. If Tang Yuehua had a brain twitch and said that he had contacted the Haoshan sect privately, the Spirit Hall's Soul Master army that had not yet completely dispersed would probably come to Tiandu city. Your Majesty, don't worry. I have sent someone to tell the Queen to go to the back garden. This matter can be explained as the Queen's private relationship with Tang Yuehua. Tang Yuehua is not a Soul Master. As long as Your Majesty does not show up, this matter will not be a big deal. The eunuch chief said. Shuiye breathed a sigh of relief, you did a good job on this matter. You are thoughtful. He also saw the incident of Haoshan sect, and the previous frustration rushed up all of a sudden, so he couldn't hold it back. He should have passed this storm earlier. Welcome His Majesty Ju Douluo. The eunuch outside the palace shouted loudly. Shuiye sorted out his mood and greeted him, Ju Douluo is here, I failed to welcome you from afar, please forgive me. No, please forgive me. Nanfang, who was walking beside Yu Guan, looked very unhappy. You can't see me. Or do you look down on me? Shuiye was stunned, who is this? This is the greatest contributor to our Wuhan Hall's battle against Haoshan sect, Elder Nanfang. Yu Guan introduced. Shuiye was stunned, and Tang Yuehua in Nanfang's arms also trembled violently. It turned out to be Elder Nanfang, sorry for the rudeness. Shuiye apologized. Although he is only an honorary elder, his cultivation is probably still under him, but this is a popular person in the Spirit Hall, and he can't afford to offend him. You know you are disrespectful, but you don't know how to apologize. Nanfang frowned. How can you be an emperor? You can only say a few nonsense. Shuiye's expression froze. This is really fucking disrespectful. Elder Nanfang, calm down. I will prepare a banquet and entertain you too. Stop. Nanfang raised his hand to interrupt. Don't treat me as a 3-year-old child. Today's matter can't be fooled by a meal. Shuiye's eyes twitched slightly, may I ask, how can Elder Nanfang calm down? One price, 1 million gold soul coins. Nanfang said. This. 2 million. Deal. Shuiye gritted his teeth and shouted. Asshole. The robbery hit him. Now that the Spirit Hall has just finished fighting with the Haoshan sect, it has won a great victory and is in high spirits. He really dare not offend. Straightforward, since Your Majesty is so sensible, if I continue to pursue you, it will be my fault. Nanfang said. Shuiye just smiled and didn't reply. Sensible? I didn't say a word to you, and you started to blackmail me. Asshole. Okay, now that I've finished talking about this matter, I should talk about business. Nanfang walked forward and sat on a golden chair. Shuiye's expression froze. That's my seat. Can't you even tell the host and guest seats? I just saw someone in Your Majesty's back garden. Nanfang gently stroked Tang Yuehua. Your Majesty, do you know who it is? This I don't know. Shuiye's face was very ugly. You broke into my harem, and you still have the nerve to say it out loud? Rebellion. Rebellion. Tang Yuehua. Nanfang slightly side-eyed and glanced at Shuiye. Old man, do you really not know or are you pretending not to know? The rebellious followers of the Haoshan sect attacked and killed the Pope of my Wuhan Hall. Now that the war has just ended, you dare to contact the Haoshan sect. What do you want to do? Shuiye's heart was chilled. Elder Nanfang, where did you get this from? I really don't know why the Tang Yuehua you mentioned appeared in the harem. Shuiye. Nanfang's voice was slightly cold. Let's not beat around the bush. I'll give you one last chance. What do you want to do? Are you planning to collude with the remnants of the Haoshan sect to plot something bad? Absolutely not. Shuiye said hurriedly. Elder Nanfang, I don't know why Tang Yuehua appeared in the back garden. Oh? Really? Nanfang narrowed his eyes slightly. If I find evidence, what will you do? Could it be that the Tiandu imperial family? Shui Yi's expression froze. Elder, please forgive me. I was reckless in this matter. Yu Guan looked at the scene with a strange expression. Good boy, why is the aura of this superior so similar to Kyungsunji? Shui Ye was frightened by just a few words. You should know that the Spirit Hall has just finished fighting with the Haoshan sect. Although the slogan is a great victory, their losses are not small, and the Haoshan sect's industry needs to be taken over and digested in time, otherwise this battle will be fought in vain. At this time, it is impossible to go to war with the Tiandu Empire because of such a small matter. Otherwise, the other sects will not just watch. Although they will not directly interfere with the Spirit Hall's war against the Tiandu Empire, there will definitely be a lot of small actions to trip it up. Not to mention that the plan of the Tiandu Empire has just begun to be implemented. The Spirit Hall cannot take action against the Tiandu Empire. Otherwise, once the last bit of face of the Tiandu imperial family is wiped out, the kingdoms and principalities below will be completely out of control. Reckless. Nanfang raised his eyebrows. I think you have been planning for a long time. The Haoshan sect has just been defeated. You are contacting them at this time. Are you trying to help them in times of trouble? Old man, are you really not afraid that this little bit of charcoal will burn you? The elder is wise, Shui Ye has no such intention. Shui Ye panicked. This matter must not be admitted. Otherwise, the Tiandu imperial family will really be finished. No such intention. Nanfang held up the little rabbit's head. Do you think I believe it? The Pope sent me to check on the situation in Tiandu. I thought you were old and should be more stable, but I didn't expect you to be so dishonest. Why, do you think that the Spirit Hall just finished fighting with the Haoshan sect and can't take care of you? Shui Ye has no such intention. Shui Ye said anxiously. Nanfang looked at Shui Ye with some curiosity, then what do you mean? Tell me, if it is reasonable, I can report to the Pope. Otherwise, if there is a problem in the future, your Tiandu royal family is really involved with the Haoshan sect, and even help the evil. Nanfang sighed, then, I will be the unlucky one. Chapter 32 The Foundation of the Spirit Hall. After leaving the Tiandu Palace, Nanfang and Yu Guan returned to the Spirit Hall. I just made a little move, and Shui Ye offered 5 million gold soul coins. The more Nanfang thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. It was too easy. This is 5 million gold soul coins. Enough funds to build a small sect. There are no more than 5 families in the whole continent who can take out so much money at one time. But Shui Ye didn't even bargain. Just gave it to him directly. A little help. Yu Guan's eyes twitched slightly. Do you think this is a little help? They have already threatened the survival of the Tiandu royal family, and this is still a little help. Shui Yi's 5 million is life-saving money. But he took it out so easily, I always feel that I am getting less. Nanfang said. But this is 5 million gold soul coins, enough, right? Of course it's enough. Yu Guan was speechless. Do you know how much tax the Tiandu Empire collects in a year? How much? Nanfang asked in confusion. He really hasn't paid attention to these. Less than 10 million. Yu Guan said. 10 million. Nanfang frowned. So I only asked for his income for about half a year. I'm losing money. Yu Guan covered his face, this kid really has no common sense at all. Listen carefully, 10 million is a figure on the books, which is the total amount reported by the several kingdoms and principalities under the Tiandu royal family. However, more than 50% of this 10 million is needed to maintain the basic maintenance of the entire country, and another 10% is used to subsidize low-level soul masters and handed over to the Wuhan Hall, which is about 1 million every year. The remaining 3 million is what will eventually go to the national treasury. Yu Guan explained. Then, this 3 million is not only to support Shui Ye, but also the entire Tiandu royal family. Do you know how many people are in the Tiandu royal family? Do you know how much money it costs to run the palace normally in a day? You robbed him of 5 million at one time, which is enough for him to feel pain for several years. I'm afraid that the expenditure budget of the Tiandu royal family will be greatly reduced in the future. Nanfang really has no concept of money at all. He always talks about millions. You should know that his family background as a titled Douluo is less than 1 million. Although soul masters have high incomes, they also spend a lot. The only person in the whole continent who can talk about millions of people is the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. As a spirit master force that started out as a business, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect has relied on its strong business capabilities to win over nearly half of the wealth of the entire continent in the past 1,000 years. The phrase rich enough to rival a country is already derogatory when used to describe the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. The spirit master forces in the entire continent, both openly and secretly, have varying degrees of interest involvement with the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. The fact that it can rank second among the top 3 sects with its auxiliary spirit is not only because of the two titled Douluo Chen Xin and Gurong, but also because of their terrifying network of interests. This auxiliary sect never makes enemies with anyone and always stands in the middle, so no one regards them as enemies. At the Elder Hall meeting, most of the elders were inclined to win over the Seven Treasures Glazed sect in the future plan of the Spirit Hall. After all, the cost of winning over this sect is too great compared to destroying it. Even if they rely on the powerful spirit master power of the Spirit Hall to directly attack the Seven Treasures Glazed sect's mountain gate, a centipede will not die. The strongest power of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect lies not in the front, but in those invisible places. If they really want to fight to the death with this sect, the price that the Spirit Hall will have to pay is even far higher than that of the Haoshan sect. And the money spent is profitable. Shuiyi's 5 million today is equivalent to throwing it away directly. It's completely different. Yu Guan said. Anyway, you should be quiet and don't make trouble recently. If Shuiyi is driven crazy, everyone will have a hard time. Oh. Nanfang nodded and walked away with the little rabbit. The corner of Yu Guan's eye twitched. Oh? Whenever Nanfang uses this interjection to answer a question, it means that the kid didn't listen at all. Are you Saras? Reply to the elder, I am Saras. An old man with grey hair who looks 60 or 70 years old stood opposite Nanfang. Please sit down. Nanfang's attitude towards his colleagues is still very kind. Thank you, elder. Saras breathed a sigh of relief. This popular person in the Pope's palace is really a coward. What do you think of the situation in Tiandu city? Nanfang asked. Salas was stunned. What aspect are you talking about, elder? Of course, it's the bunch of freeloaders in the Tiandu imperial family. Nanfang said. I went to the Tiandu imperial palace today and found that the corruption in the spirit hall is really a small witch compared to that of the Tiandu imperial family. Salas felt a chill on his back. A small witch compared to a big witch? What does it mean? The new pope wants to reform the spirit hall after taking office? Not really, right? Isn't this what the spirit hall relies on to become bigger and stronger? Otherwise, those soul masters would have nothing better to do and run to the spirit hall, a ghost place where meritorious deeds may not be rewarded, but mistakes must be punished? Isn't it because the spirit hall has good invisible treatment? Not to mention the 2 empires, even the 7 major sects and the 8 major families dare not easily confront the spirit hall, so the spirit hall in the region can basically be called a local emperor. They don't even need to be greedy, people will give it to them on their own initiative. Take him for example. In addition to the normal salary from the Spirit Hall, the tributes of all sizes add up to nearly 200,000 gold soul coins, which is several times his salary. If he were an elder in other sects, he would only have a little status in his own territory, but if he works in the Spirit Hall and reaches his level, in addition to the Spirit City and the sect headquarters of those big sects, he would be the center of attention wherever he goes in the whole continent. Fame and fortune. With this, why not join the Spirit Hall? But if the Spirit Hall practices anti-corruption, then you stabbed yourself. Don't worry, I still understand some things. Nanfang said. I'm not the kind of idiot who wants the horse to run but doesn't give it grass to eat. Salas laughed dryly. I'm sorry to make the elder laugh. Why do most civilian soul masters want to join the Spirit Hall? Isn't it to get rid of their original status and become the superior? Being superior depends not only on strength, but also on status. A idle soul king and a soul king of the Spirit Hall, the former dare not say a word when facing the latter. With status, you must be decent, and decency needs to be maintained by wealth. Just relying on that normal salary, how decent is it? If the Spirit Hall cuts off these invisible incomes and forces everyone to be clean, won't the lower and middle levels of the Spirit Hall complain? Especially those grassroots Spirit Halls, who have no money, no treatment, and nothing. Are they crazy enough to go all over the mountains to awaken the spirits of those small villages? It is no exaggeration to say that awakening the martial soul is the foundation of the Spirit Hall. The spirit hall can have the power it has today because it has taken on the great cause of awakening the martial soul, which is a small investment and high return. Even if there is only one person with soul power among 100 people who can become a soul master, it is a political achievement. A huge profit. Soul masters are also human beings. Only fools would do things that are not beneficial. These people with soul power found all over the mountains and plains are the political achievements of the grassroots soul masters of the Spirit Hall and the foundation of the Spirit Hall. The number of soul masters in the Spirit Hall is the first in the whole continent because they can absorb these people as soon as possible after awakening the martial soul. If the Spirit Hall has a problem with this matter, it will be a big trouble. Note, in Douluo 1, soul masters are the best of the best. The population of the entire continent is at least hundreds of millions, but according to statistics from the Spirit Hall, there are less than 100,000 soul masters. Even if they are only soul masters of level 10, they are still the best of the best. Civilians and civilian soul masters are two different concepts. Soul masters are all noble lords. And the soul masters in Douluo 2 can almost be described as walking everywhere. The most obvious change is Douluo 1, the legendary titled Douluo. Douluo 2, oh, it's a titled Douluo. Douluo 3, you are also a titled Douluo. Douluo 4, Tisk, a mere titled Douluo. Chapter 33 Elder Sal's Righteousness. I want to know how much the protection fee of Tiandu City is every year. Nanfang said. Salus's eyes twitched. Elder Nanfang, this kind of thing. Pa. Nanfang slapped the Pope's order on the table. How much? Salus's expression froze. About 1 million. How much did you take? Nanfang asked. Sarath felt a little guilty. Elder Nanfan, I didn't. Nanfan put away the Pope's order. How much? Sarath breathed a sigh of relief. 20, the rest will be distributed by other bishops and subordinates of the Spirit Temple. But please rest assured, Elder, the work of the Spirit Temple has never been left behind. Nonsense. Nanfan was speechless. You have made so much money but you don't work hard, are you going to heaven? Although the Spirit Temple originated in the Angel God era 20,000 years ago and has a long history, it has only been in the past 1,000 years. Because of the emergence of the Tiandu Empire and the Xingluo Empire, and the establishment of a complete social system, the Douluo continent officially entered the feudal era. Before that, except for the soul master forces on the Douluo continent, the society of ordinary people can almost be said to be in a state of semi-slave and semi-primitive society, with countless small countries and tribes scattered across the continent. Until more than 1,000 years ago, the ancestors of the Tiandu royal family and the Xingluo royal family won over some idle soul masters who had no affiliation and started a war. The big fish ate the small fish. It took hundreds of years to annex the small countries on the Douluo continent. Finally, 1,000 years ago, the situation of confrontation between the two empires was finally formed. The progress of the times has driven the exchange and development of information, as well as the improvement of social productivity. Human society has gradually prospered, and those soul master forces that have been isolated from the world, such as the Haoshan sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, have finally established formal contact with the outside world. However, these sects attach great importance to the inheritance of martial spirits and are not keen on absorbing external soul masters. Only a few soul master forces represented by the Wuhan Hall are willing to absorb external soul masters. After thousands of years of development, the Wuhan Hall has the power that is now spread all over the continent. In terms of the driving force of the Douluo continent era, Tiandu and Xingluo are the main forces, and the Wuhan Hall is at most a peach that wants to pick peaches. If the Spirit Hall hadn't been playing the game, Xingluo would have destroyed Tiandu hundreds of years ago. Even now, as long as the Spirit Hall didn't make trouble, it would be too easy for Xingluo to destroy Tiandu. Xingluo is a highly centralized military empire, and Tiandu is an old empire with aristocrats and even no prestige. There is no need to think about which one is stronger. There are topics only when there are conflicts, and there is peace only when there are wars. The Spirit Hall needs the two empires to maintain conflicts in order to show its greatness. White needs the corresponding black to set off. From now on, it's 50-50. Nanfang said. Salus was stunned. Elder Nanfang, this matter is not something I can decide alone. The 1 million gold soul coins were actually collected from the bottom up, and in the end he only received 200,000, not that he got 1 million, he took 200,000, and the others shared the remaining 800,000. He could give half of his 200,000 to Nanfang as protection money for his surrender, but he was not sure whether others were willing, and he couldn't interfere. Is it difficult? Nanfang said, I haven't even asked for a 70-30 split yet, and you're complaining about it. Saras's expression froze. Elder Nanfang, this matter involves too many people, almost all the branches of the Wuhan Hall in the Tiandu Empire. I really can't do it at the moment. Why can't you ask others to do what you can't do? Nanfang said. Saras was stunned. What do you mean? Your political and economic ideas are really not good. Nanfang said with regret. It's not easy to move the money below the Spirit Hall, you move the ones above, these kingdoms, principalities, and the Tiandu royal family of the Tiandu Empire, these nobles of Tiandu, you should work on them. When they have no money, they will naturally collect the money from below. In this way, we take the money. The Tiandu Empire is levying heavy taxes and the people are full of resentment. The Spirit Hall only needs to give a little benefit to the people below. The big stick is hit by the two empires, and the sweet dates are given by the Spirit Hall. After a back and forth, won't the people's hearts come over? Salas looked strange. Okay, no wonder you are a popular person in the Pope's palace at such a young age, and you are also an honorary elder. How can we reach such a thought? It is said that the nobles are black-hearted, but how can you be blacker than you? What's that look in your eyes? Nanfang frowned. Didn't the Spirit Hall do the same thing in the past? Where did the subsidies for low-level spirit masters come from? We snatched them from the two empires. The Spirit Hall is also using the money plundered by the two empires to make a name for itself. Now, he just magnified this point a little bit. Don't blame me for being cruel. Nanfang sighed. Serious cases require strong medicine. Look at those people below. How many of them have become numb to the exploitation and oppression of the two empires? I want to defeat the most terrible evil, and it is inevitable to tear off the thin sugar coating of false justice. Only by using a ruthless blow, so that those numb people can't bear it anymore and have no way to survive, will they stand up and resist. The process of struggle is bloody and cruel, but whether they want to be safe or live with dignity is their own choice. Salas's expression froze. Elder Nanfang, what you said, why is it a little wrong? Push those civilians to death and force them to rebel? What the hell is this trying to do? If the people below rebel, the Spirit Hall will not have a good time. Playing this kind of trick will hurt the enemy 800 times and yourself 1000 times. Something's wrong? Is there? Nanfang stood up. This world needs to change. The rotten meat is already stinking. To completely eliminate this stubborn disease, it must be a painful bone scraping and poison treatment. If you don't have the courage to stand up, you don't have the qualifications to stand up. It's ridiculous. It's crazy. Salas looked at the man in front of him with some fear. Elder Nanfang, does His Holiness the Pope know about this? Of course. Nanfang said. She is the first supporter of my thoughts. You are the third one, Bishop Sarath. Are you interested in creating a new era for the continent with me? Salas's eyes twitched slightly. I not participate. He is old. He has finally struggled to get to where he is today. He will be buried gloriously in a few decades. He really doesn't dare to do these things. Of course. Nanfang patted Sarath's shoulder and sighed deeply. It's a pity that I lost a brave ally. Lost? Salas's expression froze. Elder Nanfang, I think I should participate. How could this be a discussion with him? This is a naked threat. Bishop Sarath, don't force yourself. Not everyone has the awareness of risking one's life. I understand you. Nanfang sighed. You've already put me to death. Salas complained in his heart, but he could only agree. Elder Nanfang, if I can do my part in this great cause, I will have no regrets in my life. Elder Sarath is righteous. Nanfang admired him. Nanfang is for the hard-working people of the world. Here, thank you, Elder Sarath. No, Sarath was about to cry. He really didn't want to make trouble. He just wanted to work honestly until retirement. Chapter 34 Treat me to a meal. After fooling Saras and confirming the future protection fee sharing, Nanfang hugged Tang Yuehua and left Saras' office area and returned to his elder's reception area. A stable income of 500,000 a year is not enough. Nanfang was very dissatisfied with this amount of money. Money is in circulation. The so-called Seven Treasures glazed sect has won over nearly half of the wealth of the entire continent. It does not mean that they have so much cash, but that nearly half of the economy of the entire continent is controlled by the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Damn! Awesome! If it were not for the spirit defect of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, the one who would have the most hope of unifying the world in Douluo continent should not be Xingluo or the Spirit Hall, but the damn Seven Treasures Glazed sect. The Jianghu is not about fighting and killing, but about the damn human relationships. Whether it is a soul master or an ordinary person, they all have to live. Violence is not sustainable after all, and excessive the violence is equivalent to leaving himself without descendants. Qian Daolio was afraid of this because he was afraid of this. It was easy for Qian Daolio to kill people with his own force until no one dared to speak, but what about him afterwards? After he became an honorary elder of the Spirit Hall, he was able to access some information about the Spirit Hall in the past through the solicitation of the Golden Crocodile. One key point is that not every great priest can reach the 99th level. Although the God test can be cheated, you have to pass the test to get rewards. And the God test is risky, and it is possible to kill yourself. Qian Daoliu is the most outstanding great priest in the Spirit Hall in the past 1,000 years. If he really came to sneak, he would quietly destroy all the high-end combat forces of the major sects and unify the Spirit Hall's right to speak in the Spirit Master world. Without the interference of these major Spirit Master forces, it is also feasible for the Spirit Hall to forcibly run to the two empires, let them regard it as the state religion, and then slowly control it. The problem is that this method has a risk. 100 generations of hatred can still be avenged. By referring to the Haoshan sect that lost Tang Chen, we can guess Qian Daoliu's concerns. He is indeed capable of speed running, but speed running has risks. What if the descendants of the Qian family are not up to standard? What if a genius with the same talent as Tang Chen appears during the period of that unsuccessful descendant? The Spirit Hall will suffer a lot. The strength of a person can only bring temporary glory, and only the strength of an organization can continue the glory for a longer time. The Spirit Hall can develop to its current power not because of how powerful the Great Priest is, but because they have been winning over other soul masters from the beginning. Violence is a good thing, but it cannot be used indiscriminately. Miss Yuehua, are you hungry? Nanfang asked. Little bunny Tang Yuehua lay on the table in a daze, without responding. Seeing this, Nanfang patted little bunny's head, a flash of light flashed, and Tang Yuehua turned back into human form. Then, Tang Yuehua was in the same position as the rabbit lying on the table. Nice figure. Nanfang praised. She still has the figure of a grown-up girl. Hulina's figure is meaningless. Cuteness is nothing compared to sexiness. Tang Yuehua suddenly came back to her senses and rolled off the table. She was always cold and polite, but at this moment, she really wanted to curse. Asshole! Although she was turned into a rabbit, all her senses were normal. This guy stroked her head, stroked her back, and then reached his hand into her arms. If you want to curse, just curse. Don't hold it in. Nanfang said. It's not worth holding it in and hurting yourself. Beast. Tang Yuehua turned around in shame and anger, with her back to Nanfang. Tisk. Nanfang shook his head. A lady from a noble family is a lady from a noble family. She curses lightly without any killing power. How could she be like those shrews he had seen before? If the audio was posted online, I'm afraid it would be beeped from beginning to end. Are you hungry? Nanfang asked again. If you are hungry, let's have dinner together. If you are not hungry, just treat me to dinner. I'm hungry. Tang Yuehua, who was about to refuse, was stunned. I treat you. No, where do you get the nerve? Why, you don't want to? Nanfang raised his eyebrows. Tang Yuehua's expression froze. Yes. Gnashing his teeth. It's good that you are willing. Nanfang stood up and walked straight forward. I guess you saw it just now. I don't like to force others. If you don't want to, just say it boldly. Really? You can try. Tang Yuehua. Shameless bastard. Kai Beizai. As the name suggests, this is an industry under the name of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, and it is also the most upscale dining place in Tiandu City. How does the food here taste? Nanfang asked behind Tang Yuehua. I'm not sure, but it should be good. Tang Yuehua said without looking back. When Yuexuan was just built, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sexning sect gave me a VIP card here, but I haven't been here. VIP card? Nanfang raised his eyebrows. What's it for? Tang Yuehua recalled, it seems that I can get a discount, and there are some other benefits. I'm not sure, I haven't used it. While talking, a beautiful big sister who should be the manager here walked towards Nanfang and the others. Master Yuehua is here, I'm sorry for not welcoming you. The female manager said with a smile. Please follow me. Tang Yuehua nodded, didn't say much, and followed. As a country boy who had never seen the world, Nanfang naturally didn't say much. After a while, the female manager led the two to a high-end private room upstairs. Please wait. The female manager waved her hand, and several maids followed her into the private room and began to serve tea and water. Tang Yuehua waved her hand, and the female manager left the private room with several maids. Don't you want to order? Nanfang asked. I've already ordered. Tang Yuehua didn't really want to talk to Nanfang. When? Nanfang asked in confusion. Tang Yuehua picked up the tea and took a sip, just now. Seeing that Tang Yuehua didn't want to talk, Nanfang didn't ask any more questions, picked up the tea, tasted it. This tea tastes so awesome. Tang Yuehua's eyes twitched slightly. This pot of tea, sold outside, 10 gold soul coins. 10 gold soul coins. Nanfang was confused. This pot of tea is Yu Xiaogong's monthly allowance. How much does a meal cost? Nanfang asked curiously. It depends on the specifications. Ours is the highest specification. A meal 1000 is the minimum. Tang Yuehua said. But this is not for eating. Is it for underground transactions? Nanfang asked. Almost. Tang Yuehua subconsciously refilled Nanfang's hot tea. Thank you. Nanfang nodded. Tang Yuehua's eyes twitched. This bastard is quite polite. This is for business talks. Tang Yuehua said. In the Tiandu Empire, the 8 major families and the transactions between the major soul masters are basically discussed here. Because here, with the 7 treasures glazed sect as a guarantee, no one dares to cheat, and everyone is relieved. So the 7 treasures glazed sect has a high credibility. Nanfang said. Tang Yuehua nodded, the 7 treasures glazed sect has a credibility that surpasses the 8 major families and the 2 empires in business. What about the spirit hall? Nanfang asked. Tang Yuehua looked at Nanfang in confusion, it seems that you don't know much about the spirit hall, and you can actually ask such a question. What do you mean? Nanfang asked in confusion. The spirit hall has almost no credibility in business. Tang Yuehua said. For example, how much does this pot of tea sell for and how much does it share? If it is a trade with other forces, the trade will be based on what is written in the negotiated contract. Both parties can benefit and it will last for a long time. But if it is a trade with the spirit hall, it is one thing when discussing, one thing when actually doing it, and another thing when reconciling the accounts afterwards. Nanfang's eyes twitched slightly, so dark. Tang Yuehua looked inexplicably, you really don't know. Isn't it well known that the spirit hall is domineering? Chapter 35 2 Honorary Elders. What the hell do I know? Nanfang was speechless. It has been more than a year since he came out of the slaughter city, and he has been in seclusion almost all the time. Where does he have the time to understand these things? However, when he went to war with the Haoshan sect before, he walked around the cities he passed by several times and found that most people had a unified attitude towards the spirit hall. Ah! The latter is the main one. Of course, this is also normal. For ordinary people, the spirit hall is a violent organization composed of powerful soul masters. The social system of the 2 empires is a mixed management system of soul masters and ordinary people. The management class is not only soul masters, but most of them are ordinary people without soul power. But the Wuhan Hall is composed of pure soul masters. People of the same kind, group mentality. There are ordinary people in the management class of the 2 empires. For the civilian class, who are also ordinary people, they can communicate and have connections, but the Wuhan Hall, an organization composed of pure soul masters, has no intersection with ordinary people. As for civilian soul masters, there is a wrong concept here. That is, once there is a soul master in the family will be separated from the world of ordinary people and enter the soul master class. And as we all know, the golden phoenix that flies out of the grass nest will never return to the grass nest. Just look at the Holy Soul Village and you will know. It is said that there was a soul saint in the ancestors. Then what? It does not affect the poor people there. The only thing is just a little pride of sharing honor and disgrace, just bragging, but in fact, the soul saint they are talking about, I am afraid he doesn't know that he still has that kind of influence on that village. A person in a disadvantaged class, once he has the opportunity to leave his original class, will not be willing to leave a trace of his original class on his body. Unless those traces can bring him benefits, otherwise, they are just a pure burden. This is a very realistic problem. The new Romans who arrived in Rome from cattle and horses will not have sympathy for cattle and horses, but will only plunder them more violently. This is also the case with civilian soul masters. From the moment they awaken their soul power and can become soul masters, they are no longer civilians. Instead, they become nobles who enjoy the support of the civilian class. How can a noble master empathize with cattle and horses? Only cattle and horses will empathize with noble masters in a self-righteous way. Aren't you the honorary elder of the spirit hall? Tang Yuehua asked in confusion. Sister, I'm only 13 years old this year. I've been in the spirit city for more than a year, and I've only joined the Pope's palace in the past few months. What can I know? Nanfang complained. After Bibi Dong succeeded as the Pope, he got a job in the Pope's palace. After the war between the Spirit Hall and the Haoshan sect, he was appointed as a staff officer by Bibi Dong and followed Yueguan Gaimei to the front line. After he made meritorious contributions, he was given the title of honorary elder. 13. Tang Yuehua was stunned. Are you serious? If you must count my past life, then I must be almost 30 years old. Nanfang said. Then why did you join the Pope's palace? Tang Yuehua asked in confusion. Because the current Pope saved me. Nanfang said. If he was not born in the Slaughter City, his first choice would definitely be to go to Tiandu City to serve as a military advisor to Qian Rongxiu. After all, Bibi Dong is too difficult and dangerous. It is not feasible without the conditions of the Slaughter City, which has all the advantages of time, place, and people. The choice depends on the position and environment, not the preference. If he was born in Haoshan sect, Tiandu royal family, or Xingluo royal family, then there is no doubt that he must work for the Spirit Hall. 13 years old. Not far from the box, Ning Fengzi, who heard that the honorary elder of the Spirit Hall came to Tiandu City, brought Gurong to Tiandu City to collect information. Gurong relied on his powerful mental power as a titled Douluo to eavesdrop and relayed the conversation between Nanfang and Tang Yuehua. Uncle Gu, did you hear it right? Ning Fengzi asked in confusion. Are you sure you didn't miss a word, or did he say 30 years old? Gurong rolled his eyes at Ning Fengzi. I'm old, but I'm not to the point where I can't even hear this. Ning Fengzi's eyes twitched slightly, but this is too exaggerated. He could accept 30 years old, but what the hell is this 13 years old? The age of a soul master cannot be inferred from his appearance. Some are mature at a young age, while others still look like children at an old age. Nanfang does look like a young man in his teens, but he has also seen the worshipper of the Spirit Hall, Guangling Douluo. He is an old man older than Chen Xin Gurong, but he looks only 15 or 16 years old. Who knows if it's an old monster pretending to be a young man? From what he said, he really doesn't know much about the Spirit Hall. Gurong said. But I got the news from the Tiandu Palace that this elder just robbed Shuiye of 5 million gold soul coins. Ning Fengzi said. His style of doing things is exactly the same as that of the Spirit Hall, or even worse. The Spirit Hall's dominance is well known in the Spirit Master world. Who can blame them for having a big fist? From the Pope to the local deacon, they are almost the same. Except for the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, which started out as a business, the other major sects basically stay in their own small areas and rarely go to other places. Only the Spirit Hall has set up its own branch halls in almost every small city. In terms of scale, it is almost consistent with the management units of the two empires. However, the Spirit Hall only manages Spirit Masters, while the two empires manage everything. Although the Seven Treasures Glazed sect has a reputation of having eyes and ears all over the world, it is just an exaggeration. Their eyes and ears are based on business. Where there are commercial transactions, there are eyes and ears of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Won't you know if you try it out? Gurong said. You are an honorary elder, and he is also an honorary elder. You two are the only two honorary elders in this era. It is reasonable for the honorary elders to get to know each other, isn't it? Then, I can also test his depth on the pretext of wanting to show my skills. The strange fluctuations on his body that blocked my mental power detection are different from other title Douluo. I guess it is probably the ability of the martial spirit. If you want to find out his true situation, you have to actually contact him. Ning Fengzi thought about it and nodded. Uncle Gu, be careful. If this person is really an old naughty boy like that Guangling Douluo, I'm afraid there will be trouble. Don't worry, don't you know my ability? Gu Rong stood up with a smile. Even if I can't beat him, I can run. Ning Fengzi smiled helplessly and stood up. You can run, but I can't. Don't worry, Fengzi, I will take you with me. Gu Rong hugged Ning Fengzi's shoulders. When I was running away before, when did I not take you with me? Ning Fengzi's eyes twitched slightly, but every time I needed to run away, it was you who caused it. Uncle Jian and I were purely implicated by you. Ahem. Gu Rong was a little embarrassed. The past is like smoke, well, let's not talk about it. Chapter 36 Gentleman's Revenge. You two are here to eat for free. As soon as the dishes were served, Ning Fengzi and Gu Rong ran over, and Tang Yuehua stood up to greet them. It was a happy scene. However, Nanfang, who was about to start a world of two people, was not so welcome to the arrival of these two people. Damn it! Can't you two wait until I finish my meal before coming? Ning Fengzi was a little speechless for a while. To be honest, this was the first time he encountered such a problem. I was careless. Oh, don't be angry, this meal is on my side. Gu Rong sat down beside Nanfang with a smile and put his hand on his shoulder. Gu Rong was stunned. Level 40? What, you're surprised? Nanfang raised his eyebrows. Didn't I just say I was only 13? What, didn't you hear clearly? Gu Rong was a little embarrassed. Is there anything more embarrassing than being caught eavesdropping? Yes. He bumped into me after eavesdropping. Little brother, you are young and promising. Gu Rong quickly forgot the embarrassment just now and started his blunt rainbow fart. Okay, just ask if you want to know anything. Nanfang said. Even if you want to know the top secrets of the Spirit Hall, it's not impossible to negotiate. Ning Fengzi and Gu Rong looked at each other. Full of confusion. What's going on? Isn't this guy from the Spirit Hall? Hey, you two, don't be so vulgar. Nanfang started eating by himself. After all, he really had never eaten anything good. It's all part-time work anyway, it doesn't matter who you work for. If you can afford a price that makes me excited, it's not impossible for me to be a double agent for you in the Spirit Hall. The corporate culture of the Spirit Hall is almost deeply rooted. Bibi Dong can hardly shake it for a while. She can only follow the ideas of those people to do her business. Only after getting enough power can she start what she wants to do. Just like the original trajectory of the Spirit Hall becoming bigger and stronger in Bibi Dong's hands, if the Spirit Hall is getting worse and worse in her hands, Jian Daoliu and others would have been killed by her long ago. Even if Bibi Dong wants to destroy the Spirit Hall, she must first have the ability to destroy the organization. If you want to destroy it, you must first make it crazy. The Spirit Empire, unifying the world, for thousands of years, what a big pie. Haha, Elder Nanfang is joking. Ning Fengzi didn't take it seriously. The relationship between the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect and the Spirit Hall is still good. After all, most of the Spirit Masters dare not trade with the Spirit Hall and can only use the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect as an intermediary, so the relationship between them and the Spirit Hall, at least on the surface, is still okay. The only one who broke up with the Spirit Hall on the surface was the Haoshan sect. Do you think I'm kidding? Nanfang's expression remained unchanged. Ning Fengzi's expression changed slightly. It seems that Elder Nanfang doesn't have a sense of belonging to the Spirit Hall. Sense of belonging? Nanfang raised his eyebrows. It's inexplicable. I didn't get anything but a name in the Spirit Hall. How can I feel a sense of belonging to that broken place? I took such a big risk to fight the Haoshan sect to death, but after I came back, they just gave me a few words of light praise and gave me a useless title of elder. If I couldn't beat those bastards, I would have turned against them on the spot. Honorary elder, he thought it was awesome at first, but it turned out to be just a title, worthless. When he walked outside, people respected him. Shuiye was able to give him 5 million because he had Yu Guan by his side, because he had an unclear relationship with Pope Bibi Dong, and because both of them were titled Douluo, not because of the useless honorary elder title. In other words, he had killed 2 Haoshan sect elders before, and got a useless certificate. Nothing practical at all. Fuck the stupid elder hall, you thought I valued the title of elder. Nanfang complained. Glory, honor, can honor be eaten? One by one, they think it's a great honor for me, a soul sect, to stand with those titled Douluo. I don't have any honor. At the ceremony of conferring the title of honorary elder, the atmosphere was just like a fucking pyramid scheme. Are you treating him like a 3-year-old kid? This Ningfengzi was puzzled. Elder Nanfang, you really didn't get any benefit at all. It shouldn't be like that. If it was as the Spirit Hall advertised, it was this Elder Nanfang who instigated the 2 elders of the Haoshan sect to rebel, causing the internal strife of the Haoshan sect and the great victory of the Spirit Hall. Even if he was stingy, he wouldn't give nothing, right? If you don't believe it, go find out for yourself. Nanfang said unhappily. Those idiots didn't give me a single gold soul coin except for praising me a few times. My clothes were all bought for me by Bibi Dong with her own salary. Ning Fengzi's eyes twitched slightly, and he roughly guessed the reason. Elder Nanfang, you belong to the Pope's palace, right? Yes, what's wrong? Nanfang said. That's no wonder. Gurong also reacted. From the previous Pope's coronation ceremony, it can be seen that there is a problem between the new Pope and the Elder Hall. And Nanfang's contribution in the battle between the Spirit Hall and the Haoshan sect this time is too great. If he wants to be rewarded, it needs to be approved by the Elder Hall meeting, but it is obvious that the elders of the Elder Hall have no intention of supporting Bibi Dong, the new Pope. So, I was implicated. Nanfang was stunned. Because the Elder Hall is unhappy with Bibi Dong, and he is hanging out with Bibi Dong, if he is rewarded, it is equivalent to aiding the enemy, so, he is not given anything? What the hell is this bureaucracy? Honda gang? Or Kyunjia gang? Did I help Bibi Dong to fight the Haoshan sect? Nanfang couldn't help it. Isn't it to help the Spirit Hall regain face? If it weren't for that stupid Kyungsunji who insisted on robbing people's things, would he have been beaten like that? Ning Fengzi's eyes twitched wildly, and Gurong couldn't help laughing. It was indeed the Spirit Hall that first asked for this matter, and everyone knew it, but the problem was that the Haoshan sect was no longer the Haoshan sect of the past. Even if the Spirit Hall was unreasonable, they had to admit it. In the final analysis, whoever has the bigger fist is right. If Tang Chen of the Haoshan sect was still there, let alone Tang Hao had a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast by his side, even if Tang Hao brought that the transformed soul beast ran to the Wuhan city for a stroll, and Kyungsunji didn't dare to fart. So, why don't you go to the Elder Hall to make a scene? Gurong said with a smile. What a scene! Nanfang rolled his eyes at Gurong. Those idiots are all titled Douluo, I'm going to make a scene? Are you going to die? A gentleman's revenge is never too late in 10 years. Gurong paused. 10 years is too short, even with your talent, it will take at least 20 years. With a 13-year-old soul sect, with such talent, it's no wonder that Bibi Dong would spread such rumors. In time, he will definitely be a titled Douluo again, and he will definitely be a peak Douluo above level 95, and even have the hope of reaching the height of Tang Chen of Haoshan sect back then. I just don't know what type of martial soul this kid has. After reaching the Soul Saint, the gap between the soul power levels can be completely made up by the quality of the martial soul. For example, once the Haoshan true body is opened, even Soul Douluo dare not take it head-on. In those days, Tang Chen made rapid progress, and he never lost after stepping out of the Haoshan sect with the cultivation of a Soul Saint, until he was awarded the title Douluo. Even the great priest of the Spirit Hall, who was known as the Two Peaks of the Soul Master world, never won against him, at least, they had never heard of it. Decades have passed, and the great priest of the Spirit Hall has retired from the Soul Master world, and only appears on some special occasions, while Tang Chen of the Haoshan sect suddenly disappeared, and his whereabouts are unknown, and it is unknown whether he is still alive. However, judging from the attitude of the Spirit Hall towards the Haoshan sect in this battle, it is likely that even they do not know whether Tang Chen is alive or dead. Otherwise, with such a good opportunity, the Elder Hall and the priests hidden in the depths would not have made any move. Even, from the beginning to the end of this war, the Spirit Hall never stepped into the gate of the Haoshan sect. It is likely that they were afraid of Tang Chen's life or death. The anger of a title Douluo is difficult to deal with, and Tang Chen is the legendary level 99 peerless Douluo. If such a person is driven crazy, the people of the Spirit Hall will have to hide in the Spirit City for the rest of their lives and seek the protection of the Great Priest. Chapter 37 Blue Tyrant Academy. Are you serious about what you said just now? After dinner, it was getting dark, and Nanfang escorted Tang Yuehua back to Yuexuan out of kindness. What did you say? Nanfang turned his head. What you said to Sect Master Ning. Tang Yuehua looked a little unnatural. What opportunities can be cooperated, even if it means destroying the Spirit Hall, for their great anti-feudal, anti-landlord and anti-hegemony cause, everything can be discussed. Moreover, from her perspective of operating Yuexuan in Tiandu City for so many years, this guy is serious. He really doesn't mind joining forces with the Seven Treasures Glazed sect to deal with the Spirit Hall. Of course I'm serious. Nanfang said. Why, can't I do this? Tang Yuehua looked strange, but aren't you from the Spirit Hall? You. Nanfang looked puzzled, when did I become a member of the Spirit Hall? Don't make a mistake, I'm the Pope's man. The Pope is also my man. Ah. Tang Yuehua was stunned. What does this mean? Uncle Gu, you seem to like this young man very much. On the other side, after barely getting what they wanted, Ning Fengzi and Gurong left Tiandu City and returned to the gate of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect not far away. That kid is very interesting. Gurong said. He was serious about what he said. Ning Fengzi looked helpless. Yes, he was serious. They have been in the martial arts world for decades, and they can naturally tell whether the person in front of them is fooling around or serious. But the problem is, he is serious about everything. Ning Fengzi looked inexplicable. He could understand his dissatisfaction and complaints about the Elder Hall, and his resentment for wanting to deal with those old guys. However, he was also serious about joining forces with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect to deal with the Spirit Hall, and the inexplicable words that would open up a new era. Moreover, he felt a strong sense of encouragement in those words. Could a 13-year-old kid really come up with these things? Whether he was serious or joking, he is only a soul sect now, and it is still too early for him to be qualified to talk about these things. Gurong said. Young people have countless ideas. After a few years, perhaps these things will become childish talk. I also dreamed of being like that swordsman, with beautiful girls chasing after me wherever I go, but decades have passed, and I don't know when I completely lost interest in those beautiful girls. I just wanted to compete with that swordsman. Ning Fengzi smiled helplessly. You two have really been arguing for decades. Two enemies. But what that kid said, why don't you consider it? Gurong said. Ning Fengzi's face darkened. Uncle Gu, Rong is not even a month old yet. Ah, children will grow up. Gurong said with a smile. And I think that kid is really interesting, at least more interesting than that swordsman. Observe him, if it's appropriate. Uncle Gu. Ning Fengzi raised his hand to interrupt. Let's talk about this later. I don't think that kid is a quiet one. A 13-year-old soul sect, Gurong said leisurely. When I was 13, I was just a soul venerable. Although I had no rivals among my peers, I have to admit that this kid is a bit more powerful than I was back then. Ning Fengzi was stunned. Powerful? What do you mean? That kid's sensitivity to danger is terrifying. Gurong said seriously. And don't forget, in the news we got, when Tang Xiao and the two elders of Haoshan sect started fighting, this kid was standing next to him. Can a soul sect stand by the battle between a title Douluo and a soul Douluo? Not to mention a soul sect, even a soul saint has to stay away. The collision of the spirit's true body, even the aftermath is not something a small soul sect can bear. There is definitely something wrong with that kid. Is this the Blue Tyrant Academy? After dealing with the ideological work of several bishops of the Spirit Temple, Nanfang started his entertainment time again. What do you want to do? Yu Guan said with a strange look. Let me remind you, the elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect behind this Blue Tyrant Academy, Yu Luomian. Yu Luomian? Is he awesome? Nanfang asked. A soul Douluo. Yu Guan said. Can you win? Nanfang asked. Yu Guan's eyes twitched. I am a titled Douluo. Nanfang curled his lips, a titled Douluo who was killed in a 3-on-1 fight. Yu Guan's face darkened. This matter can't be passed, right? Entering Lan Ba Academy, with Yu Guan's face, naturally no one dared to stop them along the way. After a while, the two came to the teaching department of Lan Ba Academy. Your Majesty Ju Douluo, I wonder what you are doing here. A woman who looked about the same age as Tang Yuehua, but with a more capable figure, came up. The Dean of Lan Ba Academy, Lu Erlong. Although she is called the Mother Tyrannosaurus, she is still very polite in front of the titled Douluo. Do you want to know the whereabouts of Yu Xiaogang? Nanfang said directly. Lu Erlong was stunned, and her emotions came up instantly. Where is he? Before answering this question, you have to agree to one condition of mine. Nanfang said. I agree to any condition. Tell me where he is. Lu Erlong said anxiously. Really agree to any condition? Nanfang raised his eyebrows. Lu Erlong was stunned, and his face was alert. What do you want? I want you, okay. Nanfang asked. Lu Erlong's face was cold, and there was a hint of murderous aura. Your Highness Ju Douluo, the person you brought seems. No. Nanfang frowned slightly. Very good. Yu Guan, do it. Yu Guan sighed, little girl, don't blame me for bullying the weak. People in the rivers and lakes can't help themselves. A minute later, the female Tyrannosaurus lay on the ground with powerlessness, and she didn't even have the strength to stand up. Tell me, do I look like a reasonable person? Nanfang patted Lu Erlong's head helplessly. You guys. Lu Erlong was full of resentment. The titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall was so shameless that he bullied a soul emperor like her. Oh, you're still not convinced? Nanfang raised his eyebrows, a flash of light flashed across his hand, and he turned Lu Erlong into a cute little bunny on the spot. When the soul power is exhausted, even a soul emperor like Lu Erlong can be easily turned into a small animal. Of course, after her soul power is restored, she can still resist and change back. Don't move. Nanfang picked up the little bunny Lu Erlong and patted her little butt. Don't force me to take advantage of someone's misfortune. You have to believe that I can do it. Lu Erlong's body stiffened, and her legs that were about to exert force were somewhat nervously retracted. Be good. Nanfang patted Lu Erlong's head with satisfaction. This is why he didn't light up the offensive spell. What's the point of lighting it? With his soul power, what can he do even if he has offensive power? Can he be more powerful than the titled Douluo? Instead of wasting a spell for that insignificant offensive power, it's better to do something practical. Chapter 38 Art comes from life. Spirit Temple. Lu Erlong has restored his human form, and after a period of getting along in the human rabbit mode, the female Tyrannosaurus has become much more obedient. Little fire dragon, you must think clearly before doing anything, don't be reckless. Nanfang said earnestly. Look at you just now, you actually released murderous intent to me. You should know that the last elder of the Haoshan sect who released murderous intent to me is now about to sprout grass on his grave. What do you want to do? Lu Erlong's attitude remained cold. You can kill me or chop me up, but if you use that method again, I will die with you even if I have to self-destruct. Die together. Nanfang raised his eyebrows. Do you have the ability? Since he came back from Haoshan sect, he has done some experiments with Bibi Dong. The results show that as long as it is a fatal injury, it will consume 10% of the soul power at one time to avoid the damage. Whether it is soul Douluo or title Douluo, it is the same. In other words, except for the gods who have not yet been verified, no one can kill him instantly. Don't think that the title Douluo can always protect you. Lu Erlong said coldly. Yaha. Nanfang frowned. You still dare to threaten me? Rebellion. Rebellion. Yueguan. Let's go. Catch Yu Xiaogong's paw back and cut off Xiao Ding Ding, send him to Shuye to be the chief eunuch. Lu Erlong's expression froze. Wait a minute. I'm not waiting for you. Nanfang stood up and walked towards the door. Since you are a woman, I have given you face several times. You don't want it and still threaten me. How old are you? You still don't understand the situation. Hey. Nanfang paused and looked back at Lu Erlong who was holding his shoulders. Why, are you still going to try? Lu Erlong took a deep breath. Sorry, Elder Nanfang, I was reckless. I hope you will forgive me this time. Forgive you this time? Nanfang raised his eyebrows. Why? Who doesn't know me? I will make a fuss even if it's unreasonable. Why should I forgive others when it's reasonable? I know the principle of changing fortunes. When you have the upper hand, you must give full play to it. In this way, even if you are unlucky in the future and become a prisoner, you will die a worthy death without regrets. Lu Erlong's expression froze. What kind of gangster is this? May I ask how the elder can get over this matter? Lu Erlong said in a deep voice. Shuya didn't give me face before and spent 5 million. What about you? Nanfang asked. How much can you give? Or, how much do you think Yu Xiaogang is worth? What does the elder want? Lu Erlong asked. I said it at the beginning. Nanfang said. Lu Erlong's expression froze. I'm sorry, I can't obey your order. Then there's nothing to say. Nanfang turned his head. Lu Erlong exerted force from behind and held Nanfang hostage. Then I can only die with you. Pa! Nanfang slapped Lu Erlong's butt with his backhand. It was very elastic, worthy of being a beast spirit master. You! Lu Erlong was stunned, and a sense of shame and anger surged up. This was the first time in her life that someone dared to slap her butt. What do you mean by you? Aren't you going to self-destruct? I have to satisfy my desire to do it before you turn into a small piece of meat. Nanfang said as a matter of course. Should we evacuate the people nearby? A voice came from Yu Guan, who was guarding outside the courtyard. No need. How powerful can a soul emperor's self-destruction be? Nanfang said. I don't know, I haven't seen it. Then evacuate. Listening to the leisurely conversation between the two, Lu Erlong was stunned. This guy is really not afraid of death? Why don't you explode? Nanfang urged. Yu Xiaogang is still waiting to be his chief steward. Elder Nanfang, why are you? Why you? Nanfang interrupted. To tell you the truth, I was just joking at first. After all, I am more interested in bullying men and women. As for the latter, I am not without it, and you are not that attractive to me. But who made you react so strongly? I didn't intend to do this, but you wanted to play self-destruction with me. If I don't do it thoroughly, it will be a bit sorry for your self-destruction awareness. Don't you think so? Charmander. Don't be nervous, self-destruction only takes a moment, it won't hurt. Nanfang said. You used your own explosion to exchange a stable royal system for Yu Xiaogang, which is also the last thing you did for him. I believe he will be very grateful to you. With you like this, what else can Gang ask for? Lu Erlong lowered her head in silence, feeling very complicated. She wanted to self-destruct and end it all, but when she thought about the revenge that Yu Xiaogang would suffer from the spirit hall after her death, she could not make up her mind no matter what. The hands holding Nanfang gradually became weak, and soon, they fell down. Nanfang turned around and patted Lu Erlong's shoulder helplessly. Little fire dragon, people should live their lives more casually. Look at you, a dignified soul emperor, but because of a small weakness, you were forced into this by a small broken soul sect. I don't deserve you. Lu Erlong raised her head with resentment. Don't hurt Xiaogang. Then do you know what you should do? Nanfang asked. Lu Erlong took a deep breath, as if she had made a great decision. Understood. Xiaogang, you must be fine. Nanfang looked strange. The plot in the book is not fictional. Is there anyone who can be threatened like this? Art comes from life? Under the moonlight, in the pavilion, at Nanfang's request, Lu Erlong changed into a black dress that was extremely inconsistent with her temperament, showing off her hot body. What do you think of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex? Nanfang poured a cup of tea for Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong, who was about to struggle for the last time, was stunned. Why, can't you say it? Nanfang asked. What do you mean? Lu Erlong asked in confusion. You threatened her so much during the day, and just now you asked her to dress like this, and now you tell her this inexplicable thing? What do you mean? Nanfang asked back. Do you think I spent so much effort just to have sex with you? Girl, don't think your 2 pieces of meat are too valuable. You are not that big to me's attraction. I want you, not your body, but your identity as the illegitimate daughter of Yu Luomian, the elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Lu Erlong was stunned. What do you want to do? I have to remind you that Yu Luomian doesn't care about me, his illegitimate daughter. He has his own son in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. If you expect me to help you deal with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, then you think too much. Don't care. Nanfang raised his head. Are you sure? Lu Erlong turned his head away, his expression a little unnatural. Even if he cares, it's only because of my talent. Aren't you talking nonsense? Nanfang was speechless. Would you be interested in a useless and ugly person? Or do you think the legendary fatherly and motherly love is so great? I don't deny that there are such parents in this world, but they are rare. Most parents don't love their children as much as you think. Even if they are siblings, parents will prefer the better one. I believe that anyone with eyes can see these things. After all, there is no unfounded preference in this world. You have to have something to attract others. Even if Luomian keeps paying attention to you because of your talent, so what? Isn't the Yu Xiaogang you mentioned because of your talent and your beauty? Or do you think that even if you are old, ugly, incompetent, and have a bad temper, Yu Xiaogang will still like you? Girl, self-confidence is a good thing. Self-confidence is always better than inferiority and cowardice, but excessive self-confidence is stupid. Lu Erlong's expression froze. This bastard's words were so fucking hurtful. Chapter 39 Going Crazy is Fun. I have investigated your past these days and found that your life trajectory is almost full of Yu Luomian's footprints. Nanfang said. And these concerns did not appear after you awakened your martial soul. On the contrary, after you awakened your martial soul, Yu Luomian's attention to you obviously became obscure. Lu Erlong sneered, he is worried that my existence will discredit the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Innate level 7, although it is a little weaker than the orthodox Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex after the fire attribute mutation, it will be a soul saint in the future, and there is hope for Soul Douluo. Nanfang looked puzzled. This situation is called discrediting? The total number of soul masters above Soul Saint in the entire Douluo continent is less than 500. The total number of titled Douluo and Soul Douluo is less than 100, and the remaining 400 or so people are Soul Saints. The rest of the Soul Masters are all below level 70. Also, nearly half of the Soul Saints are controlled by the Spirit Hall. The 7 major sects, the 8 major families, and the rest of the large and small sects all control the rest. Titled Douluo rarely moves around, and Soul Douluo are also the overlords of one side. Soul Saint is already the top powerhouse that most Soul Masters can contact. And Lu Erlong's talent is expected to break through Soul Douluo in the future. This kind of talent, discredit? How many Soul Douluos does the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus have? Even Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin, who will be called the twin prides of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus in the future, only have innate talents of level 7 or 8. Most Soul Masters have innate soul power of level 3 or 4. Soul King is their lifelong goal, and those who can cultivate to Soul Emperor and Soul Saint, and have innate soul power of level 5 or 6 are already geniuses. As for level 7 or 8, level 8 or 9, or even level 10 innate full soul power, those who can cultivate to Soul Douluo, or even titled Douluo, are geniuses among geniuses. People who will stand at the top of the continent in the future. Do you think Yu Luomian didn't expose your existence because he thought you discredited him? Nanfang asked. Isn't it? Lu Erlong asked back. Then why is there always someone to help you solve every time you get into trouble? Nanfang asked. You offended people in a fight in Tiandu City, and got into trouble with local sects when you traveled outside. Why do you think those people didn't cause trouble for you? Also, when you were about to make a big mistake, why do you think Yu Luomian arrived in time? Lu Erlong frowned, how do you know? How I know has nothing to do with you, I'm just analyzing. Nanfang picked up the teacup and tasted it carefully. The tribute of the spirit temple tasted really good. Yu Luomian doesn't care about you. On the contrary, it is precisely because he cares about you that he has never thought of exposing you. Don't think that your origin is so shameful that it will bring bad things to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. No one will care whether your mother is a prostitute. They will only care about your talent and your strength. Moreover, the Fire Dragon Spirit, similar to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, the Blue Tyrannosaurus Academy, is supported by the elders of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Do you really think that everyone doesn't know your origins? They know. As long as they are not blind, they should know. You know it yourself. But they are concerned about your future hope of becoming a Soul Douluo and an elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, not your scar that hurts when poked. It's just that Yu Luomian didn't take the initiative to break this window paper, because he knew that you hated him and didn't even want to recognize him, especially after that incident that year, you almost gnashed your teeth at him. You have been wandering around the continent for so many years, you should understand whether what I said is true or not. People don't care about right or wrong. They only worship the strong and agree with everything about the strong. What do you want to say? Lu Erlong asked. You want me to find you Luomian and help the Spirit Hall deal with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. After talking for so long, I just want to tell her that you Luomian cares about her illegitimate daughter and she is very valuable. Let me correct you. I am not dealing with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, but this dirty world full of stench. Nanfang said leisurely. Lu Erlong sneered, dirty world? You want me to play the family card to get close to you Luomian to help you do things, and you still have the face to say such a high-sounding joke. High-sounding? Maybe. Nanfang's expression remained unchanged. Right and wrong are just excuses for the strong to use violence, and also after-dinner talk for bystanders. Just like the war between Haoshan sect and Spirit Hall this time, anyone with a little bit of brains knows how ridiculous the statement given by Spirit Hall is, but what everyone is discussing is not whether Spirit Hall is right or not, but how awesome Tang Hao is. 1 Hammer 3, what a topic of discussion. Haoshan sect's ring explosion has once again become a hot topic among major sects. No one cares about the low-level soul masters who died as cannon fodder in this war, and no one cares whether the innocent ordinary people who lost their homes and were displaced because of the soul master war are now dead or alive. They are still talking and laughing, and still in great glory. Lu Erlong was silent, looking at Nanfang with a complicated look. She couldn't see clearly whether this person was sighing or mocking, or maybe both, but she clearly felt that there was a strange madness in this person. Why don't you calm down first? Lu Erlong was a little nervous. This person gave her a strong sense of threat. But it's not power. Don't be nervous, I'm calm. Nanfang drank tea by himself. I know you have some doubts now, whether I am a lunatic. Lu Erlong's face was a little unnatural. I'm not. If you really think so, then I can only say. Nanfang's face was serious. You are really good at judging people. Damn. After 6 years of being in fear in that ghost place of Killing City, it would be strange if his mind was normal. He knew that he was having a seizure most of the time, but he couldn't stop. Sai Jianai Hai Tai Yazide. Why does he like Bibi Dong? Is he greedy for her body? No, he is really attracted by Bibi Dong's mental state. Going crazy is fun for a while, and going crazy all the time is fun. Only when you go crazy yourself, you will know how interesting it is to go crazy. Don't worry about anything, throw away all shackles. Spiritual carnival. Too fucking high. What do you think I meant by what I said just now? Nanfang said. Feeling the injustice of the world? Outraged for those innocent people? Or an accusation against this dirty world? Lu Erlong hesitated and shook his head. I don't know. I don't know either. Nanfang shrugged. Lu Erlong's eyes twitched slightly. It seems that this guy's mind is really not clear. Maybe it was a whim, maybe it was a long-planned plan, or maybe the desire that was once buried deep in my heart was aroused. Nanfang raised his head and looked at the bright moon hanging high in the sky. I am curious about how much impact I can have on the world, whether good or bad. Maybe people 1,000 years later will praise me, or they will spit on me, but one thing is certain, they will all remember me. Lu Erlong looked puzzled. What do you want to do? Change is uncertain, it may be better, it may be worse. Nanfang said inexplicably. Lu Erlong looked a little strange. Do you want to leave a name in history? Maybe it will be infamous for thousands of years. Nanfang said. I am a soft-hearted person who cannot stand suffering, so I like to close my eyes. Closing my eyes can make me forget my fear, but it can also make me lose my direction. I don't know what I will bring, and I don't even know where I am going. But as long as I can still hear crying, no one is allowed to laugh. I can't make everyone happy, so let's be fair and suffer together. Chapter 40 Classics of the Past. What do you want to do? Lu Erlong was more and more confused. This bastard doesn't seem to be a simple beast. It's not the lack of wealth that is worrying, but the inequality. Fair pain is much easier for everyone to accept than partial beauty. Just like you threatened me with self-explosion today, you don't want others to have a good life if you don't have a good life. Nanfang said. The same goes for others. I'm not a good person, but I'm not a bad person either. I just want to see which side is stronger, the light or the darkness in people's hearts. If it's light, the world may be reborn. Lu Erlong hesitated. What if it's darkness? Nanfang picked up the teacup on the table. Do you know how many steps it takes to make this cup? Kneading clay, shaping, drying, trimming, decorating, firing. If there is a problem in a certain step, the craftsman may choose to repair it and use it. But if you meet a perfectionist, as long as the things in his hands don't meet his own ideas, they will be discarded at any time. At worst, he will start all over again. Lu Erlong's expression froze. People are not tools. Really? Nanfang smiled. Maybe, but just like you once because of Yu Xiaogong's disappearance, choosing to massacre the entire soul beast forest, and directly killing those petty thieves who were unlucky enough to run into you, what do you think is your right to do that? Lu Erlong was speechless for a moment. Because you are stronger than them. Nanfang said. I have always been considerate. Since you think that this world is a jungle, as long as I am stronger than you, then I naturally have the right to play with this world. Isn't it? This world is a pottery that doesn't suit my heart. I am going to try to repair it now, but if it can't be repaired. Bang! Nanfang exerted a little force, and the teacup in his hand turned into powder. With a light blow, it flew away with the wind. Change it, I have plenty of time to make a cup I like. Lu Erlong looked at Nanfang with a heavy expression. Are you serious? Of course. Nanfang changed a cup and poured himself some cold tea. Why, don't you think this is interesting? No. Lu Erlong said in a deep voice. I just think you have a problem with your brain. Nanfang nodded in agreement. I think so too. But what can you do? You are bound by a coward. Not to mention whether you have the ability or not, you don't even have the courage to stop me. Nanfang refilled the last cup of tea for Lu Erlong. You even have to help me next. Lu Erlong narrowed his eyes slightly. Aren't you afraid that I will tell these things? Just say it. Nanfang looked indifferent. What if I tell it? Who will believe it if I tell it? I am the elder of the high and mighty Wuhan Hall, a popular person in the Pope's Hall, and the little lover of the current Pope. I am a vested interest and the highest beneficiary of these filth. Who would believe that I would stab myself? Do you believe it? I don't believe it. Wuhan City. After completing the initial training of Lu Erlong, Nanfang returned to his safe nest. I heard that you coerced Tang Yuehua and found Lu Erlong. As soon as he entered the Pope's palace, Nanfang was questioned by Bibi Dong. Oh, dear, are you jealous? Nanfang approached him slyly. Bibi Dong stretched out her hand to block Nanfang's face. Not really, I'm just curious about what you did with them. Of course, I can probably guess a little. She still knew what kind of character Nanfang had. Bullying men and women, she had no doubt about the former. But the latter, if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she really couldn't associate this kind of thing with this guy. I thought you would press me against the wall with a fierce momentum, release your spider legs, poke my head, and ask me if I have someone else in my heart and don't love you anymore. Nanfang said disappointedly. Bibi Dong's eyes twitched slightly. Don't go crazy as soon as you come back. Yes, yes. Nanfang shrugged and lay on the big sofa beside him. This is the Pope's office area. In principle, such undignified things cannot appear, but as the Pope's secretary, he can't even have a place to sit. So, there is this big sofa here. If you are really free, help me teach Nana the things of martial soul cultivation. Bibi Dong said. Me? Nanfang put down the comic book in his hand. You let me, a level 40 little broken soul religious person, practice. Sister, I am not a proper spirit master, I don't even have spirit rings or spirit skills, how can I teach? I can't. Stop, stop, stop. Bibi Dong interrupted hurriedly. Nana is still young, don't fool her with your nonsense. Nanfang's nonsense couldn't even stand her. Hulina must be fooled. No, 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 education should start from childhood. Nanfang sat up. It just so happens that I have an idea. What idea? Bibi Dong said with a strange look. The spirit hall believes in angels, right? Nanfang said. Well, what's wrong? Bibi Dong asked in confusion. Does the angel have any quotations? Nanfang asked. Quotations? Bibi Dong was stunned. What is that? Hey! Nanfang looked disappointed. No wonder they are still like this after 20,000 years. This angel clan is really brainless. They have a ready-made god as their ancestor, but they can't even come up with a Bible. With just this little brain, they still want to unify the continent? Even if they unify, they can't control it. The Bible. Bibi Dong had a bad feeling. What the hell? Nanfang stood up. Of course it's a classic handed down from generation to generation. As everyone knows, God is not wrong, everything God says is right, everything that goes against God is rebellion, only God can bring glory. Only those who believe in the great angel God can ascend to heaven after death. Those who disobey should be sentenced to death. What's wrong with your brain? Bibi Dong said strangely. Do you believe this nonsense? I don't believe it, but isn't it enough for everyone to believe it? Nanfang said. What do you want to do? The descendants of the Qian family are unfilial, and I still need to tell the world the words of the angel God. Nanfang sighed. Well, if I don't go to heaven, who will? Where are you going? Bibi Dong said. Bai Dong was confused. I have to remind you, don't do it. You can do other things, Qian Daoliu is too lazy to pay attention to you, but if you dare to mess around with this kind of thing, that old thing will use his martial soul to deal with you in a minute. Nanfang paused. That makes sense, then wait for me to go into seclusion first. Chapter 41, Transformed Soul Beast. 3 years later. What are you doing? Nanfang, who had just come out of seclusion, was depressed. It's so annoying. He was still thinking about unlocking the rat spell when he was at level 50 to see if he could deal with the angel god, but when he just reached level 50, the tiger spell lit up by itself. Horse, sheep, monkey, dog, he wanted to know, where are the conflicts between these 4 spells? The tiger couldn't hold back and ended up like this? What's wrong? Bai Dong asked in confusion. Nothing, it's just that my great plan will be delayed. Nanfang said helplessly. Delay? Bibi Dong looked strange. Are you still thinking about that? Of course, this sinful world needs the light of the angel god to cleanse it. Nanfang said seriously. The power of intuition can only make people succumb on the surface, but the power of faith is enough to make people crazy from the heart. Don't wash it yet, I need your help with something now. Bibi Dong handed Nanfang a message from the vicinity of the Stardo Great Forest. Transformed Soul Beast. Nanfang was stunned. Xiaowu's mother? How do you want me to help? Nanfang asked in confusion. Please, although I am a 16-year-old genius soul king, I don't have any combat power, bro, I am a pure auxiliary. Although the 2 little rabbits have dispersed 100,000 years of cultivation to transform, the big bull and the little monkey have not transformed. Unlike the titled Douluo, the soul beast's attack is not a skill, but continuous damage. His sword is not immune to continuous damage. Although the big bull and the little monkey didn't show up when Bibi Dong hunted the little rabbit in the original novel, who knows what will actually happen. That's the Xingda Great Forest. Bibi Dong and the others won't care about him when they fight. I didn't ask you to fight. Bibi Dong said. Not fighting. Nanfang raised his eyebrows. Could it be? Oh. You are so mean. I like it. Xingda Great Forest. In the mixed area, an injured holy light spirit cat is running wildly in the forest. Behind it is the most notorious soul beast in the Xingda Great Forest, the human-faced demon spider. What the hell? Nanfang, who turned into a holy light spirit cat, is really about to curse. Isn't it said that the human-faced demon spider is very rare? How did Gui Mei find it? It's still a fucking 10,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. Fuck. This is not acting. He is really running for his life. Help. Bang. A swift figure flew out of the forest and kicked the human-faced demon spider away. At the same time, a little girl who looked 3 or 4 years old emerged from the forest and waved to Nanfang. Come here. Nanfang braked suddenly, and the spirit cat swung its tail, jumped, and plunged into Xiaowu's arms, fainting. Hey! Xiaowu was confused. He was so badly injured? Deep in the forest, next to a small wooden house. Aru, who drove away the human-faced demon spider, brought Nanfang and Xiaowu back, found some nearby herbs, and bandaged him. Mom, isn't this holy light spirit cat almost extinct? Xiaowu looked at the 10,000-year-old holy light spirit cat in front of her with some surprise. Like the soft-bone rabbit, the holy light spirit cat is a vulnerable group in the Stardo Great Forest. However, the holy light spirit cat is even more timid than the soft-bone rabbit. Not to mention other soul beasts, even they can scare themselves. This kind of soul beast usually gets scared to death while running away, and rarely becomes a human soul ring. Because they are too timid, they spend most of their time running away and don't practice much, so there are almost no holy light spirit cats that are more than 1,000 years old, and most of them are 10 or 100 years old. But this one has a cultivation of 10,000 years. Maybe it's lucky. Aru said. She has practiced for tens of thousands of years and knows that being strong or not is not important, but being able to survive is the hard truth. The stronger the soul beast, the more aggressive it is. In tens of thousands of years, she has witnessed too many powerful soul beasts. Those soul beasts are not without the ability to practice and grow to 100,000 years, but their aggressive character makes them fall in the fight before they grow up. Why don't we let it stay with us in the future? Xiaowu said. Aro patted Xiaowu's head helplessly. Xiaowu, the holy light spirit cat is very timid. Even its own kind won't gather together, let alone stay with us. But when I called it just now, it didn't run away directly. Xiaowu touched the kitten's belly. This holy light spirit cat shouldn't be so timid. Then wait until it wakes up and see if it is willing. Aro said. Yet. Xiaowu nodded and carried the unconscious kitten back to the house. Why do I feel so inhuman? Soul State Nanfang floated aside, watching the mother and daughter's attitude towards him, and felt a little uncomfortable about what he was going to do next. Damn! He is really not a human. He is really worse than a beast. After spitting on himself, Nanfang turned around and flew towards the outskirts of the Xingda Great Forest, in the direction of Bibidong. In the evening, Bibidong and the other two, who had concealed their breath, quietly touched the location that Nanfang mentioned. Looking at the two transformed soul beasts in front of them, Zhu Gui and the other two unconsciously flashed greed in their eyes. Although their soul rings are full, but the 100,000-year soul bone. The idea has not yet been fully formed, and the two of them consciously stopped their thoughts. Bibidong is now a peak Douluo at level 97. And there are still 3 positions for her second martial soul, Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor. Even if these 2 transformed soul beasts are all taken, it is not enough, let alone them. Your Holiness, according to the news from the soul hunting group, they also saw the king of the forest, Titan Ape, nearby. If that thing appears, there will be an accident. Gui Mei said. The strength of a 100,000-year soul beast is at least comparable to that of a human titled Douluo above level 95, and this is the Star Do Great Forest, the territory of soul beasts. If a soul beast riot is triggered and a group of 10,000-year soul beasts are attracted, they will be in danger. Fighting alone, 10,000-year soul beasts are vulnerable to tidal Douluo, but once a group of 10,000-year soul beasts appear, not to mention them, even those worshippers have to run away. Human soul masters are not as tough as soul beasts. If you are not careful, there are many cases of ants biting elephants to death. Don't worry, just do it. Bibidong said. The 2 transformed soul beasts are not on guard now, and Nanfang is here. Even if the big one can run, the small one can't. This Yuguan and the others looked a little strange. Nanfang's transformation soul skill is really unreasonable. If they hadn't come into contact with it many times before, they really couldn't believe that there was such a strange martial soul ability. Not only in appearance, but even the soul beast's aura is exactly the same. Moreover, Nanfang's cultivation level after transforming into a soul beast is also increasing along with his own soul power level. At the beginning, Nanfang could only transform into a 100-year soul beast, but now, he can transform into a 10,000-year soul beast. Chapter 42 You are a good person. After investigating and confirming that there were no 10,000-year soul beasts making trouble around, Gui Mei took action first, but the sensitivity of the 100,000-year transformed soul beast to the tidal Douluo exceeded Gui Mei's expectations. After Gui Mei approached this side, Aro rushed into the wooden house as if she had a spider sense, grabbed Xiaowu and ran towards the depths of the forest. Seeing that the matter was exposed, Bibidong and Yuguan no longer hid and rushed up from a distance. Although the speed of the titled Douluo is amazing, this is the Xingda Great Forest. Bibidong and the others are not familiar with the situation here. They can't catch up with Aru for a while when they shuttle through the dense forest. Of course, it's just a matter of time. Xiaowu, let's run separately later. I'll lead them away, and you go find Deming and Ming. Aru said. Mom, they. Be obedient. Aru said in a deep voice. If it was just one titled Douluo, she would still have the confidence to get rid of him, but there are 3 behind. Your Highness, the front is the gathering area of 10,000 year soul beasts. Yuguan transmitted the voice. If we let them run in, we will have no way. Just now, it was the outermost mixed area, where soul beasts from 10 years to 10,000 years appeared, but once they stepped into the 10,000-year soul beast area, even the titled Douluo dared not swagger through. And once they got into a melee, when the Titan giant ape, the king of the forest, arrived, the three of them would not be able to keep that thing by force. Ghost, stop them! Bibi Dong ordered. Ghost received the order and accelerated again, rushing in front of Aru. Seeing this, Aru turned around and plunged into the bushes. Where are the people? Ghost was stunned. Can this transformed soul beast teleport? It's a tunnel. Bibi Dong said in a voice transmission. How could a transformed soul beast that dares to live in the mixed area be unprepared? Just when Bibi Dong was about to release the little spider to chase, Aru appeared again in the bushes not far away. Chase. After Bibi Dong and the other two went away, Xiao Wu held Nanfang and poked her head out of another bush not far away, looking at the direction where Aru was going with tears in her eyes. Mom. To be honest, I have no ill will towards you. Nanfang regained his human form and picked up Xiao Wu from behind. Looking at the human face in front of him, Xiao Wu was stunned. Don't move, or I'll turn you back into a rabbit. Nanfang said. Xiao Wu stared at Nanfang blankly, as if she was too nervous to even struggle. Nanfang did not stay any longer and walked towards Bibi Dong and the other two. Aru deliberately chose an easy-to-follow route to escape, so that even if Bibi Dong still cared about Xiao Wu, she would not be able to split up. After all, looking for soul beasts in the Xingda Great Forest is like looking for a needle in a haystack. On the other side, Bibi Dong and the other two had already caught up with Aru. Knowing that she was doomed, Aru did not continue to run for her life. If you want my soul beast ring soul bone, dream on. After taking a last look at the direction where Xiao Wu ran away, Aru closed her eyes. She wants to self-destruct. Yu Guan said anxiously. You don't have this chance. Bibi Dong instantly completed the possession of the soul-devouring Spider Emperor and rushed towards Aru. Invincible golden body. A golden light flashed across Aru's body, and her soul power continued to circulate and condense. Eternal creation. The two emerald-like giant sickles behind Bibi Dong rose at the same time, ignoring the defense, and suddenly inserted into Aru's body. The devouring started, and Aru's soul power used for self-destruction instantly dissipated. If you didn't transform, I really couldn't stop you, what a pity. Bibi Dong sighed lightly, and the remaining 4 spider legs flashed cold light. Leave a rabbit under your legs. Nanfang ran over with Xiao Wu in his arms. Xiao Wu. Aru's eyes were full of despair. She couldn't even self-destruct now. Mom. Seeing Aru pierced through the chest by Bibi Dong, the stunned Xiao Wu suddenly came back to her senses and struggled in Nanfang's arms. Nanfang loosened his grip, Xiao Wu fell to the ground and ran towards Aru. Bibi Dong looked at Nanfang in confusion. What do you mean? I want to raise rabbits. Nanfang said. Bibi Dong's eyes twitched slightly. The small one is for you, and the big one is for me. What if I want both? Nanfang said. Bibi Dong pulled the green spider leg out of Aru's chest and turned to Nanfang. Seeing this tense scene, Yu Guan and the others looked at each other. Is this going to be a fight? Then you have to be responsible for finding another one for me. Bibi Dong put away the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. Deal. Nanfang walked towards the seriously injured Aru and pulled away Xiao Wu who was blocking his way. He patted Aru's head with his little hand, and the fatal injury caused by the eternal creation recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Aru was stunned. Nanfang did not speak. Under the confused gaze of Aru and Xiao Wu, his figure flashed and turned into the holy light spirit cat just now. Don't be in a hurry to scold me. Nanfang said. You saved me once just now, and I saved you once now. It's even. If you scold me, I will turn your daughter into a pig. The ugliest one. Wuhan City. Holy Maiden Hall. After Bibi Dong succeeded to the throne of Pope, he was busy with work. In addition to work, he was also busy practicing. This place completely became Nanfang's territory. I know you have a lot of questions in your heart. Nanfang sat opposite Aru and Xiao Wu. For example, why should I him? Nanfang coughed twice, interrupting Xiao Wu who was constantly picking things with her mouth. Can you have a sense of urgency? Can you respect me? Xiao Wu was stunned, stopped what she was doing, sat down obediently, and stared at Nanfang with her big watery eyes. I know, because you are a good person. Nanfang's eyes twitched slightly. No, girl, how did you come to this conclusion? Be serious, talk about business. Nanfang said. Yet. Xiaowu nodded seriously. Why did you save me? Aro asked in confusion. To keep your life shining. Nanfang said. Aro was stunned. What do you mean? Do you know the origin of soul beasts and soul masters? Nanfang picked up the teapot and poured 2 cups of tea. Xiaowu looked at Nanfang eagerly, wanting to taste it. Nanfang's eyes twitched slightly, and he poured a cup for Xiaowu as well. This little rabbit really has no vigilance, and still thinks of him as a cat until now. Or, Xiaowu seems to think of him as a successful case of the Holy Light Spirit Cat's transformation and recultivation. This has to mention your stupid ancestor. Nanfang picked up the teacup and began to tell a stupid story. From the birth of the Dragon God, the Divine Dragon Realm, to the fall of the Dragon God, the Dragon God's bloodline aura escaped to Douluo Star, and the creatures on Douluo Star were affected, and gradually evolved into soul beasts and humans with martial spirits. And the Stardo Great Forest was formed because the half of the Dragon God, the Silver Dragon King, fell there, and her power escaped. After tens of thousands of years of evolution, it gradually formed the Stardo Great Forest. Chapter 43 Failure is the mother of success. In other words, on this planet, humans and soul beasts belong to the same clan and origin. Aru said with a strange look. It's half the same kind. Nanfang said. After all, animals and humans who have not been affected by the Dragon God's aura have been eliminated by nature in the countless times in the past. Just like humans now, thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or tens of thousands of years later, soul masters will be universal. Universal. Aru was stunned. What about ordinary people? Ordinary people? They will be extinct. Nanfang said. Those ordinary people you saw along the way who have no soul power but only martial spirits will be eliminated by nature in the future, just like those humans and animals that were not affected by the Dragon God's aura and mutated in the past. Survival of the fittest. When there are more and more soul masters, ordinary people will naturally disappear. It's the same as the saying that poverty can't last for more than 3 generations. It's not that you will be rich after being poor for more than 3 generations, but that people who have been poor for 3 generations can't get married at all, and they will be extinct. After 10,000 years in Douluo continent, soul masters have become common. As for what some people say, without the spirit hall, there will be no one to help awaken the spirit, and there is no need to sell one's body. What brain palsy? Any organization is a product of the times. Before the spirit hall appeared, all tribes and small countries of mankind had their own spirit awakening ceremonies. Otherwise, before the spirit hall appeared, there were no spirit masters in Douluo continent. Don't engage in personality cult. Everything is a product of the times. The spirit hall does play a positive role in promoting the progress of the Douluo continent, but this is the result of the joint efforts of thousands of spirit masters, not the credit of Jian Daoliu's family. The Great Wall was not built by Qin Shi Huang, but by the millions of grassroots people of that era. The Huns were not defeated by Emperor Wu of Han, but by the millions of soldiers who fought for their lives. The new era is not the credit of a great man alone, but the bones of thousands of martyrs. It is the grassroots spirit masters who awaken their spirits all over the mountains and plains, not his 6-winged angel family. It is the result of the joint efforts of the spirit masters of the entire Douluo continent to clean up the evil spirit masters and force those scum into the killing city. On the contrary, if the Jian family had not been selfish, thinking of their own superiority, and had been preventing the war between Xingluo and Tiandu, Douluo continent would have entered a new era of unification long ago. Everything has its 2 sides. The spirit hall has existed for 20,000 years, and Douluo continent has almost stagnated. King Tang has been in power for 30,000 years, and Douluo Star has entered the interstellar era. If the credit for the development of spirit masters in the past is added to the spirit hall and the Qian family, then the entry of Douluo continent into the interstellar era is not the credit of Tang San alone? The progress of the times is the result of everyone's actions together, not the credit of whoever stands on the top. If you can't even understand these, then it really fits the saying that you can cut the whip on your head, but you can't break the slavery in some people's bones. When facing oppression, you actually think about whose master whips less. Fuck. Can't you stand up? Can't you be a human being? Do you have to be a dog? It's not the Qian family or the spirit hall that raised the soul masters, but the millions of toiling masses who were exploited and oppressed by the Soul Master class. Whether it's the Spirit Hall, the 2 empires, the 7 major sects, the 8 major families, the Soul Masters, or the nobles, they are all blood-sucking mosquitoes riding on the heads of the millions of toiling masses in Douluo continent. Mom, my head is itchy. Listening to Nanfang's long speech, Xiaowu felt like she was going to grow a brain. Teacher. Hulina, who joined in the middle, looked at Bibi Dong, who came to watch with a confused face. Bibi Dong's eyes twitched slightly. What are you looking at her for? She didn't think she was a good person in the first place, and the idiots put a bunch of saints' requirements on her. As the villain in the story, she is not a good person, isn't this normal? Could it be that she has to follow the same moral standards as the upright protagonist? If she is as righteous as her mother, why would she be a villain? Besides, as Nanfang said, going in and out is a crime, so is going in and out noble? Who is cleaner than who in this world? But why does he even scold himself? Hulina said with a strange look. Isn't Nanfang also a soul master supported by ordinary people? Today, there are children present, so the few words he scolded are considered light. Bibi Dong's face was a little unnatural. Nanfang used to scold more fiercely in his dreams. To sum up the theme, it is probably that everyone is an idiot, and this world is a big fight between idiots. Only by becoming an idiot can you understand idiots and change them. Nanfang said. It doesn't matter if you were an idiot before, but now and in the future, you should stop being fucking idiots. It's normal to be an idiot for a while, but if you're an idiot for life, you'll become a real idiot. What does idiot mean? Xiaowu said weakly. Aru was also confused. After listening for so long, she could only roughly guess that it was not a good word. The concept of idiot is broad. Anyone can be called an idiot as long as you don't like him. Nanfang said. Xiaowu nodded, in other words, you can also be. Bang! Nanfang raised his hand and hit Xiaowu's head, and directly hit her to the ground with her head in her hands. The adjective idiot can only be used when you are stronger than the other party. Otherwise, once you say it, you will become a big idiot. Remember it. Xiaowu raised her head, tears in her eyes, staring at Nanfang with a look of dissatisfaction. You big idiot! Oh! Nanfang raised his eyebrows. Still not convinced. Mom! Xiaowu threw herself into Aro's arms, tears streaming down her face. It's no use looking for Mom. Nanfang grabbed Xiaowu and picked her up. Ask you, are you not convinced? Xiaowu wiped her tears and said stubbornly, I'm not convinced. Bang! I am convinced. Xiaowu burst into tears. Stop hitting me. I am convinced, you are the boss. Don't say it but you are not convinced. Nanfang shook his head. Xiaowu, you have to understand that I am definitely not a mediocre person who sticks to false morality. I never mind bullying the weak. I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. Xiaowu said with a sincere face. You are the boss, I will listen to you and won't scold you anymore. Very good, but don't call me the boss. Nanfang put Xiaowu on the ground and touched her bunny head. A flash of light passed by, eliminating her pain. Then what should I call you? Xiaowu touched her forehead which was just swollen. Amazing. You can call me Godfather. Nanfang said seriously. Godfather. Xiaowu was stunned. Who is the godmother? Bibi Dong's eyes twitched, and she glared at Nanfang threateningly. Don't pull your broken thing on me. Ahem. Nanfang coughed twice. Our godmother is called Failure. Xiaowu was confused, why? Because failure is the mother of success. Nanfang said. The road is tortuous, but the future is bright. The darkness will soon pass, and the dawn is just around the corner. Our cause will surely win the final victory. Chapter 44 Good luck. Seriously, what are you going to do with the mother and daughter? In the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong once again devoted herself to work, and Nanfang, as the Pope's secretary, naturally followed. Just keep them for the time being. Nanfang lay on the sofa, flipping through the comic book. My great cause is not just for humans, but also for soul beasts. The flames of revolution will eventually sweep the entire world, not just a small Douluo continent. Bibi Dong's eyes twitched slightly. Are you trying to trick soul beasts into joining you? I have to remind you that soul beasts under 10,000 years old basically have no brains. Except for some special species, soul beasts have to be at least 50,000 years old to have a little IQ, but that's limited to soul beasts. Only after truly breaking through the 100,000 year limit and possessing a trace of divinity under the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, soul beasts can be considered truly intelligent and have intelligence that is not inferior to that of humans. In other words, except for 100,000 year soul beasts, you can't even communicate with other soul beasts. A trouble, not to mention fooling. Nanfang sat up. Just because I can't communicate doesn't mean that soul beasts can't communicate, otherwise why do you think I left them behind? The mother and daughter know the forest king titan giant ape and sky blue bull python, and they have a close relationship. Through them, I can get in touch with those two guys. I can't communicate with other soul beasts, but titan giant ape can, right? Bibi Dong looked strange. Are you sure you want to play like this? Don't forget, the two of them can listen to you now because they can't resist, but if you dare to take them back to the Stardo Great Forest, guess what will happen? I didn't say I would take them back now. Nanfang said. I can fool you, so why am I afraid that I can't fool two rabbits who have never experienced the world? Soul beasts are different from humans. Although they have a long lifespan, their lives are almost unchanged. Living long does not mean that you are scheming. You will never know things you have not experienced. He had heard many stories of old men in their 70s and 80s being deceived into buying a house full of health products. Age does not represent experience, let alone brains. Then you have to hide them well. Bibi Dong reminded. This is Wuhan City. If the people in the Elder Hall find out that there are two transformed soul beasts and two sets of ready-made 100,000 year soul rings and soul bones here, guess what will happen? Oh! Nanfang laughed. Do they dare to snatch it from me? That's hard to say. Bibi Dong shook her head. You are not a serious soul master. You don't know how much the high-year soul ring adds to the soul master. Just like a 10-year soul skill is powerless against a 100-year soul skill, 1,000 years is like an egg hitting a stone against a 10,000-year soul ring. A 10,000-year soul ring, even a 90,000-year soul ring, is incomparable to a 100,000-year soul ring. There is only a thin line between them, but there is a world of difference. The quality of a 100,000-year soul ring can completely ignore the attribute problems. Just snatch it. Nanfang came up. With you here, who dares to bark at me? What if Dauluo wants to rob? Bibi Dong said. That old guy will do it, I can't stop him. Him? Nanfang raised his eyebrows. What's the big deal? You and I, how can we be the enemy together? The god didn't know, but he had secretly tried to take over the body of the golden crocodile before, and found that it was no different from taking over the body of other people. Dauluo dared to come and rob him? He would directly become a ghost, and Bibi Dong would use the eternal wound. Dauluo would also revive the divine light? Transfiguration Soul Beast. In the Angel Temple, the golden crocodile found Dauluo and told him that there were two 100,000-year-old transformation soul beasts in the Saint Maiden Temple. Where did they come from? Dauluo opened his eyes. Transfiguration soul beasts that had not appeared for thousands of years appeared in groups. It seems that they were brought back from the Xingde Great Forest some time ago. The golden crocodile said. Bibi Dong has been asking people to keep an eye out for high-age soul beasts in recent years. Some time ago, the soul hunting group near the Xingde Great Forest happened to find traces of a transformed soul beast, so she took Yuegwen and Gaimei to catch it. But what's wrong? Dauluo asked. Golden Crocodile looked a little strange. Nanfang, that kid has been wandering around Wuhan City with those two transformed soul beasts from time to time recently. Now almost everyone in the city who has a soul saint level or above knows about this. Dauluo was stunned, wandering around. What does he want to do? Golden Crocodile shook his head, not sure, but now the elders of the Elder Hall are discussing whether to let that kid hand over the transformed soul beasts so that everyone can distribute them. 100,000-year soul beasts are extremely rare and difficult to hunt. It's not that they, the worshippers, are unable to hunt them, but once a 100,000-year soul beast is on the verge of death, its determination to die is far greater than that of a 10,000-year soul beast. The self-explosion of a 100,000-year soul beast is like a sacrifice, which cannot be stopped, and its power is extremely terrifying. Wuhan Hall once organized a group to hunt a 100,000-year soul beast in the past. As a result, 2 of the 3 level 96 peak Douluo who participated in the hunt died and 1 was disabled under the self-explosion of the 100,000-year soul beast. But the transformed soul beasts are different. Not only can they produce soul rings and soul bones like normal soul beasts, but they are also much safer. The most important point is that the self-destruction of the transformed soul beasts is similar to that of human soul masters. As long as you act quickly, you can kill the soul beasts before they self-destruct. Now the two 100,000-year-old transformed soul beasts in the Saint Maiden Hall have attracted many elders in the Elder Hall, and even he is a little tempted. After all, if he can get a 100,000-year-old soul bone, his cultivation, which has not fluctuated for decades, may be able to go further. Go and discuss it with him. Qian Daoliu said. 2 are too many. He can't eat them all by himself. Take out 1, and we can guarantee that the remaining 1 will stay in his hands. Even Bibi Dong can't suppress the attraction of the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. Unless he shows up in person, the elders in the Elder Hall can't just sit there and watch. Take 1? Damn it, you've lived for more than 100 years, almost 200, how can you say such nonsense with your eyes open? What's that thing stuck between your ears? Good luck, right? In the Saint Maiden Hall, Nanfang, who was teaching Aru and Xiaowu, was laughed at by the golden crocodile who came to the door. Let him take out a transformed soul beast to contribute to the spirit hall, and then they can guarantee that the remaining transformed soul beast can stay in his hands? You are really used to being a robber, right? You think you are merciful for taking half and keeping the other half? What do you mean? Golden Crocodile frowned slightly. Although he knew that this kid had no manners, this matter was not for discussion now. Either this kid took the initiative to hand over 1, otherwise, he couldn't keep both. Chapter 45 You are too arrogant. Xiao Wu, what adjective do you think should be used to describe his speech just now? Nanfang turned his head and looked at Xiao Wu who was eavesdropping not far away. Idiot. Xiao Wu did not hesitate at all. Golden Crocodile's expression froze, but before he could get angry, Nanfang spoke again, think clearly, this is the Pope's territory, and it is also my territory. Are you sure you don't want to give me face here? Golden Crocodile frowned, why, you are threatening me. Boy, don't be shameless. 100,000-year transformed soul beast is not something you can catch. Without our support, even Bibi Dong can't stop those titled Douluo from taking action. Damn it. You are used to being a robber, right? Nanfang's face fell. Before, Kyungsunji also tried to snatch Tang Hao in such a high-sounding way. Now you want to do the same. You can only keep 1 if you hand it over? How can you be so arrogant? Stupid thing. Golden Crocodile's expression froze, you. What do you mean you? Kyungsunji sacrificed himself to snatch Blue Silver Emperor. Now, you want to try it too? Nanfang said. Don't be ungrateful. Golden Crocodile was angry. I don't know your mother. Nanfang was speechless. To help that idiot Kyungsunji get his revenge, I killed 2 soul Douluo elders of Haoshan sect by myself. What about you? Damn it, when we were fighting Haoshan sect, you all hid in the Elder Hall and didn't dare to fart, for fear that the other side would risk their lives to take 2 of you away. Why are you so arrogant now? Do you still want me to take 1 for you? Damn. Am I your father? You. What do you mean by you? If you ask me to do that again, I will peel off your crocodile skin and make a belt for you. The golden crocodile's expression darkened, and the soul power of the peak Douluo surged out, intending to teach this unrestrained kid a lesson. Hey, what is the second worshipper trying to do? Bibi Dong's voice suddenly sounded, blocking in front of Nanfang and dispelling the soul power pressure. Bullying the weak with the strong? Tisk really interesting. Bibi Dong's face was full of sarcasm. You haven't moved for decades, but when you move, you bully a 16-year-old child. You are worthy of being the golden crocodile Douluo. I admire you. The golden crocodile's expression froze, and he suppressed his anger and took back his soul power. Bibi Dong, he is ignorant. You should know that if you killed these 2 transformed soul beasts outside and absorbed their soul rings and soul bones, the Elder Hall would not say a word to you, but now, you brought the transformed soul beasts back, and everyone saw it. So you want a share? Bibi Dong interrupted. Why? Because you are old? Or because you are thick-skinned? You are over 100 years old, almost 200 years old, why are you going backwards as you grow older? When a child is hungry and looks for milk, he at least looks for his own parents. What about you? Hungry? What are you doing here? Do you think I'm your mother? Oh, sorry, I don't have a son as old as you. I'd think you'd be ugly if I were your grandson. You. Golden Crocodile's face turned red. What do you mean by you? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Bibi Dong asked. My hint to get out is so obvious, why are you still standing here? What, don't you understand? Do you have to force me to say it out loud? Okay. Elder Golden Crocodile, please, get out of here quickly, rolling and crawling, in a round shape. Golden Crocodile's face completely collapsed. Bibi Dong, do you really think I can't cure you? You're too arrogant. After saying that, Golden Crocodile's level 98 soul power pressed towards Bibi Dong. Unfortunately, Pang Mei waved her little hand. That's it. Bibi Dong looked disdainful. The pressure of the soul power of level 98 can only scare soul masters below level 95, and it is only a psychological deterrent. She is now level 97. If they really fight, the old man Jinyu can't do anything to her. Yu Jinyu was stunned. Level 97. Is this the twin martial soul? Okay, stop talking nonsense. If you want to grab it, just do it. Don't be polite. Bibi Dong said. Jinyu frowned. Bibi Dong, don't think that you can do anything just because your twin martial souls are upgraded quickly. You are only level 97. Get out if you don't dare to move. Bibi Dong was a little impatient. Barking, barking, you only know how to bark. If you have the guts, do it. Jinyu took a deep breath and looked at Bibi Dong coldly. Turned and left. Nanfang looked confused. Is this old thing a tortoise? Can you be so patient? Bang. Bibi Dong raised her hand and punched Nanfang, knocking him to the ground. Can you take it easy when I'm not around? How many times can you use your invincible golden body? Nanfang, who was unharmed, lay on the ground on his side and looked up at Bibi Dong. Don't I have confidence in you? He is a level 98 old guy who came here to cause trouble, and you can't sense it. The Saint Maiden Hall is very close to Bibi Dong's office in the Pope's Hall. As long as there is a conflict of soul power here, it will be sensed there soon. What if I didn't come? Bibi Dong was speechless. Nanfang paused, then I can only do it myself. You. Bibi Dong's eyes twitched slightly. Do you have that ability? Nanfang's auxiliary ability is indeed unstoppable, but what is his own attack power? Even if he has it, how can he, a little broken soul king, hurt the golden crocodile? You actually question my strength. Nanfang stood up from the ground and took out a dagger. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes and looked at the thing carefully. Where did you get it? Top-grade goods made of rare metals. Yu Guan gave it to me. Nanfang said. I told him before that I wanted a handy life-saving weapon, preferably the kind that can be used to sneak up on people, so he went to Zhengzhen City to get this thing for me, and it's so useful. The power and defense of a soul master are closely related to his own martial soul, but what if he doesn't have time to activate his martial soul? And I poisoned it. Nanfang said. Highly poisonous. Bibi Dong's eyes twitched slightly. You wouldn't. It's just what you think. Nanfang said. Title Douluo? Peak Douluo? Isn't he still a human? He just needs to get closer, complete the possession, and pick up the poisoned dagger. Then, go completely crazy. Eyes, throat, temple, heart, damn it. Sai Jianai Hai Taiyade. 3 seconds is enough for him to do whatever he wants. Yu Bibi Dong's face was a little unnatural. Take it easy. Nanfang was the most normal one when she was in the Slaughter City. But after leaving the Slaughter City, compared with the people around her, she suddenly found that this kid was not normal at all. Can a normal person stab a knife into his brain and stir it crazily? Still Sai Jianai Hai Taiyade? Did you misunderstand something? Nanfang looked strange. He had done some incredible things before, but that was just performance art. Besides, he didn't feel any pain. When his soul power was sufficient, his horse would not make him feel any pain. Even if the knife was inserted into his brain and stirred wildly, he would at most feel a little itchy in his brain, and it was impossible to feel pain. Of course, when taking over the body, the pain of the new body could not be eliminated. However, if someone forced him to use this stupid trick that hurt the enemy by 1,000 and hurt himself by 800, it must be a matter of life and death. However, could he care about whether it hurt or not? Then he must take the other party to the sky together. Chapter 46 The Dead Cannot Speak. Elder Hall. Golden Crocodile returned empty-handed and was scolded by Nanfang and Bibi Dong. If it weren't for the fact that a fight between the priest and the Pope would damage the reputation of the Spirit Hall, Golden Crocodile would never have let Nanfang go. Qian Daolio was also unhappy with Nanfang's ungrateful reaction. Originally, Nanfang followed Bibi Dong, and he already disliked this kid. Now he give him this? Oh, everyone is here today. Nanfang was a little surprised to see all the worshippers, including Qian Daolio, and more than 10 elders from the Elder Hall all present. Dog noses are good, they come here just by smelling the smell. Everyone froze. Qian Daolio's face wasn't looking good either. If it weren't for the merits of the previous attack on Haoshan sect, he would have let the Golden Crocodile beat this kid to death just based on Nanfang's attitude towards the Golden Crocodile in this matter. Yu Guan and Gui Mei, who were sitting next to Nanfang, couldn't hold back. No, this is Qian Daolio, the chief worshipper of the Spirit Hall. Take it easy. Even if they and Bibi Dong were combined, they couldn't stop this old guy. Okay, no more nonsense, do you want to use force or dirty tactics? Nanfang asked. Boy, don't go too far. The Golden Crocodile said in a deep voice. This is the Elder Hall. Don't think Bibi Dong can protect you. If it weren't for your contribution to the Haoshan sect, I wouldn't bother to discuss this with you. So I have to thank you. Nanfang raised his eyebrows. Old bastard. You. Jin Yu's expression froze. He has lived for almost 200 years. He was insulted by a teenage brat one after another. What do you mean? Damn it, you can just rob others, but you're robbing me. Nanfang cursed. I'll give you one. Why? I worked so hard to bring them back from the Xingda Great Forest, and you guys just want to take one from me. That's it, I should thank you for not taking all of them. Is it because of my meritorious service in the Haoshan sect? I'll make your mother a fool. You still have the nerve to mention that? You all stay at home like turtles, and I didn't get a dime after I went out and fought hard. You're still so awesome. The faces of the elders were very ugly, but no one started to curse. After all, they were not right in this matter. They just relied on the power of the titled Douluo to rob things, but they didn't expect the other party to be so ungrateful. 2 transformed soul beasts, he was able to leave one for Haoshan sect because of his merits before, otherwise why would there be so much nonsense? He just robbed it directly, what can this kid do? Looking for Bibi Dong? Bibi Dong still dares to declare war on the Elders' Hall? Then they have a legitimate reason to abolish this pope. In other words, you don't want to. Qian Daolio, who was sitting in the middle, finally opened his eyes. I want your mother's head. Nanfang was speechless. Why should I give you my things? Sacrifice? Then why don't you sacrifice your granddaughter to me? Boom. An invisible soul force burst out instantly, rushed towards Nanfang, and directly knocked him out. Yu Guan and Gui Mei's expressions froze. Damn. Are you so crazy? This is Qian Daolio. For the sake of Haoshan sect, I will spare your life. Qian Daolio stood up. Golden Crocodile, remove his honorary elder title, you go to the Saint Maiden Hall in person and bring back the 2 transformed soul beasts. After saying that, Qian Daolio turned around and left without any more nonsense. However, he stopped after taking only 2 steps, turned around, and looked at Nanfang who stood up from the rubble, his eyes changed a little. The attack just now was enough to seriously injure the Soul King, but this kid stood up so quickly? Fuck. Nanfang wiped the dust off his face and walked back. Kill me if you dare. Qian Daolio's eyes condensed. Bibi Dong, take care of your people, don't think I really won't do anything. Go ahead. Bibi Dong leaned on the chair, holding his chin with his left hand, and looked like he was staying out of it from the beginning. The transformed soul beast is his. How to deal with it is his own business. If he can keep it, it is his ability. If he can't keep it, it is not my fault. It's not my share anyway, why should I waste my words? I'm not your old dog of the Qian family. I know I'm just barking and I won't get anything, but I still bark here. While speaking, Bibi Dong glanced at the elders and worshippers present. Tisk, I really don't know what you are doing here. It's as if you can take it. You've been barking for a long time. Let alone bones, you don't even get dishwater. The elders were stunned. This is so fucking unpleasant to hear, but it makes sense. Even if both transformed soul beasts are snatched, they still don't get a share. The worshippers are Chiendaoliu's confidants. Even if the soul bones are to be divided, it won't be their turn. Oh, right. Bibi Dong showed a subtle look. I have to remind you that Nanfang is only 16 years old this year, a soul king. Guess when he can cultivate to the title Douluo. Guess what level he can cultivate to. It shouldn't be a problem to be stronger than you, right? The elder hall was suddenly quiet. Even Chiendaoliu's face was a little unnatural. 16 years old, soul king? Are you kidding? I guess you also know what kind of character he is. You can't say he has no virtue. He has no bottom line and can do anything. Bibi Dong sighed. So, guess what he will do in the future? He will never forgive you generously, will he? As Bibi Dong's words fell, the atmosphere in the elders' hall suddenly became extremely weird, and the eyes of all the elders were almost uniformly locked on Nanfang. This kid must die. Pa pa pa. Yes. That's it. Bibi Dong applauded. Don't pretend to be righteous like that old guy. Who among you has clean hands? Who doesn't have something shameful? Why do you have to be like that old guy? You have to make yourself look so glorious and upright when you rob things, and you have to say how helpless you are when you kill people. Robbers are robbers. Robbery is robbery, and robbing 100 gold soul coins is robbery, and robbing 1 gold soul coin is also robbery. Killing one person is killing, and killing 100 people is also killing. Anyway, for the person being killed, it doesn't matter whether you kill only one person, or 100, 1,000, or 10,000 people. Only the living will judge the so-called cruelty by numbers, to show how compassionate they are. After all, the dead can't speak. So, today, you must not let this kid leave alive. Otherwise Bibi Dong sighed, and her pitiful eyes swept over the elders and worshippers present. You will suffer in the future. Chapter 47 Long Lost Pain. Bibi Dong. You old woman. Murdering your husband. Bibi Dong. You are locked by more than 10 murderous intentions, and Nanfang's eyes twitched wildly. Fuck you. I just want to do a few thousand Douluo today to establish my prestige. You are doing so much, I can't handle it. How could it be? Bibi Dong looked at Nanfang innocently. My dear, I believe you. Come on. Kill these shameless bastards. Yu Guan and Gui Mei looked at each other, confused. No, what is this couple doing? Are they fighting at this time? Damn. Nanfang was speechless. You idiots, you are still fucking titled Douluo? You are still a strong man? I am not stronger than you. Let's fight. Golden Crocodile's face darkened, but as the second worshipper of the Spirit Hall, he was also a peak Douluo at level 98. If he really killed this kid, he would lose all his face. After thinking about it, Golden Crocodile winked at the demon bear Douluo in the Elder Hall. Originally, the two people they favored the most in the Elder Hall were Ju Gui and Gui. Not only were they talented, but they also had special spirit fusion skills. It was not impossible for them to be worshippers in the future. But these two guys had already lost Chiendaoliu's trust in the matter of Chien Sunji. Now, in the Elder Hall, the one they favored the most was the demon bear Douluo. Due to the look of Golden Crocodile, the demon bear Douluo was in a very bad mood. If it is not convenient for you to do it, then it is convenient for me. How can a dignified 93rd level titled Douluo attack a soul king? If he did it secretly, it would be fine if no one knew. But in public, with so many titled Douluos watching, how can he gain a foothold in the Elder Hall in the future? Seeing that demon bear Douluo did not move, Golden Crocodile coughed twice to urge him. If this brat continues to make trouble, the Elder Hall will become a joke. Under the gaze of Golden Crocodile, demon bear Douluo took a deep breath and stood up. You have to have the attitude to stand in the team. He asked you to come and die. Nanfang raised his eyebrows, a little disappointed. Look down on me? Ask you, a 93rd level trash, to come and die? The expression of demon bear Douluo remained unchanged. He had been scolded for such a long time. He was already immune to the boy's foul mouth. Besides, a dying man should be scolded a few times. Boy, I didn't mean to bully the weak, but you were too presumptuous, shouting and swearing, insulting the title Douluo. Stop talking nonsense, if you want to do it, hurry up. You are not young anymore, I will let you have one move. Nanfang interrupted Demon Bear impatiently. Fuck, you are going to kill me, and you are still talking nonsense like this. You really learned the same thing from Douluo, right? Decades ago, that old guy ran to the mainland to bully the weak, relying on his cultivation of the 99th level peerless Douluo to slaughter those titled Douluos from small families. He said the same thing as you, right? Oh, for the stability of the mainland, I can only ask you to die. Stupid, you are so noble, why don't you just die? Damn, dictatorship is dictatorship, it's okay to say some nice words outside to fool those brainless people, but in such a closed place, you still scream. The Demon Bear's expression froze, but he couldn't refute it. But isn't it customary to say polite words? Who the hell doesn't find a plausible reason for himself when he takes action? Hurry up. I'll let you have one move, no more. Nanfang urged. After one move, if I don't die, I promise that you will become a one-eyed bear within 3 seconds. You. The Demon Bear was angry, but he didn't lose his mind. This kid is so arrogant, he must have something to rely on. I'm afraid he is betting that he will underestimate the enemy. If he doesn't die with one move, he won't have the face to make a second move. Boy, since you are so arrogant, I will let you die. The Demon Bear's eyes condensed, and instantly completed the martial spirit possession. A black soul ring flashed, and the Demon Bear swung its claws, which exuded endless coldness, cross-swept and slashed at Nanfang. Boom! The terrifying destructive power shattered the ground of the Elder Hall with just the aftermath, and smoke and dust flew up. After the attack, the Demon Bear turned around confidently, retracted his martial soul, and was about to return to his seat. That's it. Nanfang's disappointed voice sounded. I thought you were so cruel. The air was suddenly quiet. The elders present were shocked. He's not dead yet? In addition to Bibi Dong, who knew about it, there was also Zhu Gui Douluo, who had practiced a few moves with Nanfang before, and even Jinyu and Guangling, who had witnessed this scene in front of the Haoshan sect's mountain gate in the past, changed their faces. Even the titled Douluo can't kill him? Could it be that this kid's martial soul is absolute defense? The Demon Bear was terrified. What the hell is this? Okay, keep your word, little bear. Are you ready to see the world with one eye in the future? Nanfang smiled, and a bright light flashed on his body. The light ball split, and Nanfang changed from 1 to 2. Doppelganger. The Demon Bear subconsciously completed the spirit possession. It's so weird. Where is this kid's spirit? Where is the spirit ring? Although I don't like violence, you are indeed a bit too much. Nanfang, who has a gentle temperament, said. What's wrong with the transformed spirit beast? Should they die? Why are you talking nonsense with him? Nanfang, who has a very sharp and weird temperament, smiled, took out a golden dagger, threw it in the direction of the Demon Bear Douluo, and fell backwards at the same time. The other Nanfang standing in the same place avoided his gaze with some reluctance, and he was only responsible for vigilance. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the Demon Bear Douluo did not dodge the flying dagger, but took the initiative to remove the spirit possession and took it with his face. Squeak! The dagger was inserted right into the Demon Bear's left eye, and the crisp sound of the eyeball shattering echoed throughout the Elder's Hall, which made everyone dumbfounded. Demon! Before the golden crocodile finished speaking, the Demon Bear reached out and pulled out the dagger stuck in the eye socket, along with the small ball with blood sticking to it. The body and hair are given by parents, how can we abandon them lightly? After speaking, the Demon Bear swallowed the bloody ball in one gulp and threw the dagger back. After doing all this, the Demon Bear was a little confused and stood there. After a few seconds, he suddenly covered his eye socket and shouted. My eyes! Oh, what a surprisingly strong little bear! Nanfang, who had just fallen to the ground, sat up with a twisted smile on his face, looking at the roaring Demon Bear Douluo. Unfortunately, not much. You. The Demon Bear covered his left eye that was bleeding profusely, and his murderous aura burst out. He didn't know what had just happened, but it must have been this kid's doing. He was poisoned. First it was anesthesia, then it was a strong irritant poison. Oh, so scary! Nanfang, who was sitting on the ground, looked at the furious Demon Bear Douluo pitifully. One-eyed little bear, do you want to tear me apart? evil. Before the demon bear finished speaking, Nanfang threw the dagger again. But this time, it just happened to fall into the hands of the demon bear. Golden Crocodile breathed a sigh of relief, and just as he was about to speak, his face froze completely. I saw that after the demon bear grabbed the dagger, he inserted it directly into his head without any pause or hesitation. Ha 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 ha. Sai Jianai hai tai yazide. The demon bear laughed crazily, twisting the dagger in his hand wildly under the horrified gaze of everyone. Then, he fell heavily to the ground, blood all over the ground, the only remaining eye was bloody white, and the body began to twitch. The brain was severely damaged, and under the effect of the poison, the spirit also collapsed. The golden crocodile rushed to the side of the demon bear and activated his soul power to stabilize his injuries, but unfortunately, the injuries were too severe and he could not be saved. After a while, the demon bear Douluo, who was valued by Daoliu and the golden crocodile and was expected to be ranked among the worshippers, died. Long-lost Pain Nanfang watched this scene quietly, but the smile on his face became more twisted and crazy. Then, who is the next one? Chapter 48 Killing with a Borrowed Knife. With the strange suicide of the demon bear, the atmosphere in the Elder Hall became extremely dangerous. At this moment, even the worshippers who had previously been aloof looked heavy-faced. Suicide? No. Absolutely not. Mind control. This kid's martial soul is a mind control type. And it's extremely dangerous. However, a soul king can actually counter a titled Douluo. For a moment, all the titled Douluos present showed murderous intent. Too dangerous. This kid is 100 times more dangerous than the Haoshan sect. If a soul king can do this, what about soul saints? What about titled Douluos? Just like Bibi Dong said, if such a madman survives today, they will be finished. This weird mental control method, he really doesn't know how he died. Oh? Get ready. Can you get up? Nanfang, who was sitting on the ground, smiled. It is indeed feasible. After all, I can only deal with one at most each time, but how many do you think I can take away before I die? Also, do you really think you can kill me? Facing Nanfang's expectant smile, a bone-chilling chill spread to every titled Douluo present, and even Daoliu couldn't help but feel flustered. Even Tang Chen in this world couldn't make him feel scared. But he had to admit that he was a little panicked about this kid in front of him, this madman. Because until now, he still didn't understand how this kid did it. Weird. Too weird. Daoliu squinted his eyes and looked at Bibi Dong, who was still sitting on the chair and smiling. This crazy woman. Where can I find such a madman? Why, don't you even have the courage to gamble? Nanfang was a little disappointed. You are titled Douluo, the people standing at the top of the continent, and there are so many of you. Come on. Beat me to death. Beat me to death. Looking at Nanfang's weird look, all the titled Douluo who stood up took a step back subconsciously. Madman. He's really a fucking madman. But they really didn't dare to move. What if this kid took them with him before he died? Besides, as this kid said, can they really kill this guy? The attack from the demon bear just now was serious. Definitely not letting him off. But this kid was unscathed. Besides, the death of the demon bear is still vivid in my mind. Who the hell knows if this kid can only control one at a time? For a moment, all the titled Douluo present cast their eyes on Daoliu. You are the boss, say something. Daoliu narrowed his eyes slightly. What do you want? This kid's weird ability is definitely limited, otherwise, with his current madness, he would just start fighting and would not waste time talking to them. But now these elders have been suppressed, and he can't let the worshipper go to test and die. Today, I have to give in. What do I want? Nanfang looked like a mentally retarded person. Do you think it's appropriate for you to ask this question? You are the ones who want to rob me, and you started it first. Now, you ask me what I want. Why, the perpetrator is ready to pretend to be a victim. Do you have to be so disgusting? Daoliu's expression did not change. You know the nature of this matter. If you hadn't brought the transformed soul beast to the market, making the whole Wuhan city know that you have 2 transformed soul beasts, this incident would not have happened. Hey! Nanfang was directly laughed at. Just because I showed up with 2 transformed soul beasts, you can come and rob so confidently? According to what you said, your granddaughter is pretty good looking too. Can I let everyone have a taste of her? Qian Daoliu's expression turned cold, and the angel spirit instantly possessed him, and divine power flowed. He didn't believe that this kid could control him even with the angel's divine power. Seeing this, Nanfang laughed, and laughed more and more wantonly. You finally moved. As soon as the voice fell, Nanfang fell backwards, and at the same time, everyone's attention was focused on Qian Daoliu. A cold laugh came from Qian Daoliu's mouth. Old thing, you finally fell into my hands. Great worshipper. The golden crocodile panicked and rushed forward to stop him, fearing that Qian Daoliu would also hurt himself like the demon bear just now. However, just as he approached, a strange smile appeared on Qian Daoliu's face. At the same time, the angel martial spirit blessed by divine power blasted at the golden crocodile who had no time to defend. Boom! After the attack, Qian Daoliu came back to his senses and looked at the golden crocodile in front of him who was blown away by his attack and his life or death was unknown. His expression was completely frozen. What kind of move is this? Golden crocodile. Second brother. The worshippers led by Qian Daoliu rushed towards the golden crocodile who was blown away in panic. Ahem. The seriously injured golden crocodile barely sat up from the deep pit with the help of Qian Daoliu. Although he had completed the spirit possession just now, Qian Daoliu's attack just now contained the power of angels. Without the spirit body activated, he could not resist it at all. If the attack just now was launched when Qian Daoliu activated the spirit body, he would be dead now. Is this the power of angels? It's really powerful. Nanfang sat up from the ground, with a little tiredness between his eyebrows, but the madness on his face did not decrease at all. Although the ability of taking over a body is unsolvable, it is not without limitations. The stronger the body that is taken over, the greater the resistance to his actions, the faster the mental power is consumed, and the stronger the body's desire to resist this action, the more difficult it is for him to do it. After all, the living body itself has an instinctive reaction to some actions, such as the knee-jerk reaction. Even if there is no subjective intention, as long as this stimulus is generated, the body will react. The same is true for self-mutilation and suicide. The results of his previous experiments on Bibi Dong showed that the 97th level titled Douluo could no longer resist after taking over a body. Controlling the other party's body to self-harm. According to Bibi Dong, after she reached level 95, every time she upgraded a level, her body and mind would cross to another level, especially her mental power, which was almost a barrier at each level. The reason why Qian Daoliu and Jin Yu had such high prestige in the Elder Hall was that they could seriously injure titled Douluo below level 95 with just their mental power. When he experimented on Bibi Dong before, although he was able to successfully seize Bibi Dong's body, his mental power was consumed very quickly, and he had no way to control that body to do anything that would hurt himself. The self-protection mechanism of the peak Douluo's body was too strong. All he could do was beat others. But with a new body, it was already very difficult for him to even release his martial soul, let alone feel the details of that body, operate his soul power, and launch an attack. An unfamiliar body can only perform some extremely simple actions. If you want to really exert the power of that body, the other party must be prepared first. Just like Qian Daoliu just now. If this old guy only completed the spirit possession, then he couldn't do anything after taking over the body. So he had to make Qian Daoliu afraid of him and use all his strength to guard against him. Spirit possession, plus angel domain, plus angel power. The Qian Daoliu just now was a sharpened blade. After he got it, he just needed to swing it out. Perfect borrowing a knife to kill someone. Chapter 49. That's it. Don't look at me like that, you were the one who started it, just like Qian Sunji attacked Tang Hao in order to seize the transformed blue-silver emperor, and was beaten into that state, which was purely deserved to die. Nanfang picked up his small dagger, ignored the cannibalistic eyes of several worshippers, patted the dust on his body, and stood up. Since you want to rob me, you must be prepared to risk everything, right? Tisk, I don't expect you stupid robbers who can rob so confidently to understand human words. Nanfang took a deep breath and moved his neck, making a crisp sound. Then Nanfang looked expectant. Who's next? You. Nanfang's eyes swept over the elders who had gathered together. No, no, no. The titled Douluo elders retreated in panic. We actually didn't plan to rob you, we just came to have a meeting. Ghost Leopard Douluo laughed dryly. What the hell? Qian Daoliu can't stop it. How can they be more awesome than Douluo? Damn it! He was just here to join in the fun. What a shitty soul bone. I shouldn't have come if I had known. Meeting. Nanfang raised his eyebrows and showed a strange smile. Do you think I believe it? While speaking, Nanfang leaned forward and took a step forward. The titled Douluo's faces tightened and they took a step back in unison. A little Soul King forced back 6 titled Douluo elders in the Elder Hall. It was a bit funny no matter how you looked at it. But now no one in the Elder Hall could laugh. Tisk, I thought the titled Douluo elders standing at the top of the continent were so powerful, but I didn't expect that they were just like this. Nanfang's face was full of undisguised sarcasm. But none of the titled Douluo present dared to speak, and even the eyes looking at Nanfang were all in unison. This inexplicable move is really more terrifying than Douluo's intuitive strength crushing. He really doesn't know how he died. What a pity. Great priest, let's deal with him. The 2 brothers Qianjun Jiangmo stood up. At worst, we brothers will give him our lives today. While speaking, Qianjun Jiangmo had already summoned his martial spirit. Stop! Douluo interrupted. Enough. A demon bear had already died, and a golden crocodile was seriously injured. The elders below had been completely defeated psychologically by this kid. And he still didn't know how this kid did it. If Qianjun Jiangmo could kill this kid, it would be fine, but what if he couldn't kill him? If this kid controlled his body and attacked from behind, with the blessing of the angel's divine power, how many of the golden crocodile and the others could survive? No more fighting. Great priest. Back off. Douluo, who had stabilized the injury of the golden crocodile, stood up and walked forward. Tell me, what do you want? The crazy Nanfang was about to add fuel to the fire, and another Nanfang who had been standing next to him came up, and the 2 met, and a light flashed. Everyone's expression tightened, and they subconsciously completed the spirit possession and took a defensive posture. Don't be nervous, I'm not you, I'm still very generous. Nanfang, who had merged into one, smiled. Although you not only want to rob me today, but also want to kill me, but it's not that I can't forgive you. Everyone looked at Nanfang stiffly, unable to say a word. The death of the demon bear is still vivid in their minds. Do they dare to believe such nonsense? What do you want? Douluo asked again. How much do you think my mental damage today is worth? Nanfang asked back. Douluo took a deep breath. There are still 3 soul bones over 50,000 years old in the treasury of the spirit hall, you. Only 3. Nanfang raised his eyebrows. Are you sending away beggars? I have 2 sets of 100,000 year soul rings and soul bones here. Douluo's expression froze. You still want 3? I'm going to let you pick one. Great worshipper, this kid is too much. The hot-tempered demon subduing Douluo stood up. Today, even if I die here, I can't let him continue to defile the spirit hall. Yes, I, a weak, pitiful and helpless little soul king, defiled your bandit nest full of stupid robbers. Nanfang said. Fuck, can you have some shame? You guys failed to rob today and were robbed instead, don't make yourself look like a victim. I'm just defending myself today. Still defile? Douluo, do you have the nerve to say that to your Qian family's ancestors? You were planning to rob me of a set of 100,000 year soul rings and soul bones today, but I didn't know how to appreciate it. Not only did I not give it to you, I also beat and injured your Qian family's good dog. It was really treasonous, just like Tang Hao who beat your stupid son to death. It's my honor to be robbed by you, and I should be grateful to be killed by you. Go. See if your Qian family's ancestors will praise you. Douluo took a deep breath, took out 2 light attribute soul bones that were obviously not low in age, and put them on the table. Let Bibi Dong take you to get the 3 soul bones in the treasure house. After today, the worshipper will no longer attack the transformed soul beast in your hand. This matter ends here. After speaking, Douluo turned around, supported the golden crocodile, and led the other worshippers to disappear in the Elder Hall. Great worshipper, why? Leaving the Elder Hall, the demon subduing Douluo who followed beside him said in confusion. That kid's condition is obviously not right. At least let me try it again. I know. Douluo's face was very ugly. But we can't continue. Why? Zhang Emo said indignantly. That kid is so dangerous. As long as we can get rid of him, even if I get involved. Bibi Dong. Qian Daoliu said dimly. That woman hasn't made a move yet. Yu Guan and Gui Mei's martial soul fusion skills are also very troublesome. If we continue to fight, the risk is too great. Bibi Dong is definitely not here to watch the show. If the fight continues, we might die together today. Even dying together is good. What I'm afraid of is that once this side starts fighting, the other side will run away. That would be really crazy. But this kid is so dangerous, if he is allowed to grow up. Guangling's expression was a little heavy. Even Qian Daoliu couldn't resist the mental control. Who knows what the kid will become if he grows up. His moves just now definitely have special restrictions. Jin Yu said weakly. Maybe, it's a passive counterattack ability. What do you mean? Qian Daoliu asked. This was the first time he saw that kid today, and it was also the first time he saw that weird method, but Jin Yu had seen similar scenes when he was in Haoshan sect before. Haoshan sect's Great Elder and Sixth Elder defected to Wuhan Hall? Anyone with a brain should know that it's impossible. How could he not know what kind of people in Haoshan sect are? Before in Haoshan sect, those people in Haoshan sect, either directly or indirectly, attacked that kid. Jin Yu said. Today, he scolded for so long but didn't do anything. The problem only occurred after the demon bear attacked him, and you too. Qian Daoliu was stunned, and the faces of the other priests were also a little strange. It seems to be true. No one who did not attack the boy had any problems. But those who did, all got caught. Chapter 50 Jiangnan Leather Factory closed down. If the boy's moves can really control others at will, he would not deliberately provoke you to attack him. Jin Yu said. Perhaps, his martial spirit needs to meet some special conditions to be activated, and it is a passive condition. The demon suppressing expression froze. Then don't we really have to attack the boy? Once you take the initiative, there is a risk of being controlled? At least it is like this now. After all, even the great priest can't stop the boy's control, and we can't stop it either. Golden Crocodile said. As for weaknesses, he should only be able to control one at a time, and when he launches control, his body will lose control, and there is a high probability of backlash, and that clone should be launched by him to protect his body. Then we can't do anything to him. Zhang Mo said with a heavy look. No. Qian Daoliu frowned slightly. There must be other limitations to his control, otherwise, he shouldn't have let me sneak attack Golden Crocodile just now, but should have let me commit suicide like the demon bear. Maybe his mental power is strong enough, or the angelic power in his body resisted part of the control. But that kid's mental control is definitely not able to do whatever he wants. What should we do next? Qianjun Douluo said. Those people in the Elder Hall have been scared by him, and I'm afraid they will all go to Bibi Dong next. Don't move for now. Qian Daoliu said. While doing before knowing the boy's ability, you must not take the initiative. What about Zioxu? Jin Yu worried. You also saw that the boy is a complete lunatic. He can really do anything. Qian Daoliu was silent for a while. It shouldn't be. If he really wanted to die together, he wouldn't use Zioxu to provoke me again and again. He is reminding me where my weakness is. The biggest concern for him not letting Qianjun Jiangmo take action just now is Qian Rongxiu. If he can't completely kill that boy today, then it will really be a fight to the death. A lunatic hiding in the dark. Damn it. He didn't take action against Haoshan sect because he was afraid of this kind of lunatic. First it was Tang Chen, and now there is this more dangerous lunatic. What if? Jin Yu worried. Qian Daoliu was silent for a while. I'll go talk to Bibi Dong. I hope that crazy woman hasn't gone completely crazy yet. Will she care? Golden Crocodile doubted. Maybe, this is the only way now. If it doesn't work, Qian Daoliu's eyes condensed. Then let's die together. Yahoo! Where are you going? After Qian Daoliu left, Nanfang walked to the conference table and picked up 2 soul bones. Taking this opportunity, the 6 titled Douluos represented by Ghost Leopard Douluo were about to slip away quietly. Looking at Yu Guan and Gui Mei who walked silently to the door of the Elder Hall, the elders stopped in their tracks with stiff expressions. Damn! You two are really disloyal. My business with Qian Daoliu is over for the time being. What about you? Nanfang smiled. Don't you plan to express your feelings? Or do you need me to take the initiative? No, no, no. The elders panicked. Let you take the initiative? We still have a chance to live? They are afraid of death, but not that much. The problem is that no one wants to die for no reason. It's frustrating. But we don't have soul bones either. Ghost Leopard Douluo said awkwardly. Soul bones are something that depends entirely on luck. Most titled Douluos don't have a soul bone. Even if they do, they must have absorbed it at the first opportunity. There is no way they can have any spare. No? So poor. Nanfang raised his eyebrows. After working in the spirit hall for half a lifetime, you can't even get a bone? After these words came out, even Yu Guan and Gui Mei's faces became a little unnatural. No, what do you think of soul bones? The cabbage on the roadside? If soul bones are exploded when hunting soul beasts, they are basically absorbed by the soul master along with the soul ring, and there is no way they can flow out. If the soul master dies of old age, the soul bones will dissipate along with the soul power of the soul master and become an ordinary bone. If you want to seize the soul bones of a living person, you must use special means to cut off the part of the person's body that has absorbed the soul bones while he is still alive. If you forcibly remove them, the soul bones will break, lose their soul nature, and become a broken piece. Bones. Moreover, the absorbed soul bones will inevitably be damaged in the process of bone removal, and most of them are incomplete. Even if they are passed down for 2 generations, they will still become worthless waste soul bones. If you want to remove the soul bones without any loss, only the titled Douluo can cut off his cultivation before dying. Just like the inherited soul bones of Haoshan sect and Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, only when it is confirmed that the successor has the potential of titled Douluo will he be given the inherited soul bones. And most soul masters, or in other words, all soul masters who can cultivate to soul saint or above, basically want to be decent when they die. Who wants to die with incomplete bones? Don't be nervous, sit down, just like you are at home. Nanfang said. The elders walked back with a look of pain on their faces and sat in their seats. What are they doing here today? Except the Pope, there are a total of 16 titled Douluo in the Spirit Hall, which is more than the 7 major sects combined. In addition to the 7 major worshippers headed by Douluo, there are 9 titled Douluo elders. Yueguan and Gaimei follow Bibi Dong. The demon bear just died, and now there are only 6 titled Douluo elders left. Spirit Pig, Snake Spear, Ghost Leopard, Spirit Kite, Saint Dragon Sect Master Twiba Xi, and the 9th elder who has almost no presence. Tisk, what a miserable death. Nanfang walked to the body of the demon bear with a sigh on his face. Look, this is his Jian family's good dog, and no one collects his body after he died. Mean and ungrateful, Jian Douluo is like this, Jian Sunji is like this, Jian Rongxiu is also like this, basically the character of the Jian family, and Bibi Dong, who was taught by Jian Sunji, is almost the same. He can't see any human touch in this spirit hall, nor can he see any sense of belonging to the spirit hall from these elders and bishops, because the corporate culture of this organization is like this. The mediocre ones are down, and the capable ones are up. This makes the Spirit Hall the most popular Spirit Master organization among Spirit Masters, making it powerful, but it also dooms this organization to be extremely fragile. There is no cohesion at all. Except for a very small number of Spirit Masters who have been brainwashed since childhood, all the Spirit Masters who joined the Spirit Hall halfway, without exception, regard the Spirit Hall as an electronics factory, and are more active than each other when making money, just like the Spirit Empire established by Bibi Dong in the later period, which expanded to suppress the 2 empires in just a few years. But when they are not making money, they run faster than each other. After Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu died, the Wuhan Empire collapsed almost instantly. Just like the Jiangnan leather factory went bankrupt, it went bankrupt. Humanity is disgusting to outsiders, because the existence of these human feelings creates privileges and breeds corruption, but is it possible for a human society to be without human feelings? Most people think that if one person succeeds, everyone will benefit, not that they will not recognize their relatives. Who doesn't want to have a powerful relative? Why? Of course, they want to get some light. But what if another person has such a powerful relative? Corruption. Too corrupt. Why don't they just die?